This girl's problem is a little serious. Lu Zhou sighed and said, Grand Mystic Mountain no longer exists. If you don't mind, I'll arrange for a more peaceful place for you to stay. How about it? Qi Biaonu raised his hand and said, Objection. How could Qi Biaonu hold back when he felt that his daughter was about to be cheated away by someone? Why are you objecting? Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. I want to take my daughter away, Qi Biaonu said seriously. Up to you, Lu Zhou said. Unexpectedly, Princess Mulberry said loudly, Grandpa, I want to go with you. No one can stop me. These words made Mingshi and Qi Biaonu flinch. Lu Zhou laughed and looked at Princess Mulberry before he asked with the tone of an elder, Do I look that old? Princess Mulberry said with a smile, You're not old. You look very young. Lu Zhou had not met Princess Mulberry for a long time. In some aspects, she was the same as little Yuaner in that they were both slightly naive. To be able to stay in the unknown land for so long, and to endure loneliness for so long, it was not something ordinary people could do. Moreover, Princess Mulberry's cultivation was not simple. Lu Zhou asked, Then, are you willing to leave with me? Princess Mulberry said happily, I am willing. They say you're an invincible wicked demon, but I don't think so. Objection, Qi Biaonu said again. Mingshi said, Objection overruled. What are you doing? Qi Biaonu asked with a frown. Mingshi winked at Qi Biaonu meaningfully as he said, I should be asking you what you're doing. Princess Mulberry had finally agreed to leave the unknown land. If Qi Biaonu continued to mess around, who knew if she would change her mind? Mingshi had experience with Princess Mulberry. Not only was she capricious, but she was also very stubborn that even 10 oxes could not move her once she made up her mind. Mingshi was afraid Qi Biaonu might not understand his meaning, so he quickly transmitted his voice over and said, Take it one step at a time. If she stays here, she'll definitely die. With this, Qi Biaonu could only nod and no longer spoke. Lu Zhou ignored Qi Biaonu and said, If that's the case, follow me back to the Evil Sky Pavilion. The environment there is better than this place. Before the Great Void falls, you can live there. What do you think? Princess Mulberry was very picky about where she lived. She asked, Evil Sky Pavilion? Are there a lot of people there? Perhaps she had lived alone for a long time. She did not like to interact with people. Mingshi said, The Evil Sky Pavilion is my master's sect. It's located in the Golden Lotus domain. It's quite big, and there aren't many people. A happy expression appeared on Princess Mulberry's face as she nodded repeatedly. Then I'll go. Grandpa Demon, take me there. The way Princess Mulberry addressed Lu Zhou as Grandpa Demon made him feel very speechless. Okay. Lu Zhou landed next to Princess Mulberry and looked at the icicle before he said, There's no need to keep this anymore. Mingshi echoed Lu Zhou's sentiment. That's right. It looks quite hideous. Princess Mulberry scoffed at Mingshi. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the golden karmic fire began to burn the icicle. In just a moment, it melted back into the lake, revealing the mulberry tree. Princess Mulberry called her white crane over while Lu Zhou turned to Qi Biaonu and said, You should be grateful to me. The Scarlet Emperor was speechless. After Lu Zhou and Princess Mulberry flew away, Mingshi and Duanmu Sheng bowed respectfully at Qi Biaonu before they flew away as well. After everyone left, Qi Biaonu let out a long sigh. The 4 Vajras flew over from the lakeside. Your Majesty, are we going to let Mingshi and Duanmu Sheng go just like that? Qi Biaonu scoffed. If you have the ability, why don't you bring them back? Although Qi Biaonu and Lu Zhou's battle was very short, the 4 Vajras had witnessed it. The other party was the legendary Unholy One. What ability did they have to bring Mingshi and Duanmu Sheng back? Qi Biaonu took a deep breath before he looked at the horizon and said, This is also good. At least that girl is safe. Let's go. Yes. Lu Zhou traveled to the Evil Sky Pavilion through a runic passage. As soon as they arrived, Princess Mulberry happily rode on the white crane's back and circled the sky above Golden Court Mountain while she studied her surroundings. Although the 9 Lotus domains were still affected by the imbalance, it was still better than the unknown land. After letting the white crane rest at the back of the mountain, Princess Mulberry rushed to Lu Zhou and said, "This place is great. I'll stay here. I want to be your neighbor." Ming Shirin said, "Then we'll all be neighbors." Princess Mulberry glanced at Ming Shirin from the corners of her eyes and said, "I don't want to be neighbors with you. I was despised." At this time, Princess Yongning walked over. She bowed and said, "Pavilion Master, the room has been arranged." "Thank you." "It's nothing." Princess Yongning glanced at Princess Mulberry. She felt like the girl was not simple. Lu Zhou said, "Princess Mulberry, this is the Princess of Great Yin. I know you're used to living alone, but you can't hurt anyone here." Princess Mulberry nodded. "I promise I won't hurt anyone here." "All right, you can bring her away," Lu Zhou said. "Please come with me," Princess Yongning said before leading Princess Mulberry to the Western Pavilion. After that, Lu Zhou brought a talisman out and lit it up. Soon enough, a projection showing Si Wuya appeared in the air. He was not wearing a mask. Ming Shirin and Duan Wushang were shocked when they saw Si Wuya. Si Wuya smiled and bowed at the duo. "Senior brothers, long time no see. It's really you?" Ming Shirin was in disbelief. Duan Wushang was so moved that his eyes turned red and his grip on the Overlord spear tightened. Si Wuya said, "To prevent accidents, I had Jiang Aijian and Li Yunzhang pretend to be me. I hope senior brothers can forgive me." Upon hearing that, Ming Shirin pointed at Si Wuya and said, "I say, you're really cunning. No wonder sometimes I sensed that you're a little different. As it turns out, you're all playing around." Si Wuya only smiled in response before he turned to Lu Zhou and said, "Master, 8th junior brother, and I have comprehended the great Tao." Lu Zhou nodded with satisfaction. "It went smoothly?" "It went very smoothly. Moreover, 8th junior brother also had Lan Shiha's help," Si Wuya replied. This was within Lu Zhou's expectations as well. Lu Zhou asked, "What laws did you grasp?" Si Wuya thought about it for a moment before he said, "It's hard to explain. It's very magical. It draws power from heaven and earth. It's like fate. Fate determines the universe, and all things have fates of their own." "Fate," Lu Zhou muttered. After a moment, he asked again, "What about Old Eighth?" The law that Old Eighth grasped is relatively easier to understand. When he comprehended the great Tao, it thundered endlessly, and the lightning strikes were endless as well. They seemed endless and inexhaustible. It should be an infinite type of great law, Si Wuya replied. Lu Zhou nodded. The 10 great void seeds gave birth to the 10 great laws. With the seeds, your specific qualities are often related to the great laws. The 10 great laws? Ming Shirin was looking forward to comprehending the great law as well. Duan Wushang was the same. Si Wuya smiled and continued to say, "The 2 youngest junior sisters should be almost done as well. I heard Emperor Shangzhong is personally guarding them." "There's only 2 of us left," Ming Shirin said with a smile. Lu Zhou said, "Old Fourth, you wait. Old Third, you go first." "Why?" Ming Shirin asked curiously. Before Lu Zhou could speak, Si Wuya chimed in, "Master is right. 4th senior brother, you have to wait." Ming Shirin was even more curious. He was naturally also confused. Si Wuya explained, "Ming Xian has been waiting for us to comprehend the great Tao. If all of us finish comprehending the great Tao, it'll be the time for him to attack us." Realization dawned on Ming Shirin. He said, "Heh, it seems like I've become a key figure." Lu Zhou nodded. The rest was just a matter of time. Right now, what he had to do was quickly upgrade his avatar until it was that of a supreme being. After the arrangements were made for Princess Mulberry, Duan Wushang left for Xuanyi Palace. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion were all staying in Xuanyi Palace. With Xuanyi guarding it, the situation at Xuanyi was still relatively stable. At night, Lu Zhou continued to absorb the power cores. With his speed, he had already absorbed 2 power cores, so there were another 2 left. He recalled what the 4 ancient lords said about the unholy one digging the abyss for the power cores. Did the 4 power cores really come from the abyss? Lu Zhou wondered out loud. There was no memory about this from the memories of the unholy one that he obtained. The only person who knew the truth was probably the unholy one from back then. Over the following days, Lu Zhou focused on meditating on the heavenly writing instead of absorbing the power core. At dawn, Lu Zhou left the Evil Sky Pavilion. With this, only Mingshi was left guarding the Evil Sky Pavilion while the others were all in the Great Void. Noon. The unknown land was as dark as usual when Lu Zhou appeared in the forest near the Great Abyss Land. He hovered above the forest and surveyed his surroundings. He had come to the Great Abyss Land several times now, and each time the feeling it gave him was different. Perhaps he had obtained the Unholy One's memories. His state of mind did not fluctuate at all. There was still quite a large number of fierce beasts in the sky of the Great Abyss Land. When they saw the seemingly weak human, they quickly approached as though they had seen the most delicious food in the world. After the balance agreement was torn apart, the fierce beasts had been killing humans without any scruples. The collapse of the pillars did not only bring with it the danger of the Great Void collapsing, but it also brought with it the danger of the fierce beasts. The fierce beasts in the sky were like a plague of locusts. More and more of them began to gather. Among them, there were about 5 or 6 beast emperors which were clearly different from the other flying beasts, and they were all in different directions. Lu Zhou did not move. He continued to silently observe the fierce beasts' movements, wanting to see what they would do. This was the territory of the Great Abyss Land. According to the rules of the Great Abyss Land, fierce beasts were not allowed to get close to it. Why did Emperor Yu not stop them? While Lu Zhou was mulling over the matter, a voice said clumsily in human language, "Human, how do you want to die?" Lu Zhou frowned slightly as he looked at the fierce beasts. "You want to kill me? Humans are too abominable. Destroyed the pillars, said they were going to maintain the balance, but they lied. They broke the promise first." More and more fierce beasts appeared in the sky. There was the Luan, the Heiqi, and the Tulu. There were so many of them that it was hard to identify all of them. In the past, everyone spoke of the danger of entering the core of the unknown land and the many high-level fierce beasts that populated the place. At that time, when the expert from the Green Lotus came, he could only hide in the mud. Fortunately, Lu Zhou was not like before. The collapse of the pillars is due to nature taking its course. It has nothing to do with humans, Lu Zhou said. Humans destroyed the pillars. 4 of them have collapsed. The supreme beings didn't come to mend them. It's humans' fault. It was not easy to resolve conflict between 2 species by ways of communication. Lu Zhou sighed and said, "Before I get angry, scram." The word scram was said very lightly and did not contain any energy. The beast emperor in the sky flapped its wings and looked at the puny human in front of it that was not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Then it said, "Kill." If it was so easy to use reason to resolve conflicts, why would there be armies and weapons? Sometimes force was needed to correct the other party's attitude and ways of doing things. It was unfortunate that the fierce beasts could not sense the power in Lu Zhou's body. Just as the fierce beasts pounced over, buzz, a light disk appeared and grew rapidly. Bang, 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 bang. All the fierce beasts that were hit by the light disk were instantly reduced to ashes by the light disk. The golden light disk was quickly drenched in blood of the fierce beasts. Supreme Being. Damn it! Many fierce beasts did not hesitate and fled decisively. They disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Lu Zhou did not chase after the fierce beasts. Instead, he flew toward the Great Abyss Land. From the forest to the Pillar of Destruction, he arrived in just a blink of an eye. When he arrived near the Pillar of Destruction, he saw a large number of 3-head tribesmen on the ground, so he came to a stop. There were a few strong tribesmen who were patrolling the ground. The defenses at the Great Abyss Land had clearly gotten a lot stronger. Lu Zhou ignored the 3-headed tribesmen and continued to fly. When they noticed him, it was already too late. He was flying at lightning speed toward the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction. The unique energy fluctuation instantly attracted the attention of about 5 feather tribesmen, and they rushed over to block Lu Zhou's path. "Who's so bold to barge into the great abyss land?" Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. "Tell your Emperor Yu that I want to see him." The 5 feather tribesmen felt that Lu Zhou was not simple, but since they had never seen him before, they said, "Emperor Yu isn't here. Can you leave your name and wait for his return?" "Ask him to come out now," Lu Zhou said calmly. "Emperor Yu is in seclusion. I'm afraid it's not convenient for him to see you." "It's fine as long as it's not inconvenient for me. As for whether it's an inconvenience to him or not, it doesn't matter," Lu Zhou said solemnly. "My patience is very limited." Lu Zhou raised his hand and launched the Great Seal of Fearlessness toward the 5 feather tribesmen. The palm seal was big enough to cover 5 of them. They were so frightened that they turned pale. They quickly activated their protective energies and wrapped their wings around their bodies to protect themselves. Boom! The 5 of them were pushed back. Their arms were numb, and they groaned in pain, almost spitting out blood. With this, they no longer doubt Lu Zhou. They knew he had an extremely high cultivation. They said immediately, "I'll go and report to His Majesty immediately." As soon as these words were uttered, a voice rang from the great abyss land. "Please come in." Upon hearing this, the 5 feather tribesmen respectfully made way for Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou walked in with his hands on his back, sweeping past the 5 people. When he stepped into the great abyss land, he raised his head to look at the sun in the sky. He muttered to himself, "The only place that has sunlight, huh?" The feather tribesman next to Lu Zhou said with a sigh, "The great abyss land is no longer the same as it was in the past. Now we're always under attack from fierce beasts, and the pillar is about to collapse. Life is getting harder and harder." Lu Zhou glanced at the feather tribesman from the corners of his eyes and said, "Young man, don't be ignorant of your good fortune." The feather tribesman naturally did not dare to say anything else. In ancient times, especially in primitive human society when the cultivation world was still in its infancy, how could anyone have such a good life? Lu Zhou flew in and soon arrived outside the hall. Emperor Yu was already waiting at the entrance of the hall. When he saw Lu Zhou, he smiled and cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou. "It's really Pavilion Master Lu." Lu Zhou only glanced at Emperor Yu before he strode into the hall. He directly ignored the elders and key figures. After he entered the hall, he sat on Emperor Yu's throne. When the elders were about to protest, Emperor Yu shot them a warning look, not allowing them to speak. With that, they could only swallow their words, not daring to speak. Emperor Yu smiled and asked, "May I know why you're here?" "He's already taken the heaven-suppressing heaven pestle previously. There's nothing left of the unholy one here. Why is he here?" Lu Zhou stared at Emperor Yu and said without beating around the bush, "You sent your spies to the upper cores to stir up trouble, hindering my disciples from comprehending the great Tao. How should we settle this score?" Emperor Yu shook his head and said, "Pavilion Master Lu, don't let those people sow discord between us. Although I don't wish for the pillars to collapse, I wouldn't send someone to do such a thing." Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "There's no point denying it." Emperor Yu said loudly, "I would never do something so despicable. Someone must be causing trouble behind the scenes in the Great Void and framing the Great Abyss Land." The elder standing next to Emperor Yu said, "If we were to do it, we wouldn't leave such obvious traces." Lu Zhou said curtly, "Evidence. This. If you can't produce the evidence to back up your claims, then you're the culprit," Lu Zhou said. He was so calm that it made people feel a chill in their hearts. Emperor Yu frowned. How can he be so unreasonable? The elders were filled with righteous indignation as well. They really could not hold back anymore. One of the elders said loudly, "You're slandering us. You've gone too far. Are your words evidence?" Lu Zhou nodded. "That's right. My words are evidence." "Unreasonable." Lu Zhou rose to his feet. He flashed and appeared in front of the elder. The distance between them was only a foot. His eyes glowed blue as he looked at the elder. An inexplicable soul-stirring power caused the elder to retreat rapidly. In the process, he actually stumbled and fell to the ground. It was really too terrifying. Emperor Yu frowned before he cupped his fists together and said, "Our feather tribe has guarded the great abyss land's pillar of destruction all our lives. We've never had any grudges against the unholy one. I'm willing to swear on my life that the mastermind behind this matter isn't our feather tribe." Upon hearing Emperor Yu's words, the elders quickly retreated to the sides. The other party was indeed the unholy one. No wonder he could come and take things as he pleased. No wonder rumors were flying all over the place in the great void. No wonder the end of the world was imminent. The unholy one that everyone revered and feared had truly returned. Not only that, but he was now at the great abyss land. The elders' hearts pounded rapidly in their chests. They felt as though the air in the hall had solidified, making it hard for them to breathe. Lu Zhou's eyes returned to normal as he looked at Emperor Yu and said, "Your life isn't worth anything, Emperor Yu." Suddenly, Lu Zhou said, "Jie Jinan." Emperor Yu said, "I'll summon him here to see you." "Yes." The guards at the entrance left and quickly brought Jie Jinan back in less than 10 minutes. When Jie Jinan walked into the hall and saw the imposing Lu Zhou, he exclaimed, "It's really you?" Lu Zhou walked over and stood in front of Jie Jinan. He studied Jie Jinan carefully. Although he did not have much information about Jie Jinan from the memories he obtained, based on Ouyang Xiun's words, Jie Jinan, like the unholy one, was also one of the earliest humans and one of the unholy one's friends. Although Lu Zhou did not know much about Jie Jinan, what he knew was enough. Jie Jinan had helped him many times. Moreover, in order to find the unholy one, Jie Jinan dove into the abyss fearlessly alone, causing him to lose his cultivation due to the backlash from the power of the abyss. What kind of friend would risk his or her life like that? Lu Zhou said, "Jie Jinan, you've stayed in the great abyss land for long enough. You can leave now." Emperor Yu said tentatively, "Jie Jinan is a talent and a core figure in the great abyss land. He knows the working of the great abyss land very well. Can't he stay?" Not only did Jie Jinan know the great abyss land, but he also knew how deep the abyss was and how strong its power was. In the entire great abyss land and its territory, Jie Jinan was the only one who had been into the abyss and returned alive. "Are you worthy?" Lu Zhou asked. "Emperor Yu." Lu Zhou pointed at Jie Jinan and asked, "Do you know about Jie Jinan?" Emperor Yu shook his head in confusion before he said, "Jie Jinan was originally from the Great Void, and his cultivation is unpredictable. He didn't like the life in the Great Void, so he offered his service and stayed in the Great Abyss land. Although he's just a Dao saint, he has made many contributions to the Feather Tribe. I've always thought highly of him." Lu Zhou asked with a hint of disapproval, "Then do you know me?" Emperor Yu said again, "There's not a single cultivator in the world who can compare to you. As the master of Grand Mystic Mountain in ancient times, standing at the peak of the cultivation world, you're the model and goal of humanity." These words were rather flattering. Emperor Yu was from the later generation. His understanding of the unholy one was mostly negative, unlike the older generations that experienced the land split and knew the past. Lu Zhou said, "Like me, he witnessed the rise and fall of humanity throughout the passage of time." Emperor Yu was stunned by this revelation. In his opinion, Jie Jinan was just a talented, capable, and reliable human cultivator who contributed to the Feather Tribe and the Great Abyss land. He really did not expect Jie Jinan to be someone from the same generation as the Unholy One. The elders were shocked as well. They looked at the ordinary old man again. Although he looked old, it was hard to imagine that he had lived for such a long time. Now that his origin was exposed, Jie Jinan only sighed. Then, he looked at Lu Zhou and said with a smile, "You still remember?" Emperor Yu, who was still surprised, did not say anything. It must be known that he had ordered Jie Jinan like a dog many times in the past. Moreover, Jie Jinan also did not complain or disobey him. He could not help but feel worried now when he thought about his past treatment of Jie Jinan. Jie Jinan's eyes shone with nostalgia as he said with a hint of melancholy, "Back then, the three of us went through countless years together and witnessed the creation of the cultivation world and civilization. From glory to decline, we've seen everything. So what if you're a saint, Tao saint, or supreme being? It doesn't matter in the long river of time. Aren't you afraid of death? Lu Zhou asked skeptically. Jie Jinan sighed. I've lived long enough. Sometimes I want to continue living. Sometimes I want to die. Otherwise, why would I go into the abyss? Could the Feather Tribe force me to go into the abyss if I was unwilling? Although Emperor Yu did not know how powerful Jie Jinan was, based on Jie Jinan's valiant words, he could sense Jie Jinan's former glory and power. Jie Jinan's aura was also that of someone who stood at the peak and dominated the world. The Jie Jinan now was completely different from the Jie Jinan whom he was familiar with. Do you want to stay in the Great Abyss Land? Lu Zhou asked. Anywhere is fine with me, Jie Jinan said with a smile. Now that you're back, I feel like I've lost my goal. I feel empty. Then, I'll find you a goal. Why don't you join the Evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou asked. Jie Jinan said, feigning reluctance. It's not so easy to recruit me. I'm very valuable. Emperor Yu has treated me well. I enjoy myself here, and no one dares to bully me. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Yu nodded and said, Brother Jie is right. Emperor Yu even switched the way he addressed Jie Jinan to Brother Jie. Lu Zhou smiled and said, If you join the Evil Sky Pavilion, I can give you whatever you want. Really? Jie Jinan asked. I'm a man of my word. Then, I want to be the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. How about it? Jie Jinan said with a grin on his face. Emperor Yu? Question mark. Jie Jinan should be the first person since ancient times who dared to speak to the Unholy One in such a manner, right? To Emperor Yu's surprise, Lu Zhou did not get angry at all. Instead, he said, If you're willing, I don't see what's wrong with letting you become the pavilion master. Forget it. Forget it. I was just joking. Being the pavilion master is tiring. I like being free like an ordinary person. It's fine as long as there's wine and meat, Jie Jinan said. We have enough, Lu Zhou said. Deal, Jie Jinan said very straightforwardly. Immediately after that, he asked, Don't you want me to do anything in exchange? Lu Zhou said, The Evil Sky Pavilion will support you in your old age and send you off when you die. Bah, bah, bah. Although I've lived for a long time, I don't want to die yet, Jie Jinan said. The Feather Tribesman did not dare to interrupt the duo's conversation. After a while, Emperor Yu finally said, If Brother Jie wants to leave, I naturally won't keep you. If you want to return in the future, the door of the Feather Tribe will always be open to you. Emperor Yu was feeling very regretful at this moment. He had such a person by his side, but he failed to seize the chance and speak to such a person properly. It was too late to say anything now. Lu Zhou nodded. Emperor Yu, I'll put your matter aside for now. I'll give you time to find the mastermind. Thank you. There's another reason I came to the Great Abyss Land, Lu Zhou said. Please speak. Where's the rain dragon, Yinglong? Lu Zhou asked. Upon hearing this question, the expressions of the Feather Tribesmen changed drastically. Emperor Yu asked, What Yinglong? I don't know. Lu Zhou ignored Emperor Yu's pretense and asked, What method did you use to make the mighty Yinglong protect the Great Abyss Land for you? Emperor Yu was speechless. Jie Jinan said, Emperor Yu, you better confess. Lies won't work in front of Brother Lu. After a moment, Emperor Yu said, I promise to let it absorb the power of the abyss. Absorb the power of the abyss? Emperor Yu said truthfully. It was heavily injured back then, coupled with the shackles of heaven and earth. Its cultivation was greatly weakened. It could only recover by absorbing the power of the abyss. In exchange, it promised to help me protect the Great Abyss Land and the Pillar. Moreover, it's not beneficial to it as well if the sky falls. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. It's just as I thought. After saying that, Lu Zhou walked out of the hall without another word. Stunned, Emperor Yu asked, Pavilion Master Lu, where are you going? To see Yinglong. The elders wanted to stop Lu Zhou, but his aura made them take a step back when he walked past them. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Jiajinin and Emperor Yu hurried after Lu Zhou immediately. Lu Zhou flew toward the horizon and the duo followed closely behind. At the same time, feather tribesmen appeared in the sky one after another. Before they could stop to question Lu Zhou, Emperor Yu waved his hand and said, "All of you leave." Understood. Stopping the unholy one was no different from seeking death. The trio flew up along the great abyss land's pillar of destruction. When they were right below the dark fog, they looked up and saw the immense creature swimming back and forth in the fog. Lu Zhou called out, "Ing Long!" Rumble. A thunderous rang from the fog. The slightest movement from Ing Long in the fog could cause a huge commotion. The fierce beast within a radius of 300 miles fled immediately with just slight movement from it. Lu Zhou recited the mantra of the heavenly writing power, and his eyes glowed blue. Then he said, "Ing Long, I've come to see you." Lu Zhou's blue eyes swept back and forth, sweeping past the body of the enormous creature in the fog. He saw Ing Long's body that was modeled like a dark stone wall. Its body was so long that it was impossible to guess its length. Its head could not be seen at all. Boom! Another thunderous sound rang out. It was rumored that dragons had the ability to summon wind and rain. Soon enough, a fierce wind began to rage in the fog. Then a rainstorm fell on the great abyss land. The torrential rain evaporated when it touched the protective energies of Lu Zhou, Jiajinin, and Emperor Yu. Lu Zhou flew up again, entering the fog. Emperor Yu frowned. He did not know what the unholy one was going to do, so he could only follow. Lu Zhou said, "If you don't come out now, I'll pull out your tendons." As soon as Lu Zhou's voice fell, the divine mark robe fluttered in the wind before the ancient dragon soul roared. Its roar resounded throughout the great abyss land. Countless three-headed tribesmen raised their heads to look at the sky. Their eyes were filled with reverence as they prostrated themselves on the ground, kowtowing continuously. Ing Long moved. Its body spun upward, stirring up the wind and clouds. Then, its immense body began to shrink before it turned into a vague figure in the fog. Its hoarse voice trembled in anger and unwillingness as it said, "It's you again! What a familiar scene!" Lu Zhou smiled faintly as he looked at the figure in the fog. He raised his arms slightly and asked, "What do you think of my robe?" This was tantamount to slapping Ing Long's face. Lu Zhou was exposing and poking Ing Long's sore spot. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky as though they were conveying Ing Long's mood. A growl rang in the air like that of a mad dog that was about to pounce over to bite. After a moment, a voice laden with fury said, "Emperor Yu, you betrayed me?" Emperor Yu, who was below, said with an innocent expression, "I didn't betray you. Your whereabouts are too obvious." Ing Long, the rain dragon, had been hovering above the great abyss land for so many years. Those who were well versed with the history of fierce beasts would be able to guess its location. In the past, in order to hide the truth, Emperor Yu had deliberately spread rumors about Ing Long being trapped in the Thousand Serenities Tower to mislead everyone. After all, it stayed in the fog and could not be seen clearly. Those who did not know better, which were many, believed the rumor. "Unholy One, there's only enmity between us, no grace," Ing Long said in a deep voice. Lu Zhou nodded. "Indeed, I have only enmity with you. Hence, I came to seek revenge." "You demon, you've already gotten your revenge, right? Not only did you heavily injure me, causing my cultivation to weaken greatly, but you also pulled a few of my tendons out and weaved them into a robe. If anything, I should be the one seeking revenge," Ing Long said indignantly, barely able to contain his anger. His voice was like thunder when he spoke. Lu Zhou dropped his hands, causing the robe to swish loudly. The aura of the tendons in his robe was exactly the same as the one in the fog. He said, "Well, I'm standing in front of you now. You can seek revenge from me now, so I can seek revenge from you again." These words were quite logical. Ing Long was extremely agitated by these words, but he did not know how to vent his anger. He huffed, causing the fog and clouds to churn. At the same time, Thunder clapped and lightning flashed in the sky as the wind raged and the rain fell on the Great Abyss land. The originally beautiful and bright Great Abyss land turned dark in just a blink of an eye. The feather tribesmen below rushed to the city wall and looked up at the sky. The Great Abyss land's pillar of destruction creaked loudly, looking as though it was about to collapse. Upon seeing this, the feather tribesmen grew extremely worried. Finally, Yingling roared, "Scram!" When the feather tribesmen heard the angry roar, they were curious as to who was so brave as to provoke Yingling. Lu Zhou asked calmly, "Are you angry because you're embarrassed?" "I'm not angry. I just feel that dealing with shameless humans is very annoying," Yingling retorted. "I'm trying to reason with you. Don't you want to seek revenge?" Lu Zhou asked. Yingling fell silent. He did not make a move. In fact, during the commander's competition, Yingling had already sensed the unholy one. In all honesty, he would rather not take revenge in case he lost his tendons again. He thought to himself, "This old thing must have bad intentions again." Finally, Yingling said, "Hurry up and leave. I'm tired." Boom! The illusory figure disappeared before an immense figure surged back into the fog, vanishing from sight. "Yingling!" Lu Zhou called out thrice, but there was no response from Yingling at all. With that, he had no choice but to use his trump card. He said, "I have a way to help you recover your cultivation." Perhaps, Yingling had been deeply traumatized by the past. It did not take the bait at all. Lu Zhou continued to say, "If you're not interested, then forget it. Don't come and beg me when the Great Abyss land's pillar of destruction collapses. I wonder what I should do with this heaven-suppressing pestle." With a wave of his hand, Lu Zhou brought the heaven-suppressing pestle out. The heaven-suppressing pestle spun in the air, making loud swooshing noises. As though sensing the heaven-suppressing pestle, the Great Abyss land's pillar of destruction began to creak loudly. Finally, Lu Zhou put away the heaven-suppressing pestle and made a move to leave after he said, "Farewell." Yingling could not endure it anymore. The wind surged and the clouds moved as it transformed into its human form again. Then he appeared below the fog and said, "Stop!" Lu Zhou turned around and looked at Yingling with a raised eyebrow. "The Great Abyss land's pillar of destruction is extremely tough. With me guarding it, how can it collapse? You're Yingling, the ancestor of all dragons. Your perception should be far better than that of humans. Even if I don't say it, you should know it very well in your heart. Otherwise, how could you come out with just a few words from me? Right?" Lu Zhou said. For pillars of destruction had already collapsed. The pressure on the Great Abyss land was even greater now. When all 9 pillars collapsed, one could imagine how much pressure the pillar in the Great Abyss land, which supported the vast Great Void in the center, would be under. At that time, the Great Void would be very unstable and could collapse with just a blow of the wind. The land had split more than once, with the most serious case being the one from 100,000 years ago. At that time, there were no pillars of destruction. After the pillars of destruction appeared, every time the land split, the pillars would shake. It was the power of the earth and the heaven-suppressing pestles that continued to mend and maintain the pillars of destruction. "Are you helping me out of kindness?" Yingling asked suspiciously. "Of course not," Lu Zhou said. "I have one condition. As long as you lend me your divine soul pearl, I'll bring you to a good place. There's enough energy there to help you recover." "My divine soul pearl?" Yingling's voice trembled as his eyes widened. Despite not being in his true form, when Yingling fully opened his eyes, a light that was far brighter than the one from Meng Zhang's moon-like eyes illuminated the Great Abyss land. It was as though it was being illuminated by 2 suns. The feather tribesmen quickly lowered their heads and closed their eyes to avoid being blinded. At the same time, Jie Jinan and Emperor Yu watched in amazement. Yingling flatly refused Lu Zhou. "That's impossible." Lu Zhou's blue eyes were not affected by the blindingly bright light at all. He said, "If we can't come to an agreement, then so be it. Let's not talk anymore." Lu Zhou repeated the same trick. After descending for a while, he stopped and said, When the sky collapses and smashes you to death, I'll come again. Wait, Inglong called out again. What? Are you really a man of your word? Inglong asked, filled with reluctance. Lu Zhou said in a clear voice, in this world, there aren't many people who keep their promises like I do. Inglong did not answer immediately as though it was struggling with its thoughts. Just like a person's temper, the wind gradually calmed down, and the clouds stopped moving. Then Inglong flew over. Its human form was that of an ordinary old man in his 80s. He was dressed in red armor, and he looked majestic. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lu Zhou. He looked at Lu Zhou carefully, shaking and nodding his head. Then he smiled and said with a hint of surprise, Unholy One, some of the lands have returned to the sea, and countless creatures have returned to the earth, but you've only gotten younger. This is nothing to me, Lu Zhou said. Inglong sighed and recalled the past. Then he asked, Do you think I still hate you? Lu Zhou remained silent. Inglong continued to say, I don't hate humans anymore. 100,000 years ago, the great void rose to the sky, and the unknown land stayed on land. The dragon clan disappeared from then on, and more than half of the humans died. At that time, I understood one thing. Be it humans or dragons, even the weakest creature has the right to live. Even the strongest creature will die one day. Lu Zhou was a little stunned by Inglong's ability to see through life and death. Humans shaved their heads to become monks after deciding to leave the secular world. They spent their lives meditating in front of Buddha to be able to say such words. To think that as a fierce beast, Inglong had such an understanding. What's the point of revenge? It's just like the essence of Buddhist teachings. Inglong said, Are you practicing Buddhism? Lu Zhou asked. Inglong nodded slightly. Lu Zhou, you're really awesome. Inglong joined his palms together and said with the air of an immortal, Put down the butcher's knife and practice Buddhism. Isn't this what humans like to say? Yes, Lu Zhou said perfunctorily. Inglong said, In the end, all of us return to the earth. Why bother fighting? Buddha said that stubbornness is the source of pain. If I persist in being stubborn, I'll only make more mistakes and bring myself more pain. There's a Buddhist saying. Lu Zhou raised his hand and interjected, Stop. Inglong stopped talking. Lu Zhou said, I didn't come to hear you preach about Buddhism. I'm a very blunt person. Are you going to lend me your divine soul pearl or not? Inglong thought about it for a moment before he sighed heavily. Buddhists believe in karma. Perhaps I owed you in a previous life. I'll agree to your request. However, you must first bring me to that place you speak of. This is not a problem, Lu Zhou said. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yu immediately flew up and said, No, Senior Inglong, you promised me to guard the Great Abyss Land. How can you leave now? Inglong looked at Emperor Yu and said, Indeed, I made a promise to you, but the pillar will collapse eventually. It's not that I don't want to continue guarding it, but it's meaningless. Impossible. The Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction won't collapse. It's the strongest pillar. If you leave, what will happen to it in the future? Emperor Yu asked in a slightly trembling voice. Inglong sighed. Emperor Yu, let's end things here. I've been guarding this place for about 80,000 years. It's about time. Emperor Yu said anxiously. It's not enough. The pillar cannot and won't collapse. It's enough, Inglong said in a raised voice. Then, he softened his tone again before he continued to say, Fate comes and goes. There's a beginning and ending to everything. Then, Inglong waved his hand. With that, the fog above the Great Abyss Land began to disperse, revealing the sky. The sunlight from Cloud Domain shone down weakly on the Great Abyss Land. Then, Lu Zhou nodded slightly and flew out of the Great Abyss Land. Inglong and Jie Jinan followed suit. Emperor Yu wanted to call out to stop them, but the elders flew over and pulled him back. Your Majesty, you mustn't. You mustn't. The feather tribesmen could only shake their heads helplessly. Emperor Yu let out a long sigh and looked at the sky. He muttered, Is the sky really going to fall and exterminate our feather tribe? The elders sighed as well. The unholy one has gone too far. To think Yinglong, with its status, was deceived by him. Now we can only wait for the sacred temple to act. Great Emperor Ming Xian still has his troops. I believe he must have a plan. It's impossible for him to do nothing now that the unholy one has returned. After listening to these words, Emperor Yu gradually calmed down. Only with these words could he comfort himself a little. Lu Zhou, Jie Jinan, and Yinglong arrived at the abyss near Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction. Back then, Lu Zhou's battle with Tu Wei had opened the abyss. To make an opening, one would need the force of collisions between two divine emperors. Which divine emperor would have nothing better to do than to fight here? Yinglong had the help of the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction and the Feather Tribe to absorb the power from the abyss previously. Previously, when the Unholy One fell into the abyss, the opening had been filled up by the Feather Tribe. If they wanted to open it up again, they would have to destroy their home. How could the Feather Tribe do something like that? Upon seeing this, Yinglong's expression fell. He said, "It's still in the unknown land. Won't I still die when the sky collapses?" Lu Zhou did not think much of it. He thought Yinglong was being short-sighted. He said, "That's not true. Although it's also the unknown land, the abyss is below the earth, and the entrance is narrow. The great void falling won't affect the abyss. Wouldn't that mean I'd be trapped inside, unable to come out?" Yinglong asked. "I promise you that if the sky collapses, I'll dig a hole so you can come out," Lu Zhou said. "Those are your words. I don't trust you," Yinglong said. Lu Zhou repeated his trick again. He said, "This is my hourglass of time. You should understand its importance. Hold on to it for now." Then Lu Zhou tossed the hourglass of time over. In fact, the hourglass of time was very useful during the battle, so Lu Zhou was slightly reluctant to hand it over to Yinglong. However, he had to pay a price to obtain Yinglong's divine soul pearl. If he could afford to pay the price, then he would not obtain what he wanted. It was as simple as that. Yinglong stared at the hourglass of time for a moment before he said, "I don't want this. I want the Great Abyss Land's heaven-suppressing pestle." The heaven-suppressing pestle? Lu Zhou took back the hourglass of time and brought out the heaven-suppressing pestle. At this time, the heaven-suppressing pestle was not much use to Lu Zhou. If it were very useful, Emperor Yu would not have handed it over to him so easily. Moreover, he had no intention of repairing the pillars of destruction. He did not understand why Yinglong wanted the heaven-suppressing pestle, so he asked, "Why do you want this?" Yinglong laughed before he said, "You're the unholy one who reigns supreme in the world. To think that there are things you don't know. This heaven-suppressing pestle." Yinglong stopped speaking abruptly. Then he said, "Go investigate it yourself. One of its uses is that it can help one to absorb the power of the abyss." Jie Jinan said with a smile, "Brother Lu might not know, but I do. Basically, this heaven-suppressing pestle is a major sacred relic that constructs the laws of the world. Without it, we'll be finished. It's indeed a good thing to ask for. You can also use it to absorb the power of the abyss." Yinglong. Lu Zhou handed the heaven-suppressing pestle to Yinglong and reached out with his other hand as he said, "Divine Soul Pearl." Yinglong said, "I can give it to you, but when are you going to return it to me? Without it, my cultivation will be greatly weakened. At that time, it'll be difficult for me to survive in the abyss." "At least a month, at most a year," Lu Zhou said straightforwardly. Yinglong thought about it for a moment before he said, "If you don't come back," Lu Zhou interjected, "the heaven-suppressing pestle is with you. How can I not come back? Without the heaven-suppressing pestles, everyone will die, right? If I don't come back, you can throw it into the abyss as revenge." Yinglong originally had this thought, but when he heard Lu Zhou say it so easily, he hesitated. He thought to himself suspiciously, "This old demon doesn't seem to care about his life at all. After all, since he returned, it's clear that he's mastered a resurrection technique." Yinglong said again, "I'm still worried." "Then what do you think we should do?" Lu Zhou asked. Yinglong pointed at Jie Jinan and said, "Let him stay in the abyss with me." Jie Jinan, Lu Zhou said without hesitation. No. Change to another condition. Jie Jinan was so touched that he almost cried. Brother Lu is so good to me. These past 100,000 years haven't been easy on me after all. Yinglong frowned. Then he said, I know you have a rare weapon in your hand. Leave it here. Rare weapon. Lu Zhou waved his hand, bringing out a round black stone. He had obtained it from the system. He did not expect Yinglong to know about it. This meant that it came from the time when the Unholy One was still around. Unnamed had many forms, and it was difficult to identify its true form, so not many people knew about it. Moreover, the Unholy One did not like using swords. Until today, the Evil Sky Pavilion only had 2 void-grade items. One was unnamed, and the other was the heavenly void that Lingguang the fire deity left behind. When Yinglong saw unnamed, his eyes lit up. He said, This is it. Leave this and the heaven-suppressing pestle behind, and I'll give you my divine soul pearl. Jie Jinan protested immediately. You're pushing your luck. Without this, Brother Lu's strength would decrease significantly. What if we encounter a strong enemy? Yinglong retorted. Does the Unholy One need to rely on a weapon to fight? Of course. It's just like how Ming Xian has the scales of justice. Just thinking about the scales gives me a headache, Jie Jinan said. That has nothing to do with me. Moreover, it's pointless for you to pull Ming Xian into this. How unreasonable! Just as Jie Jinan was about to continue, Lu Zhou said, handing unnamed to Yinglong, All right, I'll leave it here with you. After putting unnamed and the heaven-suppressing pestle away, Yinglong felt much more confident and happier. He flashed to the top of the abyss. The wind began to rage before he finally spat out his divine soul pearl. A streak of white light flew toward Lu Zhou immediately. After catching it, he sized it up. Yinglong said, I'll wait for your return. After saying that, Yinglong dove into the abyss. Jie Jinan, who finally regained his senses, said, Hey, it's very dangerous down there. You have to be careful. Otherwise, you won't get what you want. I don't need your help. Yinglong swooped down toward the rebounding force at the upper part of the abyss. After struggling with it briefly, it successfully entered the abyss. Jie Jinan said, filled with praise, without a powerful cultivation, one's power would be absorbed. Otherwise, human cultivators would have long entered the abyss. How could they leave it for a fierce beast? Let's return to the Evil Sky Pavilion first. All right. Just as the duo turned around, Lu Zhou suddenly said, Wait a moment. What's the matter? My mounts. Lu Zhou recited the mantra for the heavenly writing's power of speech, which had recently been upgraded to the great law of speech, and summoned his mounts back to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Jie Jinan said, Back then, you raised quite a few mounts at Grand Mystic Mountain. It seems like your hobby didn't change. These mounts are all extraordinary, and they will become spiritual beasts in the future. I believe in your eyesight, Jie Jinan said with a nod. Let's go. The duo made their way toward the runic passage near Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction. During their journey, they discovered the unknown land was much quieter than before. Jie Jinan said, The 9 domains will be in danger as well. We have to come up with a plan as soon as possible. Lu Zhou recalled Si Wuya's plan and thought that it was about time to implement it. When the duo arrived at the runic passage, Lu Zhou sensed movements from one of his talismans. After lighting it up, a projection of Zhang Aijin appeared. He said immediately with a hint of anxiety, Senior Ji, hurry up and return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. What's the matter? It's not good. I think we have foreign visitors. Foreign visitors? You'll know when you return. Lu Zhou and Jie Jinan did not waste time and stepped into the runic passage immediately. With a flash of light, they disappeared into thin air. 15 minutes later, Lu Zhou and Jie Jinan arrived at the back mountain of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Zhang Aijin was already waiting by the runic passage. When he saw Lu Zhou and Jie Jinan, he did not greet them and quickly said, Senior Ji, look to the east. Lu Zhou and Jie Jinan looked to the east at the same time. Something dark covered the sky in the east and was slowly approaching. It looked like a mass of dark clouds that heralded a violent storm. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. A heavenly phenomenon? Jie Jinan shook his head. It doesn't look like it. I've received news from Great Yan's imperial family. They've dispatched a large number of cultivators to investigate. Could it be an invasion before the sky collapses? Jie Jinan asked. It should have come from the endless ocean, not the great void or the unknown land. At this moment, a low cry rang from the eastern horizon. The sound was very clear and loud. Cultivators from all over Great Yan flew to the east immediately. In front of the dark mass, the human cultivators were like ants. Not counting the evil sky pavilion, the biggest sect in Great Yan was the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects. When the cultivators from the three sects arrived, they were shocked. What the hell is this? It's not dark clouds. It's a fierce beast. Fierce beast. Everyone looked up at the dark mass that gradually covered the sky of Great Yan. Darkness slowly crept up on Great Yan as it continued to move. Another low cry rang in the air, causing the cultivators of Great Yan to tremble in fear. Retreat! All of the cultivators of Great Yan retreated. No one dared to act rashly at this moment. Ever since communication channels were opened between the 9 domains, the cultivators of Great Yan's knowledge had grown. Their understanding of fierce beasts was also much better than before. However, they really did not know what the dark mass in front of them was. They only felt that there was something hiding behind the dark rolling mass, constantly making low and deep noises. Humans always feared the unknown, after all. More and more cultivators began to gather. They formed a defensive wall in the distance. The cultivators from the Luo, Tian, and Yun sects stood at the front. While they were still filled with anxieties, 3 streaks of light shot up. They looked up in surprise. It came from the Saint Sky Pavilion. All the cultivators wore expressions of reverence on their faces. Perhaps they had long been used to the miraculous scenes from the evil Sky Pavilion, so no one said anything. Buzz! At this moment, a golden lotus bloomed in front of the streak of light in the lead. It was like the sun that illuminated the entire world. The golden lotus was clearly different from the lotuses of thousand-realm whirling avatars. 12 leaves surrounded it, and each leaf was 1,000 feet long. There was a column under the lotus that was equally as dazzling, and triangular patterns could be seen on it. A dazzling light shone from the seams of the triangles as well. The Supreme Being's lotus was more than enough to shock everyone. Is that a Supreme Being's lotus? Yes, it's just like the ones in the books. This is my first time seeing it in real life. The Supreme Lotus. I don't even dare to dream about such a thing in my life. The dark mass drew closer and closer, bringing darkness with it. The cultivators of Great Yan held their breaths, placing their hopes on the Supreme Being above them. After a while, the dark mass came to a stop in front of the golden lotus. Lu Zhou, Jie Jinan, and Zhang Aijin stood on the lotus seat and looked at the humongous dark mass in front of them. After a long silence, Lu Zhou asked, "Who are you?" Lu Zhou's voice reverberated thunderously in the sky, shocking the cultivators below. There was no movement in the dark clouds, looking deceptively harmless like real clouds. Nonetheless, the aura from within could not fool Lu Zhou and Jie Jinan's senses. After a while, a low voice rang out haltingly, "Et, eternal life." The words sound vague and incoherent, as though the other party was speaking with its mouth full of water. Zhang Aijin exclaimed, "You really came with ill intentions." Lu Zhou conjured up a gust of strong wind and blew the dark fog away. Soon enough, the head of the thing in the dark fog was revealed. Kuan was like a fish. It hid in the blue sea. Peng was like a bird. It drank, ate, and flew between heaven and earth. The creature's head was like a goshawk, and its eyes were like those of a falcon. Its teeth were like hooks and as big as mountains. Just its fur could cover a vast land. This was only what they could see. Jie Jinan exclaimed in surprise, "Peng? But isn't this Kuan from the eastern endless ocean? Isn't it a fish?" Kuan can transform into Kuan Pang, a bird that reigns over the sky and the earth. Jie Jinan said. Lu Zhou looked at Kuan Pang and said, Isn't it too late for you to ask me for the way to eternal life now? Kuan Pang said again, Eternal life. It repeated these words over and over again. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, I haven't found the way to eternal life. Moreover, I've already obtained the divine soul pearl I want. Even if I know the way, I wouldn't reveal it to you. The dark fog began to surge. It seemed like Kuan Pang was moving again, covering the sky of Great Yen. Lu Zhou used the power of speech and said in a deep voice, Impudent. As Lu Zhou stepped forward, Jie Jinan and Zhang Aijian tactfully took a step back. The golden lotus grew in size, covering the sky, as karmic fire began to burn around it. In just a moment, half the sky was burning with golden flames while the other half was dark. The golden flames slowly forced the darkness back. Another low cry rang from within the dark fog. It seemed like Kuan Pang was unwilling to fight. After retreating for a while, Kuan Pang said haltingly, Too weak. Then, the dark fog rose higher up into the sky. Kuan Pang's movement stirred up a fierce wind, wreaking havoc in Great Yen. The cultivators quickly erected their protective energies to protect themselves against the fierce wind. When the dark fog dispersed, everyone saw the largest pair of wings in history. Its wings looked as though they spanned thousands of miles, but they were probably much longer. Kuan Pang flapped its wings and rapidly flew toward the west. Only when the sky returned to normal did Lu Zhou put away his golden lotus. He looked at the western sky thoughtfully. At the same time, the cultivators of Great Yen sighed in relief. Jie Jinan moved to Lu Zhou's side and said, Kuan Pang is going to the Great Void. Why is it going to the Great Void? Kuan Pang doesn't like the Great Void. It might be going there to cause trouble. The Great Void is going to collapse. If it causes trouble now, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Great Void was in chaos over its impending collapse. The only safe place for the cultivators there was the 9 domains. Lu Zhou nodded before he turned to Zhang Aijian and said, Inform Old Seventh about this. Tell him to implement the plan. Understood, Zhang Aijian said. Lu Zhou returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Jie Jinan became neighbors with Princess Mulberry. Although Princess Mulberry preferred to be alone, it was not a big deal to have 1 or 2 neighbors. She would only be curious and chat with the other party before she gradually became familiar. The first thing Lu Zhou did after returning to the Eastern Pavilion was to put Yinglong's divine soul pearl in his blue lotus seat. The entire process was quite smooth. Fortunately, the divine soul pearl was of high quality. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to activate the final 3 birth charts. As for whether it could be completed within a month, Lu Zhou was not very sure as well. 1 month. Lu Zhou muttered to himself as he pressed the pillar of impermanence into the ground and increased its speed to 10,000 times. With this speed, 10,000 months, which was equivalent to about 800 years, would pass in this 1 month. Each birth chart would cost about 50,000 years of life, so 3 birth charts would cost about 150,000 years of life. Lu Zhou checked the system interface. Remaining life, 1,262,699 years. Reversal card, 366,000. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou felt confident about activating his final 3 birth charts. Following that, Lu Zhou ordered that no one should disturb him in the coming month. If there were any matters to be dealt with, Yu Zhanghai, Si Wuya, the 4 elders, and the others could make the decision. Inside the abyss at Dunzang. After entering the abyss, Yinglong maintained its human form. Like Lu Zhou, he felt as though he was in a galaxy of stars. After sensing the endless power, he revealed a satisfied expression and said, It's indeed a good place. Then, Yinglong sat cross-legged in the air, imitating the appearance of the Unholy One. Then, he brought the heaven-suppressing pestle out before he began to absorb the power of the abyss. Lu Zhou cultivated the heavenly writing. He relied on the heavenly writing to transform and absorb the power of the earth. However, Yinglong could only rely on the heaven-suppressing pestle to absorb the power of the earth. Their speed and nature were both different. Following that, Inglong brought Unnamed out. He played with it in his hand as he said with a smile, "Unholy One, I can't believe you really left the world's sharpest weapon with me." However, after thinking about how the Divine Soul Pearl was equivalent to its life, he thought the exchange was fair and that he did not gain much out of the temporary exchange. With this, his excitement subsided by half. After a moment, Inglong grew curious. How is it activated? Inglong's weapon was the Golden Amber Battle Axe. Although it was not a void-grade weapon, it was considered a top weapon among infinite-grade weapons. With the Dragon Clan's abilities and the Golden Amber Battle Axe, his might was sometimes not inferior to that of a void-grade weapon. The most unique characteristic of void-grade items was their ever-changing form. However, only in its true form would one be able to unleash its full might. In other forms, its might was perhaps only that of an infinite-grade weapon. Inglong had never seen a void-grade weapon before, so he was naturally curious. He tried to mobilize his primal chi to activate Unnamed. Alas, there was no reaction from Unnamed at all. He tried again and again, but there was no response. How strange! For other weapons, even if they had already acknowledged their masters, others could still use them. It was just that they would not be able to unleash their full power. For this reason, Inglong found Unnamed extremely special. Weapons like that usually possessed spirituality. In order to make it acknowledge a new master, one had to strip it of its spirituality first. However, since Unnamed could not even be activated by primal chi, it seemed an impossible task to remove its spirituality. I don't believe it. Inglong muttered to himself before he used all his might and mobilized the power of the laws. As soon as the power shrouded Unnamed, it began to resist. Swoosh! An unexpected scene appeared. Unnamed was sent flying. It spun before it plummeted down into the abyss. No! Inglong hurriedly flew over, intending to retrieve Unnamed. Alas, the rebound force was too strong and sent him flying back. Inglong! It's over. How am I going to explain this to him? What's going to happen to my Divine Soul Pearl? Inglong beat his chest and stomped his feet, feeling extremely regretful. Having interacted with the Unholy One before, he knew the Unholy One's temper very well. Now that he had lost Unnamed, the Unholy One definitely would not let the matter go. As for his Divine Soul Pearl, there was almost no hope of getting it back. What to do, what to do? Inglong muttered over and over again. After a long time, he still could not come up with a solution. If I lost in the world, it wouldn't be a big deal since I'd definitely be able to find it. However, how am I going to find now that it fell into the abyss? There was no word that could describe Inglong's regret at this moment. Inglong tried a few more times, but he could not go any deeper into the abyss. He stared at the abyss and muttered, "What's under the earth exactly?" After a moment, Inglong quickly shook his head, inwardly rebuking himself for letting his thoughts wander at such a critical time. He had to be more clear-headed. After a moment, Inglong muttered to himself again, "Just treat it like I didn't lose it for now. Let's talk about this matter after he returns my Divine Soul Pearl. Moreover, I didn't ask him to return the tendons he took from me. That's right, that's right. Let's just treat it like I didn't lose it for now." With that, Inglong gradually calmed down. He sat down cross-legged again. The most important thing was to recover its cultivation base. It was not easy for him to enter the abyss, so he had to make use of this opportunity. Not long after Inglong entered a meditative state, he was jolted back into reality by a rumbling noise. It sounded like thunder, but there was something strange about it. He was a dragon that could control the weather. This naturally included thunder and lightning. After a brief moment, he confirmed that it was not the sound of thunder. It was more like the sound of collision. What's going on? Inglong frowned and looked up. Don't tell me I'm so unlucky that the sky is collapsing as soon as I entered the abyss? Boom! This time, Inglong could feel the tremors even in the abyss. Inglong wanted to go up and take a look. However, entering and leaving the abyss took a lot of energy. In the end, he decided it was not worth it to expend his energy to satisfy his curiosity. I wonder what on earth is happening. Yinglong felt regretful again. He should have left a talisman to communicate with the Unholy One. Now he did not even have anyone to talk to. The rumbling noise rang out twice again before silence returned. With that, Yinglong gradually relaxed and entered his meditative state. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou, who was meditating on the heavenly writing in the eastern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, also heard the rumbling noises. Similarly, he was confused. Since he had ordered that no one was to disturb him, no one would report to him. For this reason, he ignited a talisman to contact Si Wuya. As soon as Si Wuya appeared, he said, "The Great Void is being attacked by a behemoth. It's the biggest fierce beast I've ever seen. The Great Void is under attack? Master, this beast came from the eastern endless ocean. It should be the one that went to the Evil Sky Pavilion." The size made it very recognizable after all. Kuan Peng. Lu Zhou frowned. Si Wuya nodded. It's indeed Kuan Peng. It descended from the sky and beat its wings on the ground. Mountains and trees within thousands of miles were flattened with just a beat of its wings. Countless people are injured and dead. Shanyan's pillar of destruction has also collapsed as a result. Does Ming Xian not care? Lu Zhou asked. Great Emperor Ming Xian was the one who stopped Kuan Peng in the end. Kuan Peng left only after he appeared. No one could figure out why Kuan Peng suddenly attacked the Great Void. Si Wuya said. That beast wants to know the path to eternal life, but it didn't get it from me. It had been circling the endless ocean for 100,000 years. Ming Xian must have promised it something but failed to keep his word. That's probably why Kuan Peng attacked the Great Void, Lu Zhou said. Si Wuya nodded and said, No wonder. 5 pillars of destruction have already collapsed. The 9 domains representatives plan should be implemented as soon as possible. Issue out a call in my name and the 4 emperors of the Lost Lands' names. Understood. With that, Lu Zhou cut off the communication and returned to meditate on the heavenly writing. Si Wuya did not waste time and quickly sent a message from Two-Way Hall, inviting cultivators from the Great Void to migrate to the 9 domains. Word of this quickly spread through the Great Void. Initially, the reception was not very good. Many cultivators felt rather unwilling. However, when they heard the Unholy One and the 4 emperors of the Lost Lands vouching for the plan, most cultivators put aside their thoughts of war and gladly accepted the plan. Although there were voices of dissent, it was useless since the voices of the majority drowned them out. With the Unholy One and the 4 emperors of the Lost Lands, as long as there were enough cultivators who agreed to the plan, those who disagreed would not dare to recklessly invade and plunder the 9 domains. The threat of the war between the 9 domains and the Great Void was gently dealt with in that manner. The Green Lotus domain was led by Qin Renyue and accepted the cultivators from the Great Void. As for the Twin Lotus domain, their representative was Chun Fu. Although Chun Fu had passed, his reputation still remained. The Red Lotus domain's representative was Li Yunzheng. As for the Black Lotus domain and the White Lotus domain, their respective representatives were the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council. The representative for the Yellow Lotus domain was the Flood Sect, and the representative for the Purple Lotus domain was its royal family. Finally, the Golden Lotus domain was represented by the Evil Sky Pavilion. Many cultivators in the Great Void knew that the Unholy One founded the Evil Sky Pavilion. Therefore, there were not many cultivators who were willing to go to the Golden Lotus domain. They did not want to live under the nose of the Unholy One, after all. Needless to say, Ming Xian had also gotten wind of this matter. As soon as found out, he summoned Qisheng, the commander of Two-Way Hall, immediately. Si Wuya came to the sacred temple alone. When he saw Ming Xian, who was sitting upright on his throne, he said with a bow, Your Majesty, why have you summoned me? Emperor Ming Xian's expression was abnormally calm. On the contrary, Guanzhou and Wenruqing, who was standing on Ming Xian's left and right sides respectively, carried a hint of displeasure in their eyes. Ming Xian asked bluntly, Are you the mastermind behind the representative plan? Si Wuya nodded and said, I had no choice. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. This is the only way to stop the conflict between the Great Void and the 9 domains. An appreciative expression appeared on Ming Xian's face as he rose to his feet and said, I've been troubled by this matter for a long time. It's inevitable that the sky will fall, but I've never found a solution for this matter. After all, I don't want the 9 domains to suffer too much as well. It's commendable that you came up with such a brilliant plan. Whatever reward you want, I'll try my best to satisfy you. Wuxia shook his head and said, It's my duty. I'm not greedy for rewards. Ming Xian chuckled and asked, If it's your duty, why didn't you discuss it with me beforehand? Ming Xian's change of attitude was very abrupt. Wuxia was stunned for a brief moment before he said, The plan to stop the conflict is beneficial to both sides, and your majesty has also given me a lot of authority so. Swoosh! When Ruqing suddenly appeared in front of Wuxia and struck with his palm. Bang! The attack landed on Wuxia's shoulder. Although he could dodge it, he chose to receive the attack head-on. He flipped twice in the air before he stabilized his footing. Then, he asked with a slightly dark expression, What do you mean by this? When Ruqing said in a deep voice, How dare you work with the unholy one under his majesty's nose? Wuxia was not surprised. He only said, So your majesty knows everything. Ming Xian walked down the steps with his hands on his back. He walked toward Wuxia and said, Wuxia, you're still very young. Your tricks are nothing but petty tricks in front of me. Many things aren't as simple as you think. Wuxia remained silent even though his true identity had been exposed. Ming Xian continued to say indifferently, Or should I say, the 10 classics left behind by the unholy one so happen to match your name. Do you think it's a coincidence or orchestrated? Wuxia cupped his fists together and said, Your Majesty, what do you mean by the bright moon shines over the sea? From far away we share this moment together? What does it have to do with Hai Shang Shang Ming Yu Tian Ya, Gong Ci Shi? I don't understand what you're talking about. Ming Xian said with a sigh, You're very smart. You should know what's useless or what's not. Wuxia remained silent. Ming Xian continued to say, When I first met you, I already knew that. The unholy one has returned. Wuxia's eyes widened imperceptibly. He truly did not expect this. If that was the case, why did Ming Xian not stop him? Naturally, he did not ask this question. Nonetheless, Ming Xian seemed to have seen through Wuxia's thoughts. He said, I have many opportunities to act. I could easily destroy the evil sky pavilion like how one could crush an ant. I didn't make a move because I'm confident that I'm strong enough to dominate all living things, including the unholy one. Wuxia asked, Then, why didn't you make a move against him? When Ruqing flashed toward Wuxia again as soon as Wuxia's voice fell, he said in a dark voice, So you're finally willing to admit it? When Ruqing's palm strike was extremely fierce this time. Wuxia was not someone who would sit and wait for death. He struck with his palm as well. Although Wuxia had received the fire deity's legacy, his cultivation was still not enough to deal with a supreme being for now. Hence, it was not surprising that he was pushed back to the entrance of the hall. Despite the pain in his arms, he asked, What next? When Ruqing scoffed and wanted to attack again. However, Ming Xian said, Stand down. Yes. Ming Xian looked at Wuxia and asked, In your opinion, who's stronger? Me or the unholy one? This. I know you're his disciple, Ming Xian said. Then he pointed at Wen Ruqing and Guanzhou before he continued to say, These two, along with the dead Hua Zhenghong and Zui Can, are his former students. You can speak truthfully. I promise that nothing will happen to you. No one will dare to touch you in the great void. This was indeed a tricky question. Its essence was similar to the question of who one was going to save first if one's mother and wife fell into the river at the same time. There was no right answer to the question. Ming Xian's eyes did not leave Wuxia as he waited for Wuxia's answer. After pondering for a long time, Wuxia smiled and replied, To be honest, I don't know. No matter what question you ask, I'll just say I don't know. Why? Ming Xian asked. I've never seen you fight, so I naturally don't know what your cultivation is like, Wuxia replied honestly. When Ruqing said dismissively, "You're talking nonsense." His Majesty brought peace to the 4 seas and land, submitted the 10 halls, kept the sea beasts from invading, and united the cultivators. He gave humans a carefree life. Without sufficient strength, how could he do those things? Wuxia said, "How hard can it be? I have a disciple who's capable of that as well. Governing a country and cultivation are 2 different things. Even then, you still have to have sufficient strength. Sometimes, governing the land can't be solved with words alone." When Ruqing retorted, "I agree," Wuxia said with a smile. "That's why my disciple has a group of powerful cultivators." When Ruqing knew Wuxia was using his eloquence to avoid answering the question. When Ruqing could continue the debate, Ming Xian said, "Do you want to know what I'm capable of?" Wuxia did not say anything. It did not matter if he wanted to or not, after all. The decision was not up to him. However, he was a little curious. After all, everyone revered Ming Xian. It would satisfy his curiosity to see Ming Xian's true strength. Ming Xian gently raised his hand before a faint energy surged out. When Ruqing and Guanzhou wore a strange expression on their faces, wondering what Ming Xian was going to do. Wuxia's cultivation was not low after inheriting the fire deity's legacy, so he could sense the power contained in Ming Xian's move. It was a kind of law of space that could collectively move everyone. In the next moment, they found themselves in the southern sky of the sacred temple. About a dozen Templars rushed over after they sensed Ming Xian's presence. They stood in a line in the sky and bowed as they called out, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Wuxia, When Ruqing, and Guanzhou did not know what Ming Xian wanted to do, so they only looked at him. Ming Xian said calmly, "I need you to go to the Evil Sky Pavilion and show the world your abilities." Upon hearing the words Evil Sky Pavilion, the Templars were slightly surprised. During this period of time, they had heard many things about the Evil Sky Pavilion. Currently, the most talked about topic during tea time was the Evil Sky Pavilion. One of the rumors that worried everyone was that the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion was the Unholy One. This was also a source of turmoil in the 10 halls of the Great Void. Now that Ming Xian ordered them to make a move, they wondered if Ming Xian was finally ready to act. Even Wuxia did not expect Ming Shi to make a move so soon. "Understood," the Templars said in unison. Ming Xian turned to Wuxia and asked, "What do you think about their cultivations?" The Templars' cultivations were unfathomable. Many of them were natives of the Great Void. The Sacred Temple had recruited many geniuses over the past 100,000 years as well. They were a very effective tool of suppression. Wuxia replied, "They're naturally dragons and phoenixes among men." Ming Xian said again, "Nonetheless, they're far from being comparable to supreme beings. How can mere Templars trouble the Unholy One?" Ming Xian waved his hand. A streak of golden light flew out and hovered above the Templars. It was the famous scales of justice. Between the 2 scales, a pillar supported and balanced them. Under the influence of the scales of justice, the sky in the southern sacred temple was extremely calm. The air current, space, and laws seemed frozen at this moment. It was like an absolute domain. Wuxia sensed the primal qi in his body, and he felt that his 8 extraordinary meridians seemed to have been restrained by an invisible force. Creak. The scales of justice creaked before it spun. Swoosh. A magnificent vortex appeared in the sky, and primal qi began to gather from all directions. The 10 Templars looked at the vortex with anticipatory expressions on their faces. Ming Xian said in a deep voice, "In my name, I'll grant you the strength of a divine emperor." Ming Xian's deep and powerful voice reverberated in the sky. When Ruqing and Guanzhou were shocked that Ming Xian used the lesser-known ability of the Scales of Justice. This ability leveled the playing field, making everything fair. 10 pillars of light, which contained great power, shot down from the vortex and enveloped the 10 Templars. Wuxia was shocked. This was his first time seeing the Scales of Justice used in this manner. Can the scales really balance everything in the world? Boom! The sky continued to rumble. The entire process lasted for about an hour before Ming Xian cried out, "Withdraw!" Creak. The scales of justice stopped spinning. The 10 pillars of light disappeared as the vortex gradually calmed down. The 10 Templars shone. Their auras had completely changed. Wuxia could hardly believe the Templars' auras. He could not say for sure if they had the strength of a divine emperor, but they definitely possessed the power of a supreme being. This ability is too heaven-defying. Where did he obtain the scales of justice? How many trump cards is he still hiding? If the 10 Templars truly possess Ming Xian's strength now, then isn't Ming Xian's battle strength at the peak? This seriously went against Wuxia's understanding of the law of conservation. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the 10 Templars gradually returned to their senses. They could barely contain their excitement as they sensed their cultivations and auras. Even when Ruqing and Guanzhou, who had followed Ming Xian for a long time, looked at the 10 Templars with a slightly surprised expression. Over the past 100,000 years, they had only seen Ming Xian use this ability fewer than 3 times. Each time it was just shocking. Ming Xian looked at the surprised Wuxia and asked indifferently, "What do you think?" Wuxia suppressed his shock and asked, "Do you want to hear the truth or lie?" "Tell me both," Ming Xian said calmly. "The lie is that your majesty is extremely strong. With the scales, you can be considered invincible," Wuxia said. Ming Xing smiled faintly. "Alas, that's a lie." Wuxia continued to say, "The truth is that since the scales are so powerful and mysterious, there should be a price to pay for it, right?" Ming Xian remained silent. "There should also be a time limit. Otherwise, your majesty wouldn't spend so much effort on nurturing supreme beings. Your majesty could have just used the scales to create a group of supreme beings," Wuxia said. When Ruqing and Guanzhou looked at Wuxia at the same time, although they did not know if he was right or not, they felt that his words were very reasonable. If there was no time limit, what was the use of the 4 supremes of the sacred temple? Moreover, Ming Xian could create as many divine emperors as he wanted, completely taking over the 10 halls of the Great Void. Ming Xian nodded and said, "You're very smart. Unfortunately, no matter how smart a person is, there'll be a time when he or she is wrong. Please enlighten me," Wuxia said. "You'll have to figure it out yourself," Ming Xian said. Then he said to the Templars, "Go. This time you aren't allowed to use force." "Understood." The Templars were puzzled. If there was no need to use force, what was the point of raising their cultivations? It was meaningless. Nonetheless, since Ming Xian had spoken, they naturally did not dare to object. They quickly left and made their way to the Golden Lotus domain. After the 10 Templars left, Ming Xian suddenly asked, "Did no one tell you this sacred relic is called the Scales of Justice?" Naturally, everyone knew the scales were called the Scales of Justice. Wuxia was puzzled by this question. When Ruqing scoffed and explained, "The scales are the scales. His Majesty's confidence lies with justice." Guanzhou chimed in, "Everything in the world adheres to the law of conservation. The law of conservation is balance, and balance is justice." Wuxia was unusually calm as he said, "I'm enlightened." Suddenly, Ming Xian asked, "What's the progress of the others comprehending the great Tao in the upper cores?" "It should be over soon. It's now Shang Zhanghal's turn," Wuxia replied. "All right," Ming Xian said. "It won't be easy for you to hide from me." "The one thing hunters don't lack is patience," Ming Xian said. Wuxia was slightly taken aback. The most important thing now was to send news back to the Evil Sky Pavilion as soon as possible and tell everyone to be careful. The appearance of the 10 Templars definitely meant that something big was about to happen. In the eastern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou sensed that the blue avatar's birth chart activation had entered a relatively stable but critical period. With the 10,000 times increase in speed, Lu Zhou's lifespan was greatly reduced. Based on Lu Zhou's earlier plan, he had planned to complete the activation of his birth charts between 1 month and half a year. Increasing the speed to 10 0,000 times for a month meant that more than 800 years were lost. At this time, Lu Zhou stopped meditating on the heavenly writing. He studied the blue avatar. He was activating his final 3 birth charts, after all. They were crucial, and he could not be careless. After that, he checked his lifespan and thought it was still acceptable. Then, he used the purple glazed ceramic, which would not cost him his lifespan, to aid in the activation of birth charts. After observing for a moment and confirming there was no problem, Lu Zhou planned to meditate on the heavenly writing again. During this time, no one came to the eastern pavilion to disturb him. Although it was due to his order, he still could not help but feel slightly worried about the matters in the outside world. Hence, he silently chanted the mantra for the power of sight. Unexpectedly, instead of his disciples, he saw rivers, mountains, and the beautiful scenery of the great void. Huh? Is the system changing and declining? Lu Zhou frowned as he recalled the previous system notifications he received. Forget it. Lu Zhou cut off the power of sight before he decided to absorb the 4 power cores. He brought his golden lotus out and looked at the sun-like cores. He still found it a little unbelievable that the golden avatar was now a supreme avatar with 2 light discs. Once he formed another light disc, he would step into the realm of a divine king. He was not certain if it was due to the effects of the pillar of impermanence and the purple glazed ceramic, but when he absorbed the power cores, its speed was not astonishingly fast, but the speed of energy surging out was very fast. The golden stream of energy flowing out of the power cores was dazzling. It flowed out onto the lotus seat and merged with it. Then its light would grow brighter, overlapping with the light discs. At the same time, the light discs grew a little larger as well. I'm on my 3rd power core now. At this time, Lu Zhou suddenly thought of a problem. After he completely absorbed the 4 power cores, his cultivation speed would no longer be as fast. He had to solve this problem. He thought about his time in the abyss and the merit stone. If the unholy one could reach the peak of the cultivation world, I should be able to do as well. In fact, the process should be even smoother. Buzz. At this time, Lu Zhou saw that the spinning speed of his blue lotus suddenly increase. Lu Zhou was puzzled. He hurriedly looked at his system interface. -100 days. -200 days. -300 days. The speed at which his lifespan was decreasing had increased by many times as well. Why is this happening now? It should happen at the end. Is the activation of the final 3 birth charts much easier than I imagined? Over the next 2 days, Lu Zhou carefully observed the changes of the blue lotus. Soon, he discovered the problem. The problem was not related to the 10,000 times increase in speed. It was just that the final 3 birth charts of the blue avatar consumed a lot of years. Lu Zhou felt uneasy immediately. I won't be sucked dry by this blue avatar, right? Otherwise, I'll be the cultivator to die the most futile death since ancient times. The unholy one's path really isn't easy to walk. I even risked being sucked dry by the blue avatar. I have to be on guard. Since it was a unique path, Lu Zhou had no one to talk to about this. The scripture of sermons? The unholy one's painting. Lu Zhou thought about the 2 of the unholy one's items in his possession, wondering if they would help. The unholy one's painting contained the power to activate the 4 power cores, while the scripture of sermons contained insights about laws and cultivation. Lu Zhou brought the scripture of sermons out before he placed his hand on it and extended a strand of his consciousness into it. A familiar scene appeared immediately. He found himself floating in a dark place. He could not see anything and he could not touch anything. At the same time, the unholy one's voice echoed in his ears. Lu Zhou cast the heavenly writing's powers to heighten his senses as he flew forward, following the voice. The place where the unholy one's consciousness is stored in the scripture should be at the end of this voice. From the time Lu Zhou obtained the scripture of sermons, he had not properly explored it. Perhaps he could find the answer regarding the blue avatar here. Lu Zhou continued to fly in the darkness. He moved forward fearlessly. He did not know how long he had flown, but he still did not see any light. The unholy one's voice kept ringing in his ears, and he seemed to be getting closer and closer. Continue, Lu Zhou told himself before speeding up. In this environment, Lu Zhou's concept of time was very poor. He could not tell how long he had flown or how much time passed. He only felt that he must have flown very far and that a long time had passed. In the sky above the heavenly moat in the Golden Lotus domain, a circle of light appeared in the air. All the cultivators in the nearby cities looked up immediately. One after another, supreme avatars descended from the circle of light. In the end, 10 supreme avatars occupied the sky above the heavenly moat. Needless to say, the cultivators were shocked by this sight. There were some cultivators who were unafraid. Upon seeing the miraculous sight, they flew over, intending to greet the visitors politely. There were rumors swirling in the great void about the migration plan being underway. With the Saint Sky Pavilion as the Golden Lotus Domain's representative, Great Yen would be accepting those from the Great Void. Are they cultivators from the Great Void who are here to take refuge in the Golden Lotus Domain? I don't know, but their avatars are too powerful. With such strength, is there a need for them to take refuge here? Just how big is the crisis in the Great Void? It's said that the pillars of destruction are collapsing, so the Great Void will soon collapse as well. Apparently, the laws or the Tao might be affected. At that time, cultivators would be no different from ants. At this time, about a dozen Golden Lotus cultivators arrived near the heavenly moat. They bowed to the 10 experts in the sky. We weren't expecting you to come to the Golden Lotus Domain. Sorry for not welcoming you earlier. The 10 cultivators from the Great Void surveyed their surroundings before they looked at the weak Golden Lotus cultivators in front of them. After putting away their avatars, the one in the middle asked calmly, "Is this the Golden Lotus Domain?" "Indeed, this is the Golden Lotus Domain. It's an honor to welcome all of you to the Golden Lotus Domain as guests. As ordered by the Saint Sky Pavilion, you'll all be given the best treatment and living conditions in the Golden Lotus Domain. However, in exchange, you'll have to help us fend off the fierce beasts from the unknown land," the Golden Lotus cultivator said. The cultivator in the middle sneered. "What nonsense plan are you talking about? Do you think it's worthy of our participation?" The Golden Lotus cultivator said, "It's a plan by the Saint Sky Pavilion. Even if you don't like it, there's no need to slander it. Cut the crap. Let me ask you, where's the Evil Sky Pavilion?" "The Evil Sky Pavilion?" The Golden Lotus cultivator frowned. "Please pay attention to your form of address. Please address it rightfully as the Saint Sky Pavilion. Otherwise, it's a disrespect not only to the Saint Sky Pavilion, but to the people from the Golden Lotus Domain as well." The cultivator from the Great Void scoffed. He looked to the left and right before he said, "The humans here are too pedantic. They're also heavily brainwashed. No wonder the Unholy One managed to survive here." The other Great Void cultivator could not be bothered with the small fries. He only asked, "As you wish. Where's the Saint Sky Pavilion?" The Golden Lotus cultivator asked, "Do you want to visit Senior G? He's not returned for a long time. Even if you go there, I'm afraid you won't be able to meet him." The Great Void cultivators looked at each other, finding it difficult to communicate with the people here. After a while, one of them asked again, "What I'm asking is the location of the Saint Sky Pavilion." "Golden Court Mountain." The Golden cultivator looked reverent as he pointed at the distance. "Thank you." With that, the 10 Great Void cultivators flew toward Golden Court Mountain. Upon seeing this, the Golden Lotus cultivators called out in unison, "Hey! Hey!" Alas, the Great Void cultivator's speed was too fast, and they had already flown a distance away in just one breath. Senior G is really awesome. Even the Great Void sent 10 powerhouses to greet him. Lu Zhou's strand of consciousness was still flying in the scripture of sermons. He did not know how much time had passed before he finally saw a small and distant light. A single spark can cause a prairie fire. Lu Zhou's mood improved a little, and he hastened his speed. Buzz! A translucent figure suddenly appeared in front of the light. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his beard and eyebrows were long. He wore a Taoist robe, and he stood with his hands on his back. His eyes were profound and spirited as he muttered, "Preaching? What bullshit is that? I found it, Lu Zhou said as he arrived in front of the figure. It should be a projection left behind by the Unholy One. Lu Zhou called out, Unholy One? The Unholy One looked ahead. His eyes were unfocused as he said, The cultivation path can lead to immortality in tens of thousands of ways. The 10 Great Tao can form the ultimate light disk. Power core, power core, power core. Even if you have the power to become a supreme being, you don't have the power to break the shackles. Lu Zhou was surprised by the Unholy One's words. The 10 Great Tao was the 10 Great Tao laws at the upper cores of the Pillars of Destruction. The source of the Pillars of Destruction's power came from the abyss under it. Now, the 10 great laws had been comprehended by his disciples. The Unholy One left behind the 10 classics that corresponded to the poem that corresponded with his disciples. Many thoughts appeared in Lu Zhou's mind at this moment. As expected, the Unholy One spoke about the 10 classics next. Just a little more, and I'll be able to break the shackles to eternal life and solve the mystery of the Merit Stone. Just a little more. I left behind the 10 classics and was rebirthed dozens of times with power, and yet, all of them ended in failure. There's always someone better than you in the world. There are all sorts of strange things in the world. I've been to many places and seen many things. There were pavilions that towered into the sky, masses of metals that flew in the sky, bricks that transmitted sound from thousands of miles away. There are also shocking poems. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's mood soured. Does these words mean that I'm also a version of the Unholy One? He said that he had been rebirthed dozens of times and failed. Were Ji Tiandao and Lu Tiantong born that way? In fact, Lu Zhou had thought about this in the past as well. However, he felt it was ridiculous when he remembered that he came from a different place. He clearly remembered where he was born, where he went to school, his relatives, his friends, his classmates, and his teachers. Those things in the past were very real. How could he be the Unholy One incarnate? Lu Zhou found this hard to accept. The Unholy One continued to say, I keep trying, but in the end, I can't break the shackles. There's a mistake in the rebirth. I hope this is the last mistake. Mistake? What mistake? Does it mean that I'm a mistake? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Since the Unholy One did not elaborate on the mistake, it was doomed to become another mystery of the Scripture of Sermons. I left the Scripture of Sermons behind. If a fated person obtains it, I hope to break the shackle and obtain eternal life. Lu Zhou was even more confused. Lu Tiantong had obtained the Scripture of Sermons and hid it in the 9-twist illusory formation. Did it mean that Lu Tiantong was the fated one? The Unholy One's words were too ambiguous. They could be interpreted in many ways, positively and negatively. I have successfully cultivated the perfect body. The perfect body has to do with the 10 great laws. The laws exist in nature and among humans. Those who obtained reincarnation need to be able to endure hardship. Those who obtained destruction need to be confident but flexible. Those who obtained force need to be brave and honest. Those who obtained the 5 elements need to know when to advance and when to retreat. Those who obtained balance need to be just and abide by the rules. Those who obtained space need to be tenacious and persistent. Those who obtained fate need to be intelligent. Those who obtained infinity need to be able to adaptable and resilient. Those who obtained karma need to be broad-minded and benevolent. Those who obtained inaction need to be free of distraction. These 10 great laws give birth to 10 light discs. The Unholy One sighed before he said, What a pity! I only have 8 light discs, and I can't go any further. Lu Zhou was surprised. After a moment, he could not help but ask, How many years will I lose activating the blue avatar's final 3 birth charts? Unexpectedly, the projection answered Lu Zhou's question, albeit in an indirect manner. It was as though certain keywords would trigger a specific response. I cultivate the blue avatar. However, my energy isn't pure, so I couldn't unleash its full potential. Perhaps absorbing the power of the abyss is wrong. If the fated person chose to walk this path, he or she must have a lifespan of 10 million years. Lu Zhou was shocked. 10 million years? It's over. I thought it was safe to have more than 1 million years of life. I really didn't expect I'd need 10 million years. I'm already in the process of activating my final 3 birth charts. I can't stop it now. After activating the 36 birth charts, each light disk will cost 1,000,000 years to form. 10 light disks will cost 10,000,000 years. Lu Zhou sighed in relief again. Fortunately, 10,000,000 years referred to the forming of 10 light disks. The unrestrained avatar isn't restricted by the rules of all cultivation paths. You can't easily interrupt the cultivation of the avatar. You must remember this. With that, the figure disappeared into the darkness. I see, Lu Zhou muttered to himself after listening to the last few sentences. The blue avatar was different. That was why its speed, the lifespan it needed, and the leaves it sprouted were all different from the golden avatar. According to the Unholy One, the Unholy One's energy was not pure. Lu Zhou wondered out loud. In other words, what I'm facing is an even greater unknown variable. I might need even more than 10,000,000 years, or I might need less. I could also gain more years of life from it. All in all, it's not restricted by the rules, but it also doesn't adhere to the rules. Unfortunately, up until now, the blue avatar did not increase Lu Zhou's lifespan by much. If anything, it was like a vampire that was constantly absorbing the lifespan he gained from the golden avatar. If he did not have 2 avatars, he would have died long ago. The Unholy One didn't have 2 avatars. So how did he survive? Lu Zhou was puzzled again. All of a sudden, Lu Zhou gained unprecedented clarity, completely separated from the Unholy One's memories. When he saw the golden merit stone that suddenly appeared in the darkness, he became confused again. He felt as though he had been the one standing in the dark earlier, talking. Scenes and images appeared, weaving themselves into cohesive memories before they surged into his mind. Time continued to pass. Lu Zhou stayed in the scripture of sermons for a long time. He stayed until there was no movement at all before he forcefully withdrew his consciousness from the scripture of sermons. At this moment, the 10 Templars appeared on the northern horizon of Golden Court Mountain. They did not manifest their avatars, creating a shocking scene like they did when they first arrived at the Golden Lotus domain. Instead, they stood in a row and looked down at Golden Court Mountain. The environment at Golden Court Mountain was very good, and it was rich with vitality energy. This was especially true for the mist-shrouded eastern pavilion that surged with rich vitality energy. What a rich vitality energy! It's not inferior to the Great Void, one of the Templars exclaimed in surprise. It's not surprising. After all, this is where the Unholy One resides. He's very powerful, so we have to be on guard. The Templars could act high and mighty in front of the Golden Lotus cultivators, but in front of the Unholy One, they were all juniors. They were no different from ants on the ground, even if they had Ming Xian and the sacred temple behind them. They did not dare to act rashly in front of the Unholy One. Don't cause any conflict. According to His Majesty, we only need to display our strength. Yes, the Templars cherished their lives after all. They could vaguely guess the reason behind Ming Xian's orders as well. What the scales of justice bestowed them wasn't real power, after all. Even if they were on par with divine emperors for now, their fear of the Unholy One caused them to lose much of their imposing air. Let's go. The 10 Templars flashed and appeared in the sky above the Evil Sky Pavilion in just a blink of an eye. Then, one of them said in a clear voice that reverberated through the entire Golden Court Mountain, "I'm Nan Ping from the Sacred Temple. I wish to see the Unholy One." Alas, there was no response. The Templar standing next to Nan Ping said in a low voice, "Isn't it easy to offend him if you address him without a title? After all, the Unholy One was a nickname given to him by the Great Void. He was the master of Grand Mystic Mountain, after all. Back then, his status was as high, if not higher, as Great Emperor Ming Xian and the 4 emperors of the Lost Lands." Nan Ping nodded. "You have a point. Then, in ancient times, how did everyone address him?" "This." The other 9 Templars were stumped. They shook their heads after a brief moment. The Unholy One was a huge taboo in the Great Void. The younger generation, especially those in the sacred region, only knew that he was a very evil and terrifying figure. Apart from that, they did not know much about him. Suddenly, One of the Templars pointed to the west. "What's that?" A streak of auspicious light flew over from the west. It looked even more eye-catching due to the effect of the imbalance. "Beast. It's an auspicious beast." The light emitted by the auspicious beast was dazzling but gentle. Those who saw it found it very pleasing to the eyes and felt very comfortable. When the auspicious beast came to a stop above the evil sky pavilion, it spun a few times before it let out a soft cry. Then, rain of light began to fall on Golden Court Mountain. The flowers, plants, and trees on the mountain grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everything was filled with vitality, and they were lush. At the same time, vitality energy began to surge. The 10 Templars looked at the rain of light in amazement. After 15 minutes, the auspicious beast finally flew down to the evil sky pavilion. The Templars looked at each other. The Unholy One was the master of Grand Mystic Mountain, after all. Many spiritual beasts at the 9 Peaks Mountain were raised by him. It's not surprising that such a spiritual beast follows him. "There's no need to be so surprised," Nanping said. The other 9 Templars nodded in agreement. Nanping took another step forward before he said again, "The sacred temples, Nanping requests an audience with the Unholy One." This time, Nanping imbued a little primal qi into his voice, making sure it spread to every corner of Golden Court Mountain. After a moment, Princess Yongning flew up into the air. She bowed and said, "Everyone, please return. Senior Ji is currently in seclusion. It's not convenient for him to receive guests." Nanping sized up the woman in front of him. The difference between their strength allowed him to quickly discern that she was not powerful. In fact, she was extremely weak. He felt it was extremely strange. In the past, the Unholy One who roamed the world was extremely powerful. Even the guards guarding the great entrance of Grand Mystic Mountain were top-notch experts. However, now he had fallen into such a state. Nonetheless, Nanping maintained a polite smile on his face as he cupped his fists together and said, "I'm from the Sacred Temple. I'm here under the orders of Great Emperor Ming Xian to meet the Unholy One. In other words, Ming Xian sent us here, and no one could go against Ming Xian's will." Alas, in Princess Yongning's eyes, Great Yan's evil sky pavilion was the strongest. She said, "I'm sorry. Everyone, please leave." Nanping frowned. The other 9 Templars were also unhappy. They had to meet the Unholy One after all. However, considering how powerful he was, they did not dare to act rashly and could only be patient. Nanping said, "Please inform him about our arrival. This is the Great Emperor's decree. It concerns the safety of the world." "This?" Princess Yongning wavered. At this time, Jiang Aijian's voice rang from below. She said that he won't be meeting anyone. "Are you deaf?" The Templars looked down and saw Jiang Aijian flying up on a long sword in a leisurely manner. They thought, "Finally, an expert." Nanjing said, "I'm only following orders." Jiang Aijian said, "We're also following orders. Senior Ji has said that no matter who comes, he's not to be disturbed. Who do you think you are to act so atrociously here?" In other words, where did they get the courage to act so atrociously in front of the Unholy One? The 10 Templars were rendered speechless by Jiang Aijian's words. At this moment, Nanping remembered their purpose of coming to the Evil Sky Pavilion was to show off their power. With the effect of the scales of justice, they could wield the power between heaven and earth and stand shoulder to shoulder with divine emperors. It was the power that everyone yearned for. This kind of opportunity only came once in a lifetime. How could they let it go to waste and return empty-handed? Nanping straightened his back and looked at Jiang Aijian disdainfully as he said, "No one in this world can refuse the sacred temple." Jiang Aijian frowned and said, "Even the 4 supremes of the sacred temple had to kneel before Senior Ji. Why did Ming Xian send you here to die? Why didn't he personally come?" These words hit Nanping's vital points. In fact, all of the Templars had wondered about this as well. If Ming Xian wanted to test the Unholy One's power, he could have come himself. Why did he need to send them here? By sending a group of cannon fodders over only meant that he was not confident enough. Over the past 100,000 years, there were many people who wished to be bestowed power from the scales of justice. However, they were also worried about the heavy burden that would come with such power. Just like now, the 10 Templars had to face the most powerful cultivator of the ancient times, the Unholy One, in exchange for the power from the scales of justice. After a moment, Nanping scoffed and asked, "What's your relationship with the Unholy One?" Zhang Aijin said, "What does it have to do with you? You're really wasting time talking nonsense." Buzz. Nanping raised his hand, manifesting his lotus. The green lotus was surrounded by 12 leaves. The lotus seat showed that all 36 birth charts had been activated. The light discs that surrounded the lotus were very eye-catching as well. There was 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. Naturally, Nanping had intentionally revealed the light discs. As expected, Zhang Aijin exclaimed in shock, "Divine Emperor!" This was the reaction Nanping wanted, but it was not enough. Following that, the other 9 Templars manifested their lotuses one after another. Each of their lotuses had 9 light discs. Zhang Aijin's worldview was instantly overturned. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the 10 lotuses in a daze and said incoherently, "10 divine emperors." Zhang Aijin and Si Wuya had once analyzed how difficult it would be to step into the realm of a divine emperor. Now that 10 divine emperors appeared in front of him, how could he accept it? Zhang Aijin gulped. Without caring about his image, he said, "It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Seeing the change in Zhang Aijin, Nanping was pleased but also disdainful. He said commandingly, "Report our arrival." Zhang Aijin shook his head helplessly. "That's the thing. Although you're divine emperors, you still have to follow the rules of the Evil Sky Pavilion now that you're here." Why are your light discs flickering? They look a little weak and fake." Nanping looked at Zhang Aijin unhappily. After all, he was not a divine emperor. It was only natural that the light discs were weak. Now that he was exposed, he also felt a little helpless. The other person really had a discerning eye. Nonetheless, he feigned calmness and said, "Tell the Unholy One to come out. We came because of an important matter." At this moment, a streak of light flew over from the distant sky with loud swooshing noises. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound immediately. When the streak of light drew closer, Zhang Aijin exclaimed in surprise, "Ji Liang!" Whoosh! The light Ji Liang's body emitted was like flames. It stopped above the Evil Sky Pavilion and spun a few times before vitality energy fell toward the Eastern Pavilion like a torrential rain. At the same time, Lu Zhou, who was losing his lifespan, was surprised as well when he received the large amount of vitality energy. One of the Templars said to Nanping, "That was Wizard earlier, and now it's Ji Liang. They aren't ordinary fierce beasts." Nanping glared at the Templar and said, "Nonsense. Why are you stating the obvious? How could I not know that? Maintain the dignity of a divine emperor." The other 9 Templars straightened their backs immediately. At this time, boom, 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 a huge creature pounced over from afar. Every time it landed, the ground and mountains would shake. When its head emerged from the clouds near the Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhang Aijin took the initiative to say, "This is Lu Wu." Lu Wu opened its mouth, and white mist shot out, spreading in all directions. The white mist was filled with rich vitality, energy, and power. It nourished everything in Golden Court Mountain. Soon after, Bian Qiongqi, Yingzhao, Chenghuang, Dijiang, Dangkong, and Little Fire Phoenix arrived. They circled the sky above the Evil Sky Pavilion. They were brimming with rich vitality energy, and their bodies emitted an extraordinary aura. Nanping's expression was calm, but his eyes could not hide his admiration as he said, "As expected of the Unholy One." One of the Templars said with a sigh, "These beasts are all top-notch. Their future is limitless." In comparison, the beasts at 9 Peaks Mountain have already lost their spiritual essence. Even the 9-winged divine dragon has lost its spiritual essence. Compared to these beasts that are filled with vitality, The nine-winged divine dragon is just like the setting sun. It's only a matter of time before it dies. The 10 mounts stood quietly and obediently in the evil sky pavilion. Xianxia spread his arms and said, "As you can see, it's not that I don't want to let you see Senior G. Even these mounts can't see him now. Why does it seem like you're cursing us? Are we inferior to beasts?" Nan Ping's patience was swiftly being eroded. He said in a deep voice, "We've been restraining ourselves. I hope you understand the meaning of these words." "What? Do you want to force your way in? If we do, what can you do to stop us?" Nan Ping retorted. At this time, a furious voice rang from the western pavilion. "Who is it? So annoying." Swoosh! A petite and exquisite young woman appeared in front of everyone. An angry expression could be seen on her face as she pointed at everyone with her jade-like finger at the 10 Templars and said, "Get lost!" Nan Ping frowned. He recognized the other party immediately. He asked, surprised, "The Scarlet Emperor's daughter? Why are you here?" Princess Mulberry said, "You talk too much. I don't like you. If you don't leave now, I won't hold back." Even if the Scarlet Emperor were here, he wouldn't have the confidence to say such words. Buzz. Once again, the 10 Templars brought their lotuses out. Their light discs were extremely eye-catching. Upon seeing this, Princess Mulberry was startled. Nonetheless, she was unwilling to back down, so she said, "Divine Emperors? So what? Princess Mulberry, this doesn't concern you. We're here to see the Unholy One, not to fight with the Scarlet Emperor." In Templar's opinion, Princess Mulberry represented the Scarlet Emperor. If Princess Mulberry was affected, how could the Scarlet Emperor let the matter go? At this time, Nan Ping said loudly, "Lord Unholy One, if you don't meet us juniors, then we'll have to come in and see you." At this moment, Lu Zhou's life was being replenished by the vitality energy. The range of the Pillar of Impermanence that had been sped up by 10,000 times was almost isolated from the outside world. It was only natural that there was no response. Nan Ping felt strange. Under such circumstances where 10 divine emperors showed up, no matter who it was, they would still come out to have a look. However, there was no movement from the Evil Sky Pavilion at all. It was abnormally still and empty. He could not help but wonder if the Unholy One was even here. He wondered if they had been scammed. After a moment, he raised his hand and said, "Descend." Understood. The 10 Templars flew down toward the Evil Sky Pavilion. Princess Mulberry, Xianxia, and Princess Yongning did not even have time to react before they were pushed away by a huge force. Faced with such force, words were useless. Xianxia looked in the direction of the Eastern Pavilion worriedly. At this time, a beam of light suddenly shot up. It was blue and flashing with electric arcs. It broke through the clouds and shot into the sky. Boom! A very vivid blue circle of light rippled out high up in the sky. Retreat! Nan Ping and the other 9 Templars quickly retreated. Nan Ping looked at the rippling circle of light, puzzled. What's this? Is someone activating a great birth chart? Does the Unholy One still need to activate birth charts? Nan Ping looked at the beam of light again before he said, "Go down and take a look. Don't let anyone stop you." Understood. With that, the 9 Templars flew toward the Eastern Pavilion. When the 9 Templars, who were temporarily given the power of a divine emperor, arrived at the Eastern Pavilion, another powerful beam of light shot up into the sky. It was several times stronger than the one before. The electric arcs were also more distinct. It looked like a water dragon, and it was as blue as the sea. The tyrannical power of the beam of light caught the 9 Templars off guard. Boom! 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 The 9 Templars felt the power surging toward them, so they hurriedly brought their astrolabes out and held them in front of them. They were all pushed back at the same time. Just a beam of light repelled the 9 Templars. Nan Ping looked at the Eastern Pavilion with a grave expression. He felt chills running up his spine. He raised his hand to stop the others before he said, "Be careful." At this moment, a huge head emerged from the forest and looked at the 9 Templars disdainfully. Then it said, Where did these ignorant people come from? How dare they act so atrociously in front of the pavilion master? It was none other than Lu Wu. It had long become a divine beast. With the nourishment from the great void seed and beast essence, it was no longer the Lu Wu of the past. Nanping glanced at Lu Wu and said, "A divine beast that speaks the human language." Lu Wu said in a deep voice, "I'm warning you. You better scram as soon as possible." Nanping cupped his fists together and said, "I apologize, but we can't leave. If we don't meet the Unholy One, we won't be able to explain ourselves to the great emperor." Their mission, Ming Xian's purpose, was to test the Unholy One's power after all. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang from the western pavilion. "Ignorant juniors, how dare you speak here? How dare you act arrogantly on Golden Court Mountain?" Nanping and the others looked over and saw an old man standing with his hands on his back. He was staring at them with a smile on his face. The Templars did not recognize him, so Nanping asked, "Who are you? You don't deserve to know my name. Let alone you, even if Ming Xian sees me, he'll have to treat me with respect," Jiejinan said. He was indeed qualified to say such words. Jiang Aijian, who knew of Jiejinan's relationship with the Unholy One, nodded in agreement and said, "Senior Jie, since you're here, we, juniors, don't have to get involved." Nanping was very cautious. He sensed the other party's cultivation again. However, no matter how many times he did so, he found that the other party was only a Dao saint. He had come to meet the Unholy One. He was not even afraid of facing the Unholy One. Why would he be afraid of a Dao saint? Moreover, all 10 of them now had the power of a divine emperor, even if it was just temporary. There was no need to be overly afraid. "Hence," he said, "I came to visit the Unholy One under the orders of the sacred temple. It's best if you don't stop me." Jiejinan said, "Listen to this old man's advice. The ground here isn't a place young people like you can afford to tread. Leave the sacred temple. Find a remote place and live a good life. Don't set foot in the cultivation world again." How could Nanping heed such advice? He waved his hand, releasing a wave of energy to test Jiejinan's strength. Jiejinan was restrained by the powerful law of space as soon as the energy swept over. A Templar with a fiery temper brought a light disc out and said, "Don't waste your breath him. Don't forget that we're divine emperors." The light disc shot out along with the wave of energy and crashed against Jiejinan's protective barrier. Without any suspense, he was sent flying. Boom! Nanping frowned. "That's it? Why is he bragging when he's so weak? Who is he pretending to be?" Then, Nanping kept thinking to himself, "We're divine emperors, we're divine emperors. Divine emperors are the most powerful cultivators in the world. Who in the world is a match for divine emperors?" With this thought in mind, after Jiejinan was sent flying, Nanping felt that no one could stop him from entering the Eastern Pavilion. Hence, he was more decisive than before. He stepped on his green lotus that was surrounded by light discs and flew toward the others at the Eastern Pavilion. However, just as he arrived at the top of the Eastern Pavilion, boom! Another beam of light, which was stronger than the previous 2, shot up into the sky. The shockwave itself disregarded the power of the laws from Nanping. Boom! When it crashed against Nanping's light discs, the light discs began to flicker as though they were going to break. Nanping grunted. His blood and qi surged violently in his body. His face was red, and his mind was blank. What power is this? The other 9 Templars sensed the strangeness of the power and retreated. At the same time, they looked at the beam of light in the sky that flashed with electric arcs. A circle of light appeared in the sky, rippling. After a moment, it began to form what looked like a faint blue light disk. Blue sun disk. The electric arcs crackled. Nanping sensed the energy fluctuations. He looked down and saw a figure flashing up into the sky. The figure was also covered in electric arcs. His eyes shone with a blue light, and his hair and robe were fluttering in the wind. His spirited eyes were trained on Nanping at this moment. Nanping shivered involuntarily. He said in a trembling voice, Unholy One, The other 9 Templars stared at Lu Zhou with their eyes wide open, unable to say a word. Their confidence, painstakingly built with repeated words of self-affirmation, collapsed as soon as they saw the Unholy One. Even after 100,000 years, their knowledge of the Unholy One made them fear him. Lu Zhou did not move. He stared at the 10 Templars with his hands on his back. Then he swept his gaze past Jie Jinan, Jiang Aijian, and Princess Mulberry in the distance. He had completed the activation of his birth charts ahead of time with the help of the Scripture of Sermons, the 10,000 time increase by the Pillar of Impermanence, the purple glazed ceramic, and the vitality energy from his mounts. Lu Zhou raised his head to look at the light disk, deep in thought. This was the blue avatar's second light disk. At this point, the blue avatar had completely surpassed the golden avatar. Lu Zhou took a step forward. With just one step, he arrived in front of Nanping. The blue lotus bloomed under his feet. The 36 birth chart zones were connected on the lotus seat, and they burst forth with light power before 14 leaves appeared. 14, 14. 14-leaf supreme avatar. Nanping felt as though his breath was stuck in his throat as a wave of energy surged toward him. Bang! Without any suspense, Nanping was sent flying. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to block the attack with the might of a divine emperor. However, the energy from the blue lotus seemed capable of breaching his defenses and disregarding the laws. At this moment, a stronger Great Tao law shattered all of Nanping's laws as the blue light disk flashed, covering Nanping's green light, and sent him flying. Who else could defeat a divine emperor with just one step? The moment the light disk was formed, Lu Zhou's remaining divine power completely turned into the divine Tao power. It was the purest power of the Tao in the world. The other 9 Templars watched, dumbstruck, as Nanping was sent flying. Is there such a huge difference between divine emperors? The answer was obvious. If there was no difference between divine emperors, how could the 4 emperors of the Lost Lands leave their homes in the Great Void to wander outside? There were definitely differences between divine emperors, let alone these fake divine emperors. The 10 Templars were only granted the power of a divine emperor. They could control the power, but they did not understand the laws at that level. At a higher level, one's comprehension of the laws determined one's strength. The more powerful the laws, the stronger one would be. Lu Zhou had long understood this, and he understood even more after leaving the Scripture of Sermons. At that time, he also realized something. Each of his 10 disciples had comprehended one of the great laws. However, there was one great law that was missing from the 10 great laws: the law of time. Coincidentally, the great law that Lu Zhou comprehended was the law of time. Time was a concept in mind. It was a set of rules with an order. 1 second and the next second were time. Yesterday and today were time. Last year and the year were time. Time was the biggest mystery in the world. It was also one of the most basic and greatest laws of the universe. Lu Zhou did not expect his light disk's power to be so powerful that it directly sent Nanping flying. It was like a long time ago when he could kill a 7-leaf cultivator with just an arrow when he used his extraordinary power, which had now evolved to the divine Tao power. Nanping looked at the person with a majestic bearing in front of him, shocked and frightened. He gulped as he endured the intense pain in his Dantian sea of qi. The other party was the Unholy One who roamed the Great Void 100,000 years ago. He was the master of Grand Mystic Mountain who could make the earth tremble with just a stomp of his foot. The Templars did not dare to move at all. They only looked at Lu Zhou with a mixture of fear and respect. Lu Zhou put away his light disk and flashed away. When he arrived in front of Nanping, he asked, "Ming Xian sent you here?" After being beaten up, Nanping, who had a strong aura, was like a wilted plant at this moment. He said timidly, "Why yes." Lu Zhou asked lightly, "Why didn't he come himself?" His Majesty has more important things to attend to," Nanping said, not daring to meet Lu Zhou's gaze. He only snuck a glance at Lu Zhou every once in a while as he spoke. Lu Zhou said, "I've been away from the Great Void for many years. It seems like Great Void still remembers me and fears me. However, I'm just one person." Nanping did not dare to speak. He understood that Lu Zhou was saying that Ming Xian was afraid of him. "Why are you here?" Lu Zhou asked. At this moment, Nanping finally remembered his important mission. With that, they were 10 Templars who had been granted the power of a divine emperor. They had the support of the sacred temple and Ming Xian, who ruled the world. He could not be too timid. Hence, he took a deep breath and said, "I'm here on the great emperor's orders to meet the great unholy one. I'm only here to visit, nothing else." As soon as Nanping's voice fell, Jiang Aijian said, "Shameless! If you're only here to visit, why didn't you scram when I told you to scram? Not only that, but you even wanted to force your way in." Nanping shook his head immediately. "Please forgive us, unholy one. We don't dare to disobey the great emperor's orders. If we didn't meet you, we'd be severely punished when we returned. D. Lu Zhou chuckled and asked, "Ming Xian sent you here to test my strength?" Nanping lowered his head and did not dare to speak. The answer was obvious. Seeing that Nanping did not speak, Lu Zhou continued to ask, "Do you think the 10 of you are a match for me?" Nanping did not dare to say anything again. After all, they were fake divine emperors. Even if they managed to win by fluke, they still did not dare to say they were a match for the unholy one. Who knew if the unholy one would settle the score with them later? Alas, the Templars were not united in their thoughts. Some of them could barely restrain themselves. If Nanping were not the leader of the Southern Sacred Hall, perhaps this matter would not drag on until now. Looking at Nanping, who seemed like he was about to kneel in front of the unholy one, they felt like this seriously went against the original purpose of their visit and their ideals of upholding justice. Finally, a man with bushy eyebrows standing on the left could no longer endure it and shouted, "Leader Nanping, you really disappointed us greatly. The unholy one is a demon. We should work together to kill him. How can you lower your head to him? You've humiliated the sacred temple and the great void. How can you face our brothers in the sacred temple and the cultivators of the world?" Nanping? ? The bushy-browed man pointed at Lu Zhou and said in a deep voice, "You're just a demon cultivating the evil path. If you've returned to your peak, would you still be hiding here? Today, I've been granted the ability of a divine emperor, and I will eliminate the demon to defend the righteous path." Then he said thunderously, "Die!" Along with the bushy-browed man, another 2 Templars shot out as well. The 3 of them brought their lotuses out, flying toward Lu Zhou from 3 different directions at lightning speed before they attacked. Lu Zhou scoffed, "You're overestimating yourself." Lu Zhou silently chanted the mantra of the heavenly writing. He did not hold back and unleashed the full force of his divine Tao power. To gain the power of muting and staying still in samadhi, so that it will manifest in the body and radiate into the surroundings like light. The power of muting. It had been a long time since Lu Zhou had used this heavenly writing power. How different would it be now that he was using it with the divine Tao power? The bushy-browed man and his 2 companions glared at Lu Zhou. They felt as though space and time had been frozen. Their minds were active, but their bodies were immobilized. Moreover, when they tried to mobilize their primal chi to release their energies, they discovered that the primal chi was flowing in reverse. Is this time reversal? The trio's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, Nanping's expression was extremely grave. He had felt the explosive power of the Blue Lotus and the law of time shrouding Golden Court Mountain. The great laws were the difference between divine emperors. All cultivators probably yearned to gain the ability to control time. The general consensus in the cultivation world was that it was impossible for humans to reverse time. At most, a cultivator could stop or slow time. Reversing time was not within the realm of possibilities. With that, how could they not be shocked? In fact, Lu Zhou had slightly mastered time reversal a long time ago. Naturally, the force of the time reversal depended on his strength as well. Now that he was a supreme being, he had already grasped this great law and ability. With just the great law alone, it was enough for him to be on par with a divine emperor. Boom! The Blue Lotus released a wave of energy in all directions. Bang! 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 The trio and their lotuses were sent flying back in 3 different directions. The tyrannical power destroyed their 8 extraordinary meridians immediately and wreaked havoc in their Danshan seas of qi. Without any suspense, the trio spat out blood. Swoosh! Time and space froze again. This time it was not just the trio. The other 7 Templars, including Nanping, were also frozen. Lu Zhou raised his hand to the sky. Faint blue electric arcs flashed on his hand immediately. The divine Tao is nature. If you borrow the power from heaven and earth to become divine emperors, you'll only suffer the backlash. It's time to return the power that doesn't belong to you. Rumble. Thunder clapped as lightning flashed in the sky. Boom! Streaks of light shot out and attached themselves to the Templars. No! Don't take away my power. I'm a divine emperor. I'm a divine emperor. Jiang Aijin shook his head as he watched this scene. Lu Zhou ignored them and continued to manipulate his divine Tao power. His reserve for his divine Tao power was much bigger than that time when he had extraordinary power. Currently, with his reserve, he could use this move at least another 10 times. However, 1 time was enough to deal with them. Return. The divine Tao power in his hand was like spiderwebs that were stuck to the Templars' bodies. The power they obtained from heaven and earth was continuously drawn out, quickly returning to the world. Nanping's eyes widened in fear as he shouted, "Lord Unholy One, no. Please. I have no intention of making an enemy out of you. Please show mercy. Please show mercy." Nanping could feel the power in his body being rapidly drawn out through his 8 extraordinary meridians and Dantian's sea of qi. "I've made it very clear that this power doesn't belong to you," Lu Zhou said in a dark tone. "You should be thanking me. How can there be such a good thing in the world where you can have the power of a divine emperor without paying a price? If your comprehension of the Tao and laws isn't enough and you can't control the power, you'll definitely suffer from the backlash." "Impossible. The great emperor said we're invincible. We have the power of a divine emperor. We're divine emperors." "Fool," Lu Zhou said to Nanping. "Do you think he'll feel at ease if all of you are truly invincible?" Nanping had no comeback. Jiang Aijin chimed in, "You're really stupid. Divine emperors rely on their comprehension of the laws and their states of mind. Even if you were bestowed such great power, you wouldn't be able to control it. I happened to read up on this specific use of the scales of justice previously. It's indeed a miraculous sacred relic. What it bestowed you was strength, not the comprehension or the state of mind of a divine emperor. Let me put it to you simply. A child with 100 knives would be easily killed by an adult with 1 knife. Do you understand? Although this analogy isn't completely accurate, the gist of it is there." Nanping's face was ashen. Jiang Aijin continued to say, "The scales have another, shall I say, hidden ability? No one has figured it out, but it allows Ming Xian to control others with its power. Look at all of you. He gave you power and manipulated all of you into sending yourselves to your deaths by coming here to test his opponent's strength." The severely injured bushy-browed man in the distance shook his head and shouted, "I don't believe it. I can clearly feel the power that lords over all living things in my body. I can also sense the 9 light discs. This isn't fake." There were also another 3 Templars who did not believe this. No matter what was said, the feeling in their bodies could not be fake. Crackling noises rang in the air as the electric arc's draining speed increased. It was as though they were sucking blood. Lu Zhou could sense the divine Tao power restraining the 10 fake divine emperors, and the consumption of his divine Tao power was rather terrifying. Nonetheless, he was confident about taking all of them down. Electric arcs seemed to multiply and increase in size, covering the sky. It did not take long before the sky of Great Yen was flashing with electric arcs. At this time, the 10 Templars were like insects caught in a spiderweb. All living things looked up at the sky. Jie Jinan, who was watching the breathtaking scene, was reminded of the valiant unholy from back then. He sighed emotionally and said, "After 100,000 years, the unholy one has returned to his peak. Who in the great void is his match?" The sky above Golden Court Mountain looked as though it was covered by a huge blue net. The 10 Templars were in pain and looked miserable. They could acutely sense the power in their bodies returning to the world. The bushy-browed man went crazy and struggled desperately. The 10 people unleashed palm seals in a desperate bid to break free. Bang! 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 Jie Jinan warned the others, "Be careful." The few of them quickly retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Lu Zhou also noticed the danger for the others. Although the 10 Templars did not have control over the great laws, their raw strength was still that of a divine emperor. If it were not for his comprehension of the great law, it would be difficult for him to control them. The bushy-browed man could not bear the loss of this power, and he could not bear the pain of the blue energy corroding his bones. He thrashed around wildly as he shouted, "Let's see how you're going to block this." The other 9 Templars looked at him in confusion amidst their pain. As his companions, they knew him very well. He had never lost his calm like that before. It was their first time seeing him so reckless and irascible. By the time Nanping sensed something was amiss, it was too late. With that bushy-browed Templar in the center, his Dantian sea of chi and divine soul pearl exploded in the sky with a blinding light. No! Zhang Aijin was shocked. The destructive force of a divine emperor, fake or not, who self-detonated was not something ordinary people could withstand. The force might even flatten the entire Golden Court Mountain. Jie Jinan frowned and quickly reminded Lu Zhou, "Law of space." Lu Zhou had already thought of this. He quickly manifested his blue avatar. The blue avatar towered between heaven and earth. Its hands shone with electric arcs as it flew out. Boom! When the bushy-browed man self-detonated, the blue avatar split the space open and cracks began to spread in all directions. Nanping looked at the blue avatar in shock, feeling as though his worldview had been overturned. He looked at the cracks in the space and thought they looked brilliant. Soon, despair flooded the Templars' hearts. They knew they would not be able to avoid the explosion. Boom! Primal chi exploded in the sky as energy raged violently like a tempest. It easily tore the Templars' protective energies apart. The shockwave from the explosion was completely absorbed by the cracks and holes in the space, entering the dark hole. Zhang Aijin looked up and exclaimed, "Amazing! I didn't expect Senior Ji's law of space to have reached such a high level." The torn space perfectly resolved the explosion. The blue avatar once again demonstrated its unrestrained state and quickly disintegrated before it formed again next to Lu Zhou. Then, Lu Zhou raised his hand to the sky, bringing out his astrolabe. Buzz! Lu Zhou had left unnamed with Long, so he could only use his astrolabe to defend against the residue energy that stormed in the sky. The blue astrolabe flashed with electric arcs. Its diameter increased from 300 feet to 3,000 feet to 30,000 feet, covering the entire Golden Court Mountain. The sky turned blue. The storm continued to wreak havoc above the astrolabe before silence finally returned to the sky. When the dust settled, everyone looked up. 9 out of the 10 Templars were left. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were riddled with wounds. Their powers had been drained, and their cultivations had reverted to what they were before. They had been severely injured by the bushy-browed man's explosion. It was only a matter of time before they died. Just like that, the 10 Templars died. At this time, Ming Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the sacred temple's main hall, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned slightly as he muttered, "You recovered so quickly? I've underestimated you." Then, an anticipatory expression appeared on his face as he continued muttering to himself, "I hope you'll become stronger. Either you reconstruct the moon and the sun or the world will perish." Following that, he brought a red bead from the pocket on his chest. The bead emitted a faint light before a projection appeared. Shangzhang, Little Yuaner, and Conk appeared in the projection. They were at the upper core. Upon seeing this, Ming Xian waved his hand. The bead dimmed, and the projection disappeared. Then, Ming Xian closed his eyes and entered his formless meditative state. After Lu Zhou put away his astrolabe, Zhang Aijin flew over and said, "Senior Ji, you're amazing. You can even deal with 10 divine emperors. Lu Zhou said, you know they weren't true divine emperors. Moreover, their raw strength was at most that of a lesser divine emperor. Moreover, their original cultivations were that of a Dao saint or a great Dao saint at most. Perhaps they would be stronger if they were supreme beings. Nonetheless, they were delusional to think they could deal with me. Jie Jinan landed next to Lu Zhou and asked, have you returned to your peak? Lu Zhou did not know how strong the Unholy One was back then. However, his current strength was enough to deal with ordinary divine emperors. He thought that even the 4 emperors of the Lost Lands might not be a match for him. His golden avatar had 36 birth charts, 2 light discs, and 12 leaves. His blue avatar had 36 birth charts, 2 light discs, and 14 leaves. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and looked at the sky before he said, maybe. Jie Jinan said happily, congratulations. It's too early to congratulate me, Lu Zhou said. At this moment, Princess Mulberry flew over from afar. She said with a smile, you're amazing. Lu Zhou looked at Princess Mulberry and asked, have you gotten used to staying here? Yes, I like it here very much, Princess Mulberry replied with a nod. Lu Zhou said, good. At this time, Jie Jinan said, Ming Xian sent the 10 Templars here to test your strength. He should be satisfied now that his goal has been achieved. Lu Zhou said, Ming Xian has many tricks up his sleeves. Those people were just cannon fodders to him. Jie Jinan nodded. It's clear Ming Xian isn't in a hurry at all. I really don't know what he's scheming. Jiang Aijin smiled and said, if I were him, I would find a safe place to hide now. Upon hearing, Lu Zhou was reminded of the migration plan. He asked, how were the 9 domains while I was in seclusion? How's the plan coming along? There are many cultivators in the Great Void who are willing to participate in the migration plan. Perhaps they're afraid of Senior G. Not many people chose to migrate to the Golden Lotus domain. Most of them went to the other 8 domains. With the exception of the 10 halls, a large number of cultivators are slowly leaving the Great Void. If another pillar of destruction collapses, I foresee there'll be more people leaving. The problem now is the fierce beasts in the unknown land. There are many unintelligent fierce beasts that recklessly invade human territories, Jiang Aijin said. However, the cultivators that have already left the Great Void are helping to fend off these fierce beasts and deal with the conflict between humans and fierce beasts. Lu Zhou nodded. He thought about Yinglong, the 4 divinities of heaven, and the Qin Yuan. Then he said, Jiang Aijin, go to the Twin Lotus domain and look for the Qin Yuan. I'll go to the unknown land. Senior G is wise. It's much easier for fierce beasts to communicate with fierce beasts. Jiang Aijin left quickly to the Twin Lotus domain after accepting the mission. The Twin Lotus had lost Qinfu and lost the peace it had in the past. During these years, there were endless disputes, and the cultivation world had never been peaceful. Fortunately, Chun Fu's disciples were still around. Chun Fu's first disciple, Hua Yin, had successfully attained the Tao and became a saint. He had now become the new saint and leader of the Twin Lotus domain. Jiang Aijin's first stop was the Autumn Dew Mountain. When Hua Yin heard that the Evil Sky Pavilion had sent someone over, he quickly went out to receive the visitor. Hua Yin asked warmly, May I know why Brother Jiang came to the Twin Lotus domain? How's Pavilion Master Lu? Jiang Aijin replied, I've been ordered by Senior G to invite the Qin Yuan clan to help the Evil Sky Pavilion. Now that the world is in chaos, we need to help those from the Great Void to deal with the fierce beasts. Hua Yin asked skeptically, The people from the Great Void have always been arrogant. Will they agree to this? They don't have a choice, Jiang Aijin said before he explained. With the plan, it doesn't matter if the people of the Great Void are arrogant. If they dare to attack the people of the 9 domains, Senior G and the 4 emperors of the Lost Lands won't let them off so easily. In order to survive the collapse of the Great Void cultivators can only agree to our requests. Hua Yin nodded and said, It's indeed a good plan. With Pavilion Master Lu's support, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's a pity that the Twin Lotus is short of manpower. Otherwise, I'd volunteer to go to the Evil Sky Pavilion. You should stay in the Twin Lotus domain. Based on the current progress, the Great Void won't be able to last 200 years. The 9 domains must unite to deal with all kinds of variables, Jiang Aijin said. Brother Jiang is right. Time waits for no man. I won't stay any longer, Jiang Aijin said with a smile as he rose to his feet. I'll bring you to the Qin Yuan clan. The Qin Yuans are ancient saint slayers. Under normal circumstances, I, a saint, don't dare to go near them. However, with Brother Jiang or Pavilion Master around, it won't be a problem. All right. The duo left the Autumn Dew Mountain and headed north. The ancient formation in Fragrant Valley had long disappeared. The valley looked completely different from before. After Hua Yin and Jiang Aijin appeared in the south of Fragrant Valley, Hua Yin said, "This is where the Qin Yuan clan lives." "It's a good place," Jiang Aijin sighed. When the duo entered the Qin Yuan clan's territory, many human cultivators flew over. They were naturally Qin Yuans in human forms. When they were stopped, Jiang Aijin said, "I'm here under the orders of the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Jiang Aijin's voice was very loud and resonated throughout the entire place. As soon as his voice fell, an excited voice rang from within the mountain. "Lord Unholy One?" Buzz. The Qin Yuan flashed appeared in front of everyone. When she saw that Lu Zhou did not come, she looked visibly disappointed. Then, she asked, "You're sent by Lord Unholy One?" Jiang Aijin tossed a talisman out. The talisman dissolved before a recording of Lu Zhou giving the order appeared. Upon seeing this, the Qin Yuan kneeled on one knee and said excitedly, "I definitely won't disappoint Lord Unholy One's high hopes." Meanwhile, Lu Zhou appeared in the sky above the unknown land on Witzard's back. The unknown land was dark as usual. "Old friend, you stayed in the unknown land for so long. I didn't expect you to improve so much," Lu Zhou said. He could sense that Witzard had grown much stronger. When he was in the Evil Sky Pavilion, the auspicious rain that Witzard called forth had provided him with a lot of vitality energy. With the help of the other mounts, instead of losing 300,000 years to activate his final 3 birth charts, he only lost 100,000 years. However, just like what he had learned in the Scripture of Sermons, forming 1 light disk cost 1,000,000 years. He had formed 2 light disks costing him 2,000,000 years. In other words, he now had roughly 30,000 reversal cards and 160,000 years left. Lu Zhou sighed. "I'm afraid I'm the supreme being with the shortest lifespan in the world." Bah! Witzard let out a cry before it sped up, flying toward the abyss at Dunzang. When they arrived above the abyss, Lu Zhou looked at the dark abyss that resembled a starry sky and sensed its power. Not much time had passed since he had last left this place. He wondered how Yinglong was doing in the abyss. Lu Zhou paused for a moment before he called out, "Yinglong, I'm here to see you." Lu Zhou's voice was very loud and carried a small amount of the divine Tao power. If Yinglong was in the abyss, he would definitely hear it. However, there was no response at all. Lu Zhou found the lack of response strange. He called out again, "Yinglong!" These 2 words were louder than before, let alone in the abyss. Even if Yinglong was buried in a coffin, he would still hear it. The result was the same. There was no response. Strange. Lu Zhou had watched Yinglong enter the abyss previously. Yinglong could stay at the Great Abyss Land for tens of thousands of years. There was no reason it could not stay in the much more comfortable abyss. Did he fail to absorb the power of the abyss so he left? Or did he explode after absorbing the power of the abyss because his body could not contain the power? Lu Zhou thought the former was unlikely. Yinglong would have waited for the return of his Divine Soul Pearl even if he wanted to leave. Without the Divine Soul Pearl, his cultivation was greatly weakened. The Divine Soul Pearl was his lifeblood. He would not give it up no matter what. Is it the latter? Did it explode and die? Lu Zhou felt that things did not look good. He thought to himself, "Yinglong, you can't die. If you die, my sins will be very grave." After all, Lu Zhou was the one who had lured it down the abyss. Without a second thought, Lu Zhou dove into the abyss. When he arrived at the first layer of rebound force, he pushed his hand out. A palm seal that contained the divine Tao power smashed heavily against the rebounding barrier. Boom! Lu Zhou felt the force weakened greatly. Another palm strike should be enough. Since the divine Tao power was a pure energy, breaking through the barrier should not be a big problem. Just as Lu Zhou was about to launch the second palm seal, a voice rang from below. "Stop! Ying Long!" Lu Zhou frowned, puzzled. Ying Long sighed and said from below, "Earlier, my cultivation was at a critical juncture, so I couldn't respond. The commotion you caused is too loud. It interrupted my cultivation." Ying Long's voice seemed to come from a very distant place. Fortunately, both parties were experts so they could hear each other clearly. Lu Zhou said, "I thought something happened to you." "How could something happen? I'm the ancestor of the dragons, and I rely on absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to survive. I won't die even if all humans die," Ying Long said. Lu Zhou, who agreed deeply with those words, nodded. "That's good. Anyway, I came for 2 reasons today." "Wait," Ying Long suddenly interjected. "It's not convenient to talk about things today, so why don't we talk another day?" Lu Zhou ignored Ying Long and continued to say, "Currently, 4 pillars of destruction have collapsed, and the 5th one looks like it's on the verge of collapse as well. The Great Void might collapse ahead of time. At that time, you'll be buried in the abyss. Moreover, your divine soul pearl has been away from your body for so long. If its power isn't replenished, it'll lose power." "This," Ying Long hesitated. Then, he suddenly said, "Just toss my divine soul pearl down." Lu Zhou frowned slightly, puzzled. "Based on your words, you don't intend to come up?" Ying Long replied, "I haven't fully recovered yet. It'll take at least 100 years. Lu Zhou thought it made sense. Since Ying Long was missing a few of its tendons and divine soul pearl, its recovery rate would not be fast. Finally, he said, "Fine. Return unnamed to me, and I'll return your divine soul pearl to you." Ying Long coughed. After a moment, he said, "That's fine." Lu Zhou wrapped the divine soul pearl with his energy before he tossed it down. He watched as the divine soul pearl fell into the darkness like a meteor. Then, he extended his hand and said, "Unnamed." "Well," Ying Long said a little sheepishly, "can I discuss something with you?" "What is it?" Ying Long hesitated. Lu Zhou felt that Ying Long was very strange today, but he could not figure out why. Finally, Ying Long mustered up his courage and said, "I like the weapon very much. Can you give it to me?" "Huh." Ying Long could sense Lu Zhou's confusion. He was afraid Lu Zhou would refuse, so he quickly added, "I'll do anything you ask." Lu Zhou scoffed and said, "What gives you the confidence to ask for unnamed?" Then Lu Zhou began to descend. He came to a stop where the rebounding force was the strongest and said, "Even if I pull out all of your tendons, there's still not enough to exchange for unnamed." Ying Long was very embarrassed, but he still forced himself to say, I'm not that cheap, am I?" "It's not that you're cheap, but unnamed is far more valuable than you can imagine," Lu Zhou said honestly. The more Ying Long heard, the more he felt at a loss. It was a pity Lu Zhou could not see Lu Zhou's expression at this moment. Ying Long was extremely vexed. He really wanted to give himself a few hard slaps. After a moment, he decided to change his strategy and said, "Then, can I keep unnamed for a few more days? I really like it." Lu Zhou frowned and said, "Ying Long, it seems like the lesson I taught you back then isn't enough. I thought you'll keep your promise. I didn't expect you to covet my possession." No, you misunderstand me. I'm telling the truth. I really like it," Ying Long said, unable to defend himself. Lu Zhou was truly puzzled. After all, Ying Long was a defeated opponent. Ying Long would be really stupid to try and play tricks on him. Finally, he said threateningly, "I'll give you another 3 breaths to hand unnamed over. Otherwise, I'll pull out your tendons again." Ying Long really wanted to cry at this moment. After thinking for a moment, he thought he could only be honest now. He said, "Brother, in fact, it isn't my fault. Your weapon is very slippery. and it insisted on exploring the depths of the abyss. Lu Zhou's eyes widened in anger and surprise. You lost my unnamed? I didn't lose it. It insisted on running away. Yinglong stammered. The blue lotus bloomed under Lu Zhou's feet, and it released the divine Tao power. Just like that, the rebounding barrier retreated to the sides, opening up a path. Lu Zhou used the great power of teleportation. After a few breaths, he appeared in front of Yinglong. Under their feet was the power of the abyss. Their surroundings were like the starry sky. Yinglong shivered as he stared at Lu Zhou, who was standing with his hands on his back. It's down there. Yinglong said, I really didn't do it on purpose. Lu Zhou stared at Yinglong, trying to confirm if Yinglong was lying. Then he tried to sense unnamed. Indeed, he could not sense it. He was the master of unnamed. It would be impossible for Yinglong to refine unnamed in such a short time. This meant that Yinglong was telling the truth. Unnamed was indeed lost. Lu Zhou looked down before he asked, Yinglong, do you remember what I said earlier? What? Even if I pull out all of your tendons, they won't be able to exchange for unnamed, Lu Zhou said flatly. How are you going to compensate me? Yinglong explained guiltily. I've tried to go down many times. No matter how hard or how many times I tried, I couldn't go any further. The power there is too strong. Lu Zhou said, Unnamed is extraordinary. It's a sacred relic that can break any barrier in the world. So powerful? Yinglong hurriedly said, Brother, you're its master. Why don't you try to summon it back? It has a lot of spirituality and it's void grade. You should be able to summon it back. Lu Zhou asked. Should? Yinglong trembled. Then he said hastily, How about this? I'll do whatever you want me to do. It's not my fault if my tendons aren't as precious as your unnamed. There's nothing I can do about that. Yinglong spread his arms, looking helpless. Lu Zhou stared at Yinglong intently as he thought for a moment before he said, The 9 domains are facing the threat of being invaded by fierce beasts. You're the ancestor of the dragons, so you have the ability to make the fierce beasts submit to you. Yinglong's eyes lit up. He quickly patted his chest and said, Leave this to me. Lu Zhou continued to say, The battles in the unknown land have gotten very fierce in recent years. There are too many unintelligent fierce beasts, and it's impossible to communicate with them. When the Great Void collapses, the conflict between humans and fierce beasts will definitely explode. Leave it to me, Yinglong said confidently. The Great Void and the unknown land are vast. The 9 domains are located in different directions. Can you really do it? Lu Zhou asked. Naturally, he did not want Yinglong to blindly promise him without having the ability to do so. An awkward expression appeared on Yinglong's face as he said, It's quite difficult. Lu Zhou said, Meng Zhang is also a dragon. You can convince him. Oh, Yinglong was startled by this suggestion. Lu Zhou also replied with an oh. But the sound was longer. Seeing that situation was not good, Yinglong's attitude changed immediately. He gritted his teeth and said, No problem. Leave it to me. What have I gotten myself into? With Yinglong and Meng Zhang around to intimidate the fierce beasts, even if humans and fierce beasts could not get along peacefully, at the very least the casualties would be much lower. After all, if there was war between humans and fierce beasts, humans would definitely be at the disadvantage compared to the savage fierce beasts. Fierce beasts could survive in harsh environments much better than humans. There was Jian Bing, the cult master of the Nihilist congregation, who was the Unholy One's #1 fan. Si Wuxia could play a part as well since he had inherited the fire deity's legacy. As for Ji Ming, it had a good relationship with Bai Zhaoju, and it was also the Lost Kingdom itself. It should not participate in the battle between humans and fierce beasts. With this, humans would be able to protect themselves for the time being. Lu Zhou saw Yinglong's expression and asked, You're very unwilling? Yinglong denied immediately. No, I'm very willing. If I can redeem myself with this, I'm very willing. How can I be unwilling? Lu Zhou nodded and said, It won't delay your cultivation. You just need to step out for a while to deal with those two things. I won't ask for anything else. If you do a good job, I won't hold a grudge against you regarding unnamed matter." Upon hearing this, Long patted his chest and said, "I promise to do a good job. You better remember that I hate those who don't keep their promises the most," Lu Zhou said. "I'm the ancestor of the dragons, and the leader of the dragon clan, after all. I won't go back on my words. Unnamed is so precious, but brother only asked me to do two simple things in return for losing," Long said with a sigh. At this moment, he did not feel too resentful about the unholy one pulling out his tendons in the past. "Since that's the case, should I pull out a few more dragon tendons from you as compensation?" Lu Zhou asked. No, Brother Ji, please show mercy. I have very few perfect tendons left. If you pull them out, I'm going to die. I promise to do my job well," Long said as he hurriedly waved his hands. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, "That's good. Stand aside. Stand aside." Long did not know what Lu Zhou intended to do. There was not much space here, but he still moved to the side. Lu Zhou moved to stand in Long's original position before he closed his eyes. Long asked curiously, "Brother Ji, can you find unnamed?" Lu Zhou ignored Long and continued to sense unnamed. Long, who was ignored. Lu Zhou mobilized the divine Dao power and let it flow into the abyss through his palm. The divine Dao power was purified from the power of the abyss. It was the purest energy in the world. When the divine Dao power surged out, it spread swiftly, covering the entire abyss like an inescapable net. The divine Dao was nature. Everything adhered to the law of conservation. There was life and there was death. There was meeting and there was parting. Lu Zhou searched for the familiar spirituality. He opened his eyes that suddenly glowed blue. Long, who was feeling down, instinctively took 2 steps back upon seeing the pair of blue eyes. "Hey, I can only accept my fate now. Forget it. I'll stay far away from him in my next life." Lu Zhou's eyesight was unprecedentedly keen at this moment. He looked around before he sensed the familiar spirituality in the vast galaxy in the abyss. "Unnamed," Lu Zhou called out softly. He sensed unnamed spinning before it suddenly stopped moving. Lu Zhou sensed a scorching energy shrouding unnamed. It was like magma. He thought to himself, puzzled. Is it possible that the void grade is not the highest or final grade? There was still a connection between him and unnamed. The connection did not weaken at all. On the contrary, it seemed to be stronger. This could only mean one thing. Unnamed was getting stronger. Lu Zhou opened his eyes and stopped calling unnamed back to his side. Then, he looked at Long and asked, "Why do you look so uncomfortable?" "It's nothing. Can you find unnamed?" Long asked. Lu Zhou shook his head. Long sighed. He wondered if it was truly hopeless to find unnamed. "All right, before we leave, I'll return your divine soul pearl to you," Lu Zhou said. "Okay." Long's divine soul pearl returned to his body, and his cultivation increased significantly. Then he followed Lu Zhou and left the abyss. Huantan's pillar of destruction. Fog lingered in the dark sky. Lu Zhou and Long stared at the towering pillar of destruction nearby and sighed emotionally. Long said, "I don't know how long the remaining pillars can hold on." As soon as Long's voice fell, a rumbling noise rang out from the distant horizons. Boom! Are my words so accurate? Long frowned. Lu Zhou looked in the direction of the commotion and said, "Great Abyss Land? No way. The pillar at the Great Abyss Land is the biggest and strongest. If it falls, the end will come even if the other pillars haven't fallen yet. Even if the pillars are falling, it's not time for it to fall yet." "That's not necessarily true," Lu Zhou said. "I've been to the Great Abyss Land. In order to survive there, the Feather Tribe built many magnificent buildings there." "What do you mean?" Long asked in confusion. "Don't underestimate small powers. Water droplets can wear down stones, and metal pillars can be ground into needles. The construction at the Great Abyss Land has surely affected the pillar, Lu Zhou said. There was an old man named Yugong. He lived near two mountains that made it difficult for him and his family to get around. Hence, he and his family members decided to move the mountains, chipping at it. The people ridiculed him, and at that time he said, "The mountains won't grow taller, but my descendants will never stop trying to move the mountains." Inglong sighed. So it's a story of perseverance. Alas, he's wrong. Mountains will grow taller too. Is this the point? Lu Zhou was too lazy to continue on this topic, so he pointed at the pillar of destruction and said, "Let's talk after we settle the matter in front of us." "All right," Inglong said before flying over. When Inglong appeared near the pillar of destruction, the fog in the sky began to surge. Then the land brightened, illuminated by two moons. Inglong said tonelessly, "It's me, Inglong." Meng Zhang was filled with surprise, disbelief, and confusion. "Why are you here?" Inglong said bluntly, "The pillars are all going to collapse. There's no point in you guarding this place. War is about to break out between humans and fierce beasts. Both of us should stop the conflict." Meng Zhang naturally knew this as well. He said with a hint of helplessness, "Everything is predestined. Moreover, those hateful humans should suffer a little." Inglong said, "You can't do nothing. Once the Great Void falls, where do you think the fierce beasts in the unknown land and the Great Void can go? There's nowhere for them to go. At that time, you'll also be buried here. Currently, the 9 domains have the Unholy One as their leader. This is a rare opportunity for us." At the mention of the Unholy One, Meng Zhang said unhappily, "The Unholy One? I've long settled the score with him. We have nothing to do with each other." Inglong smiled and said, "Why don't you do it for my sake? I've already made an agreement with him. As long as we stop the conflict, the humans in the 9 domains also won't make things difficult for the fierce beasts. All living beings should unite against this huge disaster." Meng Zhang asked, barely able to control his surprise, "When did you become the Unholy One's lackey?" Inglong frowned and said in a raised voice, "Hey, watch your words. What do you mean by lackey?" Meng Zhang only said disdainfully, "Humans are lowly, dragons are noble. How can you fall into such a state?" "Shut up." Inglong was instantly enraged. Lu Zhou saw Inglong's body turn translucent. The fog in the sky surged even more as a thunderous dragon roar resonated for hundreds of miles in the unknown land, causing the fierce beasts to flee in fear. Inglong reverted to his true form. Its body was huge and long and had the texture of stones. It spiraled upward before it opened its mouth and blew. A fierce wind raged immediately. Meng Zhang frowned before it blew as well, stirring up the wind. The 2 dragons began to fight thunderously in the sky. Except for the pillar of the destruction, nothing remained standing within a radius of 100 miles. The 2 dragons' bodies entwined as they fought, spitting out waves of powerful energy from their mouths. After a few rounds, Inglong occupied the higher ground. Then, it released its dragon's breath at the pillar of destruction. The extreme coldness of the dragon's breath caused Meng Zhang to retreat. "You're just a mere divine lord. How dare you provoke me? I won't forgive you." Although both of them had yet to recover their peak strength, Inglong was stronger than Meng Zhang. The 2 dragons continued to fight, and just when the battle was at its most intense, buzz! Lu Zhou's tiny figure appeared between the humongous dragons. He said faintly, "Stop." Inglong and Meng Zhang stopped at the same time. Their eyes that were like the sun and moon stared at the tiny human, who glowed with a blue light, hovering between them. "Unholy One?" Meng Zhang called out. Inglong said, "He's too disobedient, so I naturally have to teach him a lesson. Now is the time to recruit people," Lu Zhou said before he turned to look at Meng Zhang and continued. "The migration and representative plan is the best plan for both humans and beasts. If you want to die, I can help you." Meng Zhang remained silent, could clearly sense that Lu Zhou had become even stronger. Lu Zhou pointed at the distant sky and said, "Something must have happened to the pillar at the Great Abyss Land. This is the last thing I want to see. The Great Void is going to fall ahead of time." The fall doesn't discriminate. Do you want to be smashed into a meat patty? Meng Zhang said. I can leave now and find a lost island of my own. Yinglong cursed. You're one of the 4 divinities of heaven. Your responsibility is to maintain the balance between heaven and earth. Now, you want to run away at the critical moment. Meng Zhang retorted. When disaster strikes, everyone should fly. Fly my ass. Yinglong cursed again. When the great void falls, the Tao will be affected. Do you think you can continue to live at ease? Meng Zhang closed its eyes. After a moment, it changed into its human form and appeared in front of Lu Zhou. Yinglong reverted to its human form as well. Meng Zhang said stubbornly, Since we can't break the shackles, we're going to die in the end anyway. Yinglong said through gritted teeth, Oh, since you know you're going to die anyway, why didn't you kill yourself when you were born? Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous noise rang from the distant horizon again. Lu Zhou brought a talisman out and ignited it. As soon as Wuxia appeared in the projection, he said, shocking the 2 dragons, Master, something bad has happened. The pillar at the Great Abyss Land has cracked ahead of time. Lu Zhou frowned and said, The Great Abyss Land's pillar is the strongest. How did this happen? Wuxia said, I'm curious as well. Based on my calculations, this shouldn't have happened so fast. I suspect this isn't natural, and it's caused by someone. Lu Zhou recalled his battle with Tu Wei, which caused the collapse of the Pillar of Destruction at Dunzang. Then, he asked, There's a divine emperor playing tricks? I'm not sure. We'll have to secretly investigate the matter. Wuxia said. However, there's not much point in investigating as well. The fall of the Great Void is inevitable. The bigger problem is that the fierce beasts in the unknown land and the Great Void are migrating in huge numbers. The humans in the 9 domains are in great danger. The cracks on the pillar in the Great Abyss Land are like a signal for all the fierce beasts to move. They'll be attacking the humans in the 9 domains soon. The fall of the Great Void meant the destruction of the unknown land. The only chance of survival was to leave the Great Void and the unknown land. Yinglong said, Then what are we waiting for? Let's get to work now. Yinglong flashed to Meng Zhang's side. He grabbed Meng Zhang's arm and said, Let's go. Meng Zhang was a little reluctant, but after being dragged around by these people, he could only leave Huantan's pillar of destruction. He kept muttering, Embarrassing? How embarrassing? What's embarrassing? If anything, you're embarrassing the Dragon Clan, Yinglong said. Lu Zhou cut off the projection. Then, he left the 2 divine dragons and rushed toward the nearest runic passage. The runic passages he had asked Zhao Hongfu to construct around the 10 pillars of destruction previously were now showing their value. With the migration and representative plan, some great void cultivators reached an agreement with the cultivators from the 9 domains to resist the invading fierce beasts. However, there were also arrogant and prejudiced great void cultivators who were unwilling to cooperate with the 9 domains. In the Golden Lotus domain, the Misty Forest and the Moonlight Woodland were packed with fierce beasts. There were the speedy Luans, nether wolves whose eyes were like lanterns, the dark felines whose wings covered the sky, the Shichus that could shake the earth with just a stomp of their feet, and many more fierce beasts. The Golden Lotus cultivators had built a human defensive line in the west. A large number of cultivators flew back and forth, sending messages from the front line. Does the Saint Sky Pavilion know about this? Someone went there this morning. The imperial family has sent a large number of experts to the front line. But it's not enough. Only a supreme being can resolve this problem. Don't put yourself down. The Golden Lotus cultivators have the fastest rate of improvement and progress. At this time, a large number of flying beasts flew over from the distant sky. Release the arrows. A row of godly archers stepped forward and released their arrows into the sky. A great battle erupted immediately. The fierce beasts on land began to attack the human defensive line as well. Activate the formation. Buzz. A translucent barrier appeared above the city. At this time, humans in Great Yen, regardless of tribes, were united. In addition to human avatars, there were wolf avatars and tiger avatars in the sky, fighting with the fierce beasts. Get into formation. A few cultivators skilled in formations gathered and commanded the others. The city wall was tens of thousands of feet long, and every 1,000 feet, there would be an intense battle. Most of the Golden Lotus cultivators did not have lotuses. Many of them were injured by the fierce beasts and died. Hold on. At this moment, Thousand Realms whirling cultivators from the Luo Tian and Yun sects came to the front line. Nan Gongwei, the sect master of the Tian sect, had long become a Thousand Realms whirling cultivator with the guidance from the Evil Sky Pavilion. He manifested his avatar and swept past the city wall, sweeping away the weaker fierce beasts. With a raise of his hands, dozens of fierce beasts were dismembered by energy swords and fell to the ground. It's the sect master of Tian sect. Someone from the Saint Sky Pavilion should be coming soon. Nan Gongwei looked at the human defensive line and muttered worriedly, "It's still far from enough." Nan Gongwei knew he was not strong enough. He did not have much chance of winning if he went against those powerful fierce beasts. Behind the huge number of fierce beasts, there were obviously stronger beast emperors. Boom! A huge fierce beast crashed into the city wall at this moment. A huge crack appeared on the wall immediately. Dozens of cultivators flew up from the wall that looked like it was going to collapse. The formation won't hold for long. Sect Master Nan, when will the people from the Saint Sky Pavilion come? The cultivators, who were drenched in blood, could only place their hopes on the Saint Sky Pavilion now. Nan Gongwei said, "Don't worry, I've sent someone there. The Saint Sky Pavilion won't sit aside and do nothing while this is happening. Everyone, hold on." The cultivators from the Tian, Yun, and Luo sect rushed out and landed on the city wall. Everyone shouted, "Resist!" Bang! 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 The cultivators unleashed energy swords and energy sabers that filled the sky, fighting with the fierce beasts. While Nan Gongwei was commanding the cultivators, many more powerful cultivators flew over from the south. Then someone transmitted their voice loudly. "We're from the Great Void." The cultivators from Great Yen were worried. After all, the cultivators from the Great Void were arrogant and might not want to fight alongside them. Nonetheless, what happened next proved their worries were unfounded. The Great Void cultivators did not waste time and rushed toward the fierce beasts and began to fight. One by one, the huge fierce beasts fell into pools of blood. There's a venerable master. Venerable masters are indeed powerful. Although the Golden Lotus cultivators' progress and improvement were fast, they were still inferior to the Great Void cultivators who had a head start. After staying at the bottom of the well for so long, they could not help but sigh after coming out to see the world. With the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction showing signs of collapsing, the great battle between humans and fierce beasts began as well. Two-way hall. Si Wuya burned the information sent by Yi Zhixing from the darknet. He frowned slightly as he began to think of countermeasures. The Yellow Lotus domain, Red Lotus domain, and the Purple Lotus domain were in the most precarious situation. Although the Golden Lotus domain's situation was not particularly optimistic, the Evil Sky Pavilion was there. Hence, there should not be much of a problem. It was the Red Lotus domain that suffered a lot, and it had been the case for several hundred years now. The Black Lotus domain and White Lotus domain, which used to suppress and monopolize the Red Lotus domain, fared a little better and could still put up a fight. Man! 2 silver guards appeared in the hall. "Commander! The 2 of you will lead 100 silver guards to the Red Lotus domain and assist the cultivators there." The silver guards were startled by this order. One of them said hesitantly, "Commander, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate." "Just go," Si Wuya said. As soon as Si Wuya's voice fell, a voice rang from outside. "Without the permission of the sacred temple, no one can mobilize the silver guards, dark guards, or the Templars." A figure flashed and appeared in front of Si Wuya. He stood with his hands on his back and a smile on his face. Si Wuya was not surprised. Instead, he asked with a faint smile on his face, "Lord One, what brings you here?" Wen Ruqing said with a smile. The great emperor had decreed that the 10 halls aren't allowed to mobilize their forces or leave the great void without permission since the world is in turmoil. Si Wuya looked at Wen Ruqing and said, I'll personally explain this to the great emperor. Humans are now facing a great crisis. If we don't step forward, I'm afraid the world will be plunged into misery. You don't have to worry about that, Wen Ruqing said with a chuckle. Everyone has their own destinies. The war between humans and fierce beasts is inevitable. You should let nature take its course. Clearly, the sacred temple did not plan to do anything about the disaster. You're going to watch as humans are being trampled by the fierce beasts? Si Wuya asked solemnly. If there's life, there'll always be death, Wen Ruqing replied. What good will it do you if they die? Don't tell me that you're hoping the fierce beasts will help you make room, Si Wuya asked. There were quite a large number of people in the 9 domains. If they died, the great void cultivators would have more resources in the 9 domains. After all, they were used to being high and mighty. How could they deign to live with so many people in a small place? Upon hearing this, Wen Ruqing said disdainfully, Do you think I take a liking to the 9 domains? No matter how brilliant they are, how can they compare to the great void? Si Wuya nodded in agreement. Indeed, the great void is vast and the most glorious place in the world. However, it's going to collapse soon. The sky and humans are one. As long as the sky is there, there'll be humans. If there's no sky, there'll be no humans, Wen Ruqing said in a low voice, sounding as though he wanted to perish together with the great void. Si Wuya smiled and said, Everyone has different ways of thinking. I'm sorry, but I can't act according to your wishes. Si Wuya waved his hand. The 2 silver guards were stunned. Their eyes darted back and forth between Si Wuya and Wen Ruqing, not knowing whose orders to follow. Si Wuya's voice was deep and sonorous as he asked, When did Two-Way Hall become the sacred temple's lackey? With this, the 2 silver guards bowed at the same time. Understood. I want to see who dares to move, Wen Ruqing said in a deep voice. As soon as Wen Ruqing finished speaking, flames burst forth from Si Wuya's body. The flames were pure and powerful after being tempered by the true fire. A wave of energy swept out immediately. Wen Ruqing frowned. Fire deity? Si Wuya smiled and said, Lord One, fighting won't benefit either of us. You're just the descendant of the fire deity. Even if the fire deity were here, I won't concede, Wen Ruqing said before unleashing an energy fist. The energy fist tore through space, entering the cracks, and appeared in front of Si Wuya in just a blink of an eye. Si Wuya flashed away, leaving a series of afterimages that were connected in a row. Then, his flames burned the energy fist into nothingness. Fate! Wen Ruqing was inwardly surprised. The law of fate was a great law after all. It did not take long for him to figure out that Si Wuya must have comprehended the great law after comprehending the great Tao in the upper core. The existence of all things in the world was fated. Creation and evolution were fated just like everything between heaven and earth. Wen Ruqing sneered, Today, let me see just how much you, a true disciple of the Unholy One, are worth. Just as Wen Ruqing's lotus bloomed under his feet, a dignified voice rang out. Let him be. Wen Ruqing's body stiffened. Why? You just need to obey my orders. Wen Ruqing was extremely unwilling. He was so enraged that he no longer cared about maintaining the image of a supreme being. He scoffed coldly. Si Wuya cupped his fists together and said, Thank you, great emperor. Wen Ruqing glared at Si Wuya and asked, You think you're very smart? You think the Unholy One is very smart. After saying that, Wen Ruqing walked Two-Way Hall without looking back. Si Wuya looked at Wen Ruqing's back and asked with a faint smile on his face, I'm not smart. Can you tell me what big scheme you're all planning? Wen Ruqing paused briefly before he scoffed and flashed away. Then, Si Wuya asked the silver guards, Why are you still standing here? We're leaving now. After the silver guards left, Si Wuya went to Shiha Hall. Shiha Hall. Lan Shiha had gotten thinner recently, and her mental state was not very good. She had tried to repair the pillar of destruction after it collapsed, but she failed. Later on, she spoke to Ouyang Ziyun and learned some things about the Unholy One. It was also at that time that she learned the fall of the Great Void was inevitable. At this moment, she was pacing back and forth in the hall when a voice rang from outside. The commander of Two-Way Hall has arrived. Enter. A female attendant led Si Wuya into the hall. Si Wuya smiled. Greetings, holy maiden. Lan Shiha looked slightly embarrassed. She said, Don't make fun of me. I heard that the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction has cracked. What's the situation now? Si Wuya replied, It happened a little earlier than expected, but there won't be any big problems. What's important now is your stance. Lan Shiha looked at him suspiciously. My stance? What do you need me to do? I'm sure you've heard about the migration and representative plan. Now that humans are facing a huge crisis, do you intend to stay here and guard the great void that will eventually fall? Si Wuya asked. What do you mean? Si Wuya smiled and spat out 4 words. The White Tower Council. Then he added, The people there need you now. Lan Shiha was stunned. In short, he wanted her to leave the Great Void and go to the White Tower Council. Lan Shiha had a connection to the White Tower Council. Although her memories of that place were not experienced by her true body, she knew everything there was to know about the council. She was the master of the White Tower Council and the belief of its cultivators. There was no doubt about this. Lan Shiha asked, What about the other halls? If they agree, there'll naturally be places for them to take refuge. If they disagree, then they'll have to fend for themselves. My master is not the Messiah who has to save everyone. From what Si Wuya said, the plan was like the evil sky pavilion trying to save those who were willing to cooperate. It was extremely difficult to get the majority of the Great Void cultivators to side with the Unholy One after 100,000 years of brainwashing and being fed false information. If it were not for Si Wuya, if it were not for her knowing Lu Zhou, perhaps, Lan Shiha would have stood on Ming Xian's side like many others. After mulling over it for a while, Lan Shiha nodded. All right, I hope I'm not making a mistake. Si Wuya smiled. I'm very happy to cooperate with you, holy maiden. At this moment, the sounds of laughter rang from outside. 7th senior brother. Old 8th. Si Wuya turned around and saw Zhu Honggong and Jian Bing slowly walking toward him. 7th senior brother. I missed you so much. Zhu Honggong rushed over and made a move to hug Si Wuya. Si Wuya quickly pushed Zhu Honggong away and retreated. Stay away from me. 7th senior brother. I cried a lot when you died. How can you be so heartless? Zhu Honggong said. As he spoke, he rushed toward Si Wuya again. Jian Bing was dumbstruck. Lan Shiha had already gotten used to Zhu Honggong's behavior, so she only sighed. Si Wuya said, All right. How do you feel after comprehending the great Tao? I don't feel any different, Zhu Honggong said as he wiped his tears away. At this moment, Jian Bing stepped forward and said with a smile, Greetings, Mr. 7th. Are you the white tiger who accompanied old 8th? The cult master of the nihilist congregation? Si Wuya asked. Indeed, Jian Bing smiled and said, I didn't expect you to know me. Si Wuya said, That's good. Follow me to Xianxia Hall. Why do you want to go to Xianxia Hall? Zhu Honggong asked. Si Wuya replied, Now, we're only missing our 2 youngest junior sisters and 4th senior brother. After we're done comprehending the great Tao, we need to move quickly. Why? Zhu Honggong was puzzled. Lan Shiha said, The Great Abyss Land's pillar is going to collapse soon. I'm afraid the Great Void won't hold on for long. Zhu Honggong and Jian Bing were shocked by the news. At the west of the Golden Lotus domain, at the front line, blood flowed everywhere, and dark smoke billowed in the air. The city walls were dyed red with blood from humans and fierce beasts alike. After the Great Void cultivators joined the battle, the humans had a respite. Alas, it did not last long before the fierce beasts launched a second wave of attacks. At this moment, a Great Void cultivator broadcasted his voice. Attention, cultivators of Great Yen. We've detected a Saint Slayer approaching. Everyone please abandon the city and retreat 3,000 miles. Everyone, abandon the city and retreat 3,000 miles. The message was passed from the front to the rear. Behind the city wall, Nan Gongwei, the sect master of Tian sect, looked at the devastated land worriedly. Sect master, are we really going to abandon the city? We have no choice. Even the cultivators from the Great Void can't deal with the Saint Slayer. They can only lead us to retreat, Nan Gongwei said. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the distant forest where more and more fierce beasts were emerging from. He felt extremely helpless. Humans were still too weak in front of powerful fierce beasts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Great Void cultivators along with the others retreated from the front line. When they swept past the city wall, they saw Nan Gongwei, who stood still. One of them said sternly, "Why aren't you retreating? Do you want to die?" Nan Gongwei cupped his fists together and asked, "Are we really going to retreat? The Saint Slayer is approaching. We have no choice," the Great Void cultivator said. "However, we haven't tried our best yet. If we retreat, what's going to happen to the commoners in the city?" Nan Gongwei asked. "You're so righteous. Why don't you do something about it yourself?" The Great Void cultivator frowned. Nan Gongwei could not refute those words. He did not have the strength to help. However, he felt that the Great Void cultivators were not doing their best. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A six-clawed black hornless dragon appeared in the western sky. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long. It swept its tail, causing a loud boom that shook the world. "Go!" A Great Void cultivator shouted and flew backward. Nan Gongwei's eyes burned with anger when he looked at the six-clawed black hornless dragon. Alas, he was truly powerless and helpless. In the end, he said, "Let's go. Retreat." Great Yan's cultivators at the city wall obeyed Nan Gongwei's orders and began to retreat. Tens of thousands of cultivators rose into the air. However, they had flown for only half a mile when they saw the weak and powerless commoners running around, bleeding. The streets were chaotic. There were children and elderly people sitting on the ground, crying for help. There was a pregnant woman, leaning against a wall. Her expression was one of pain. Is this the prosperous era we want? The moment Nan Gongwei stopped, the six-clawed black hornless dragon at the back led 1,000,000 fierce beasts toward the city. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky and land. The sound wave blew away roofs and tiles of thousands of buildings. At the critical moment, a streak of auspicious light flew over from the western sky. A majestic figure stood above the auspicious light, and his voice was thunderous as he said, "All the fiercest are prohibited from approaching the city." The voice was sonorous and thunderous, sweeping down from the auspicious light to the front lines like rolling tides. The despairing Great Yen cultivators and the retreating Great Void cultivators looked up in shock at the auspicious light and the figure above it. They rubbed their eyes before they looked again. "It's Wizard." When the Great Yen cultivators identified Wizard, they were elated and excited. "The pavilion master of the Saint Sky Pavilion is here in person." Word of this spread like a wildfire. The morale of the despairing cultivators soared immediately. They looked at the figure in the sky with expressions of reverence and worship. The Great Yen cultivators kneeled one after another and shouted, "Greetings, Senior G." Lu Zhou swept his gaze across the cultivators who were covered in dirt and dust and were looking at him. In contrast, the Great Void cultivators gulped. They were a little worried and fearful as they looked at Lu Zhou, who was standing on Wizard. "So he's the legendary Unholy One?" The Great Void cultivators had always feared the Unholy One, who was a taboo in the Great Void. They only participated in the plan because of the Sacred Temple's long period of inaction. The Sacred Temple did not even care that the Unholy One had returned. For these reasons, it caused these wavering cultivators to flee. Regardless of whether the Unholy One was good or evil, it was better than waiting for death in the Great Void. Now that the Great Void cultivators finally saw the Unholy One, they could not help but gasp. After that, they did not dare to breathe loudly as they looked at the legendary bigshot. Looking at the ants of Great Yen kowtowing, Their arrogance also had disappeared at this moment. No one could be arrogant in front of the Unholy One. They could only lower their heads in front of the Unholy One. Nan Gongwei flew over excitedly from behind the city walls and landed next to Lu Zhou. He said excitedly, "Greetings, Senior Ji. You are. It's me, the sect master of Tian sect, Nan Gongwei." Nan Gongwei hurriedly said as he pointed at himself. Lu Zhou thought for a moment. Perhaps it had been too long. It took a while before he finally remembered. He nodded and said, "I remember now. Yun Tianluo's disciple." That's right, Nan Gongwei said as he sighed emotionally. After so many years, Senior Ji has only gotten younger and more valiant. Lu Zhou asked, "Were you leading the cultivators to guard the front lines all this time?" Nan Gongwei nodded and said, "Senior Ji, please forgive me. With my cultivation, I can only do so much. Now that a Saint Slayer is approaching, even the great void cultivators have no choice but to retreat. I really pity the commoners in the city." Lu Zhou said, "You've done a good job." Then, he turned around and asked in a deep voice, "What are you waiting for?" From behind, an immense figure flew over, causing the wind and clouds to surge. The cultivators looked up when they sensed the powerful presence. At this time, Meng Zhang opened its eyes that were like moons and roared. Its roar resounded through heaven and earth. The fierce beasts that were approaching stopped in their tracks, intimidated by the dragon's might. The enormous figure circled in the sky and released its dragon's breath. Swoosh! Dense fog shrouded the forest and the area within 30,000 feet. A wave of chilling energy swept through the western forest immediately, freezing everything. The dragon's breath range of effect was perfectly placed. It happened to be the west of the city wall where the forest was. Great yen cultivators rushed up to the city wall and looked at the frozen western region. They were filled with emotions. On the other hand, the great void cultivators were shocked. That's Mengzhang, the Azure Dragon. He's one of the 4 divinities of heaven. As one of the 4 divinities of heaven, why would he listen to the Unholy One's orders? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Perhaps there are some secrets we're unaware of. After dealing with a large number of fierce beasts with one move, Meng Zhang changed into its human form and landed in front of Lu Zhou. Then he asked expressionlessly, "Is this all I need to do?" "It's enough," Lu Zhou said. "Then what benefits do I get?" Meng Zhang asked. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "What does that have to do with me?" Nan Gongwei. Nan Gongwei was dumbstruck by their conversation. Perhaps he had seen Meng Zhang in action. He did not dare to interrupt. With Meng Zhang's means, with just a flick of a finger, he could die without a burial place. It was better for him to stand aside and keep quiet. He thought that it was good enough that he could stand and listen to them with Lu Zhou's support. At this moment, Ying Long, who was in his human form, flew over from afar. He looked like an ordinary cultivator. There was nothing special about him. When he landed, he said to Meng Zhang, "Don't be so calculative. Just treat it as a favor to me. If you're really dissatisfied, I'll take you to cultivate in the abyss with me. I remember that you lost a lot of your cultivation to repair the pillar, right?" "The abyss?" Meng Zhang asked. "That's right. I can restore my cultivation? I guarantee it," Ying Long replied. "Deal." Ying Long sighed in relief. "It's really been hard on me." Meanwhile, the great void cultivators, who felt they were superior, left the great yen cultivators and gathered in front of Lu Zhou to greet him. As the great void cultivators moved to bow, Lu Zhou raised his hand and stopped them. "Who are you?" "We're from the great void, senior." Lu Zhou ignored them and called out, "Nan Gongwei." "Yes, Senior Ji," Nan Gongwei quickly responded. "Since they came here to seek refuge, they can't stay idle. Arrange for them to serve at the front lines along with your men," Lu Zhou said tonelessly. "Ah!" Nan Gongwei was stunned. Although he was the sect master of the Tian sect, it was quite difficult for him to order the great void cultivators around. Their cultivation was too different. How was he going to control them? This was a very thorny problem. How could Lu Zhou not know about the problems Nan Gongwei would face? He said in a deep voice, "If anyone refuses to submit, report to me at once." Nan Gongwei bowed. Understood. The great void cultivators gulped. Now that they were living under someone else's roof, they had no choice but to lower their heads. None of them dared to breathe loudly, let alone speak. Finally, one of the great void cultivators said, "I'll follow Senior's orders." At this moment, Meng Zhang said, "Although I've frozen the fierce beasts, this is only a temporary solution. The unknown land is as vast as the great void, and there are countless fierce beasts. More and more will come. It's difficult to solve the problem just by killing them." Yinglong said, "Do you want to talk to them? I'm afraid the matter isn't that simple. It'd be fine if it's just ordinary fierce beasts. However, there are some remnant ancient saint slayers with connections to the Great Void. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to reach an agreement with them." Remnant ancient saint slayers? Lu Zhou tried to find the relevant information in his mind. Yinglong explained, "In ancient times, humans and fierce beasts had a great battle, and both sides suffered heavy losses. The saint slayers that survived are referred to as remnant ancient saint slayers. Although there was an agreement previously, their hatred toward humans didn't lessen at all." Lu Zhou nodded slightly as though he had an impression of the matter. He looked in the direction of Misty Forest and said, "You reminded me of it. As a powerful cultivator from ancient times, how could the Unholy One be unaware of such a great battle?" Hence, Yinglong was not surprised by these words. However, he shrank instinctively. He could feel a subtle killing intent from Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou looked down quietly at the city, the bloody city wall, and the cultivators covered in dirt, dust, and blood. There were also corpses and severed limbs from both humans and fierce beasts that littered the ground. This was a common sight during war. It had always been like this since ancient times. Perhaps that was why war was often mentioned in history compared to times of peace. At this moment, boom, 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 thunderous stomping sounds rang from the misty forest. A huge group of fierce beasts appeared again. Flying beasts were like dark clouds in the sky. As Meng Zhang said, his move earlier was just a temporary solution. There was an endless stream of bloodthirsty fierce beasts. Just as Meng Zhang was about to make a move again, Lu Zhou raised his hand slightly and said, "It's been 100,000 years. Perhaps you've forgotten the lesson I taught you. Perhaps, due to the Unholy One's long period of absence, the fierce beasts and humans had forgotten the fear of being beaten to the ground by him." As soon as Lu Zhou finished speaking, he flew off Witzard's back. Everyone watched as Lu Zhou flew at lightning speed before coming to a stop at 30,000 feet in the air. A blue lotus with a diameter of 30,000 feet bloomed in the air. Following that, small and exquisite blue lotuses swept out like a storm toward the fierce beasts. Blue Lotus Storm. It was as though a blue snowstorm had descended on Great Yen. The abnormally brilliant blue lotuses reaped the lives of the fierce beasts as though they were the Grim Reaper's scythe. They slashed at the neck and major arteries of the fierce beasts, dismembered them, and pierced their vital points. The mangled carcasses of the fierce beasts were further minced and scattered in the wind. After the storm, silence returned. Only 15 minutes had passed. Not only was the forest quiet, but the city wall was quiet as well. Whether it was Yinglong, Mengzhang, Great Yen cultivators, or the Great Void cultivators, all of them were stunned by this one move that killed all living things. Was this the might of the legendary Unholy One? Some of the Great Void cultivators were so frightened that their legs weakened, causing them to stumble. As for Great Yen cultivators, Lu Zhou's shocking move boosted their morale greatly. After a moment, Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "Mengzhang, I'll leave this to you." Then Lu Zhou flew away on Witzard's back. When Yinglong snapped out of his daze, he called out, "Where are you going?" Meanwhile, all the cultivators at the city wall bowed in unison. "Farewell, Senior Ji." Yinglong instructed Mengzhang a few times, and Mengzhang agreed. He only left with Lu Zhou with peace of mind after Mengzhang promised to guard the human defensive line in Great Yen. With Meng Zhang stationed in Great Yen, there would be no big problems. The cultivators would be able to deal with the ordinary fierce beasts and ordinary divine beasts with peace of mind since Meng Zhang was guarding them. Apart from Wuxia, all of the other mounts were at Golden Court Mountain. With the nourishment from the beast essence and the great void seed's aura, they had become divine beasts. They could easily be the second line of defense if need be. In addition, Jiang Aijian and the Qin Yuan would be returning soon. With the help of an ancient saint slayer like the Qin Yuan, Golden Court Mountain, and also Great Yen were as safe as they could be. As for Lu Zhou, his target was those remnant saint slayers that were hiding in the dark. Lu Zhou rode on Wuxia and flew through misty forest and moonlight woodland. He had already grown numb to the carcasses of the fierce beasts that were strewn all over the mountains and plains. Yinglong looked around as he followed Lu Zhou, filled with emotions. Then, he asked, "Where are we going?" During the great battle between humans and fierce beasts in ancient times, do you know which ancient saint slayers survived? Lu Zhou asked while flying. Yinglong nodded and said, Mount Huijiang's ghostly beast, Li Luan, Mount Kunlun's Kai Ming, Mount Luomu's Chang Chang, Mount Yu's Shi Wangmu, Mount Gui's Qitong, Mount Yu's Ru Shou, Mount Gang's Hongguang. Then he added, Li Luan is very similar to Ying Zhao, and Kai Ming is somewhat similar to Lu Wu. There were many saint slayers in the world. Yinglong glanced at Wuxia and thought about Nine Peaks Mountain, where spiritual beasts gathered when the Unholy One ruled the Great Void. Lu Zhou sighed. Mount Changlu, that was by Zhaoju's territory. But now, it has become a wasteland. It's a pity that those places have long turned into smoke. After Ming Xian took control of the Great Void, those places were all classified as forbidden areas. Including my grand mystic mountain, right? Yinglong smiled without saying anything with an expression that seemed to say, What do you think? Those places were from ancient times. After the Great Void ascended to the sky, they had long become part of the mountains, rivers, and plains. The ancient great gods and heroes had also left one after another. However, those saint slayers that guarded the famed mountains still existed. They were referred to by humans as remnant ancient saint slayers. When the duo arrived at the end of Moonlight Forest, swoosh, a dark light flashed before it disappeared. Yinglong's eyes glinted coldly as he said, What a cunning fierce beast. The dark light flashed again before a beam of light shot up into the sky. No wonder, brother. As it turns out, you're chasing after this fierce beast. We can't let it escape, Yinglong said before flying over. It's already escaped through the runic passage, Lu Zhou said as he pointed in the direction of the beam of light. I didn't expect it to know the location of the runic passage. This runic passage was constructed by Zhao Hongfu when the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion passed through Moonlight Woodland. After Yinglong flew over and took a closer look, he said, If I'm not mistaken, that was Li Luan. No wonder such a great battle erupted in Great Yen. It's said that wherever Li Luan goes, it would bring chaos and smoke would rise everywhere. Lu Zhou observed his surroundings. After a moment, Yinglong asked, Brother Ji, aren't you in a hurry? Li Luan has the ability to manipulate and assimilate with plants, Lu Zhou said. Then he raised his hand slightly, and a slender energy sword appeared between his fingers. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 give birth to 3. 3 give birth to all things. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless energy swords swept through the moonlight woodland, slashing everything that stood in their paths. Alas, Lu Zhou did not find anything abnormal. Finally, he said, Let's go. The duo stepped into the runic passage, and a beam of light shot into the sky. In less than 15 minutes, the duo appeared in a different land. Lu Zhou sat on Wuxia's back and surveyed the land and mountains. Yinglong, who was following behind Lu Zhou, saw countless fierce beasts attacking humans at a towering city wall not too far away. He asked curiously, Where are we? Near the capital of the Red Lotus Domain, Lu Zhou replied. Yinglong looked at the fierce beasts, rolled up his sleeves and said valiantly, Leave them to me. Go. Lu Zhou did not pay attention to these fierce beasts. Instead, he rode on Wizard and flew toward the distant mountains. Meanwhile, Yinglong reverted to his true form. Its immense body shook heaven and earth as it soared up to the sky. It killed thousands upon thousands of fierce beasts with just a release of its dragon's breath. When the humans saw the immense dragon, they were thoroughly shocked. They were also confused as to why the dragon was helping them. The cultivators on the front line in the Red Lotus domains were Nie Qingyun from the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain, Xikong Beichin from the 9th Temple, and the royal family's Sky Martial Court. In the past, Nie Qingyun and Xikong Beichin did not get along at all. After experiencing many twists and turns, both parties resolved their enmity and became friendly allies. When disaster landed on humankind, the 9th Temple and the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain immediately organized a large number of cultivators to fight the fierce beasts. At this time, Xikong Beichin, who was hovering above a forest outside of the palace, was also surprised and confused when he saw the huge dragon in the sky. Dragon! There are really dragons in this world. After the 9 domains began to communicate, everyone's knowledge had increased in just a few short decades. However, most of the knowledge they shared came from books and word of mouth. None of them had witnessed the things they read about. Unsurprisingly, even the knowledgeable and experienced Xikong Beichin could not remain calm when he saw Yinglong in all its glory. Nie Qingyun flew over from afar and stood shoulder to shoulder with Xikong Beichin as he looked at the sky. Roar! Another wave of dragon's breath killed a large number of fierce beasts. Yinglong was extremely powerful. Even if it had yet to recover its cultivation, it could easily deal with divine beasts and ordinary saint slayers, let alone ordinary fierce beasts. In just a few breaths, the pressure from the battle that weighed heavily on the humans had instantly eased up. Yinglong changed into its human form and appeared in front of Xikong Beichin and Nie Qingyun. Xikong Beichin was stunned. Faced with the legendary dragon, he could not help but feel wary. Nonetheless, he said, "Thank you, dragon." Xikong Beichin trailed off, unsure of how to address the other party. In order to show respect, he did not dare to stare at Yinglong for too long. Yinglong did not mind. Instead, he said rather proudly, "It's just a small matter. I was entrusted by someone to protect your safety." "Thank you," Xikong Beichin said. Yinglong looked at the cultivators on the city wall who were drenched in blood and sighed. To think that the weak humans are able to withstand such a crazy attack. It's not for no reason that humans are able to survive for so long. Xikong Beichin straightened his back before he looked at Yinglong and said, "Humans and dragons are all living things. All living things are equal. Some are weak while some are strong." If it were in the past, Yinglong would not have listened to these words. Dragons were proud to their bones. How could they be equal to humans? However, he was different now. Moreover, with the unholy one by his side, he had to tamp down his temper as well. Hence, he nodded in response and looked into the distance. In the dark forest, a dark light that was shrouded in dark fog appeared. Whenever the dark fog swept past, the fierce beasts would bare their fangs and brandish their claws, looking as though they had been overcome by bloodlust. Then, they all began to attack the humans again. Again! Xikong Beichin's expression was grim. Nie Qingyun said, "These fierce beasts look like they've lost their minds. They're not afraid of death at all. Didn't they say fierce beasts are intelligent? There are so many of them, but not even one looks smart." Yinglong coughed lightly. With that, Xikong Beichin and Nie Qingyun did not continue the conversation anymore. In fact, Yinglong did not take the duo's words to heart. In his opinion, dragons were neither human nor fierce beasts. They were an independent species. At this time, he said, "Indeed, it's the locust ghost, Li Luan. It's very good at hiding, and it has a special ability. It's very cunning as well. It brings chaos with it wherever it goes." Locust ghost, Li Luan? Xikong Beichin and Nie Qingyun were clueless. They did not know about the fierce beast Yinglong mentioned. After a moment, Xikong Beichin cupped his fists together and said, "Lord Yinglong, please help us kill that beast to protect the people." Yinglong turned to look at the sincere Xikong Beichin. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Of course. Since I'm here, I won't stand aside and do nothing." The duo thanked Long again. Long's eyes glowed as he scanned the forest that stretched for miles, trying to find Li Luan. Alas, he could not find Li Luan. Although the remnant ancient Saint Slayer's combat strength was not particularly strong, its cunningness was rather extraordinary. If they could not find Li Luan and kill it, the fierce beasts would continue to attack the humans. Finally, Long used a little primal chi and called out, "Unholy One! Unholy One?" Cultivation and Nie Qingyun frowned in confusion. While the duo was still trying to figure it out, Lu Zhou flew over on Wizard's back. Ever since Lu Zhou left, Cultivation and Nie Qingyun did not forget Lu Zhou or his appearance. They missed the days in the past when they discussed cultivation with him. They also remembered Wizard. "Brother Lu." Cultivation was pleasantly surprised. "So, it's Senior Lu," Nie Qingyun said happily. The duo had a good relationship with Lu Zhou in the past, so they continued to address him the way they did before. On the other hand, Long was slightly surprised that they knew each other. Lu Zhou hovered in the air. He looked at the duo and said tonelessly, "Cultivation? Nie Qingyun? As it turns out, you're here." Cultivation laughed and said, "Time flies. We haven't seen each other for hundreds of years. Brother Lu, you're the same as before, but your bearing is even more magnificent. If you have time, do you want to come to the 9th temple for a chat?" Lu Zhou nodded. "Very well. However, right now I still have a lot of important matters to attend to. If we don't deal with the fierce beasts, the world won't be at peace." Nie Qingyun said, "Senior, you're truly benevolent." Lu Zhou said, "I'm not benevolent. My grand-disciple Li Yunjing is the emperor of Great Tang after all. If something happens to little Yunjing, how can I stand aside and watch?" The duo sighed emotionally. It was a pity Li Yunjing was not around to hear these words. One could not imagine how he would feel if he had heard these words. At this time, Cultivation asked, "It's been a long time since we last met. I wonder what Brother Lu's cultivation is like now." Lu Zhou only smiled and did not say anything. On the contrary, Long could no longer hold back. Seeing that Cultivation addressed the Unholy One as brother, he could not help but ask Cultivation in a hushed voice, "Who are you?" Cultivation replied humbly, "I'm just a junior who's not worth remembering. I'm the temple master of the 9th temple." Compared to the lifespans of dragons, human lives were truly short. Hence, it was accurate for Cultivation to refer to himself as a junior. Long continued to ask curiously in a low voice, "Based on your words, your relationship with the Unholy One doesn't seem to be shallow. There's no need to hide. Tell me what kind of high position you have." No. It's not like that at all," Cultivation said hurriedly and humbly. Upon seeing this, Long also hurriedly said, No. I'm not good at communicating with humans. Please forgive me if I've been rude." The duo bowed at each other, looking as though they were competing to see who could bow lower. Lu Zhou was puzzled. What's wrong with them? Lu Zhou finally cleared his throat and asked, Long, did you see Li Luan earlier?" Long stopped bowing at Cultivation and pointed at the forest about 3,000 feet to the left and said, "Over there. I'll leave the other fierce beasts to you. Leave Li Luan to me," Lu Zhou said lightly. Upon hearing this, Cultivation said, "Brother Lu, be careful. That fierce beast isn't simple." Lu Zhou did not respond. He tapped his toes lightly on Wizard's back and flashed away. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived high up in the sky. Then, he brought the golden Taishu mirror out and shone it down. Buzz! The mirror shone like the sun in the sky, illuminating the land. Then, the electric blue arcs from the divine Tao power swept out in all directions. Upon seeing this, Long said, filled with praise, "As expected of the Unholy One. He has all sorts of treasures." Cultivation looked at Lu Zhou in shock. With this small display alone, he knew Lu Zhou's cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. He asked in confusion, "Unholy One? The cultivators of the 9 domains were largely ignorant about the Great Void's affairs. Even the Twin Lotus domain that had the most contact with the Great Void among the 9 domains did not know much about the Unholy One, let alone the Red Lotus domain. It was only recently when the migration and representative plan was implemented that the Unholy One's name began to slowly spread. Apart from that, even if they had heard about him, they did not have the fear and awe that the Great Void cultivators had. Meanwhile, the beam of golden light shone down on the trees, plants, and flowers within a radius of 100 miles. Yinglong's eyes followed the golden light from the golden Taishu mirror as he said, Li Luan lives in the north. All the flying beasts there submit to Li Luan. Li Luan is cunning and adept at manipulating the fierce beasts. Swoosh! An ancient green tree moved when the golden light shone on it. Found it! Yinglong exclaimed excitedly. Brother, your methods are as amazing as always. I'm impressed. At the same time, Lu Zhou focused the beam of light on that tree. Then he said in a deep voice, Li Luan, how dare you stir up disaster in the human world? Show yourself. The tree began to distort before it suddenly turned into what looked like a centaur. It fled quickly into the forest. Upon seeing this, Sikong Beichin and Nye Qingyun praised, what a fast speed! Meanwhile, over 10,000 cultivators stood at the city wall, looking at Lu Zhou, who was holding the golden Taishu mirror. In awe, Lu Zhou put away the golden Taishu mirror and pressed his hand, which was like a mountain, down. A golden palm seal flew out. The word bind at the center of the palm seal was very eye-catching. The palm seal swiftly grew 1,000 times bigger, covering the earth. Boom! The earth shook, and the figure that was fleeing in the forest was immediately pressed down by the palm seal. Following that, a low and hoarse voice that was brimming with unwillingness and resentment rang from the ground. Old Demon G, I won't let you go. Swoosh! The figure managed to break free from the suppression of the palm seal and flew into the sky. Li Luan, do you think you can escape? Lu Zhou used the great power of teleportation and appeared in front of Li Luan in just a blink of an eye. Then, he launched a huge palm seal toward the other party. Boom! Li Luan was sent flying back. It let out an angry roar before it fled in the other direction. Lu Zhou used the great power of teleportation again. He appeared above Li Luan and said, 9 cuts hand seal. Lu Zhou's hand glowed. Then the solitary diamond seal, the grand mystic rush treasure seal, and the other seals shot in a straight line and struck Li Luan. Sikong Beichin and Nye Qingyun were very familiar with this technique. The Red Lotus cultivators were overwhelmed with awe and other emotions when they saw this technique. Li Luan's tenacity as a remnant ancient saint slayer was displayed at this moment. After being struck by 9 palm seals, it did not die. It spat out blood before it roared. It seemed to possess Yonghe's sound technique that could affect people's minds. I want them to die with me. At the city wall, countless cultivators felt as though their heads were about to explode. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and it looked as though they were about to lose their minds. Sikong Beichin and Nye Qingyun frowned as they mobilized their primal chi to resist the sound technique that messed with the mind. Li Luan made a low and humming noise. It was steady and powerful as it spread in all directions. Yinglong said as he pointed at the cultivators at the city wall. As expected of a remnant saint slayer. Although it doesn't affect me, those humans will be in trouble. Sikong Beichin and Nye Qingyun revealed worried expressions on their faces immediately. At this time, Dragon Soul, Lu Zhou spread his arms. The divine mark robe fluttered in the wind as the soul of the ancient frost dragon roared thunderously. Roar! The powerful roar from the ancient dragon soul shattered Li Luan's sound technique, causing Li Luan to let out a heart-wrenching cry. Li Luan's figure began to flicker. It alternated between looking like a human, a tree, and a horse, causing people to tremble in fear. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, Die! The word die was thunderous, and it contained the destructive power of the heavenly writing. It reverberated between heaven and earth. At the same time, the blue lotus bloomed in the sky. Upon seeing this, Yinglong hurriedly said, Brother, spare him. We still have to interrogate him to find out the mastermind behind this matter. Li Luan's green face was facing the sky, and fear could be seen in its eyes. It looked at the blue lotus that caused him to despair as it shouted, "Let me go! Let me go! Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt its debtor. I'll answer your question." However, Lu Zhou did not stop at all. He said indifferently, "It's been 100,000 years. You've lived long enough." No, I still want to live. I can still live for a very long time," Li Luan shouted, filled with unwillingness. "Unfortunately for you, I don't need your answer. Your only outcome is death." Then Lu Zhou waved his hand. The blue lotus flew out at lightning speed. Boom! When the blue lotus struck Li Luan, a tidal-like energy quickly devoured Li Luan. In just a blink of an eye, the sky became still. The attack that landed on Li Luan was filled with the full force of the divine Tao power. The world regained rare tranquility as fierce beasts that had lost their rationally regained their senses after Li Luan died. Then they gradually retreated. As a gust of strong wind blew the pungent smell of blood and corpses away from the city wall and forest, the red lotus cultivators stared at Lu Zhou, who was hovering in the air, unblinkingly. Smoke continued to billow in the air. The corpses on the ground and the dazzling blood spoke of the tragedy and tears that were common during war. Another war was destined to be added into the ancient records of history. Tens of thousands of people, including Ying Long, Xikong Beichun, and Nye Qingyun, stared at the scene before them in a daze. At this moment, none of them seemed to care if Li Luan, the remnant ancient saint slayer, was dead or not. When the dust settled, they saw a huge hand-shaped pit on the ground. Then, a ball of green light rose from the center of the pit, emitting a mysterious aura. "Li Luan's divine soul pearl," Ying Long said. Xikong Beichun looked at the ball of light and asked, "Although it's a high-quality divine soul pearl, is it useful to supreme beings?" Supreme beings had activated 36 birth charts, so they no longer needed divine soul pearls or life hearts. No matter how high their quality was, they were useless to supreme beings. Nye Qingyun shook his head and asked with a smile, "Have you forgotten about Senior's disciples?" Upon hearing this, Ying Long said disapprovingly, "I heard that Brother's disciples were heartless and unscrupulous in the past. They're not human. It's better to throw the divine soul pearl than give it to them." "This," Nye Qingyun said awkwardly, I've heard about that matter too. However, that's all in the past. After all, those who know how to repent are worth more than gold." Ying Long scoffed. "Scum will always be scum." How could the duo dare to argue with Ying Long? After sensing the abundant energy in Li Luan's divine soul pearl, Lu Zhou put it away. He nodded in satisfaction and called Witzard over. After sitting on its back, he said, "Someone manipulated the remnant ancient saint slayers to sow discord between humans and fierce beasts." Ying Long cursed angrily. "Who dares to do such a thing?" Lu Zhou remained expressionless and did not say anything. Ying Ling muttered to himself, "It can't be those scumbags, right?" Lu Zhou said to Ying Long, "I'll leave the Red Lotus domain to you. You'll be stationed in the capital of Great Tang." Ying Long nodded and said, "This is easy. Leave it to me. However, I have to return to the abyss every 2 days." "All right," Lu Zhou said. After all, Ying Long's cultivation had to be restored. If Lu Zhou wanted the horse to run, he had to give it grass. When Xikong Beichun and Nye Qingyun flew over, Xikong Beichun said, "Brother Lu, you killed such a powerful beast with one move. I really admire you." Lu Zhou sensed Xikong Beichun's cultivation. Previously, Xikong Beichun had 10 leaves. Later, he successfully entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage. Now he had 2 birth charts. For cultivators of the normal path, it was considered not bad to be able to activate 2 birth charts within a few hundred years. "If I have time, I'll spar with you again." Xikong Beichun quickly shook his head. I don't dare. I still have a little self-awareness. Brother Lu, please let me go." Lu Zhou merely chuckled. At this time, Ying Long asked curiously, "Brother, Don't tell me you plan to go to all 9 domains? I'm not that stupid, Lu Zhou said. It's just the Golden and Red Lotus domains. Lu Zhou was most concerned about the Golden Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain. As for the Black Lotus domain, the White Lotus domain, the Green Lotus domain, and the Twin Lotus domain, their overall strength was higher than the others and as such had a higher degree of protection. As long as they did not encounter abnormally powerful fierce beasts, they should be able to hold their ground. On the other hand, there was no one taking care of the weaker Yellow Lotus domain and the Purple Lotus domain. Lu Zhou had spoken about this to Si Wuya, and Si Wuya had sent the Silver Guards to the Yellow Lotus domain and the Purple Lotus domain. There were also the 4 emperors of the Lost Lands who had yet to make their move. Lu Zhou thought this was also a good time for the 4 divinities of heaven to negotiate with the fierce beasts to end the conflict. Xiha Hall had agreed to Si Wuya's plan and would lead core cultivators to leave the Great Void. When the cultivators in Xiha Hall's territory received word of it, they also began to move in large numbers. They left the Great Void and went to the White Tower Council. Only a small group of stubborn cultivators stayed behind to guard Xiha Hall. Over the past 100,000 years, the Great Void had recruited many people. In the beginning, the migration did not cause much of a stir. However, the large-scale migration of Xiha Hall shocked the Great Void and the 9 domains. The large number of cultivators who moved to the White Lotus domain caused many civil and military officials in Great Ming to debate endlessly. Gongsun Yuanxian, the Grand Tutor of Great Ming, spoke up for the migration and representative plan. In front of the emperor, he said to the officials, "Who can stop the Great Void cultivators if they insist on moving here? When the fierce beasts invade, who can stop them? Most importantly, who dares to say no to old Demon Ji from the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Nobody could refute those words. The historians in the 9 domains referred to this first wave of large-scale migration as the Great Void Refugee Incident. On the other hand, the Great Void historians saw the migration of the Great Void to the 9 domains as laying the foundation and helping the 9 domains cultivation world to flourish. No matter the time, change had always brought development and growth. Lu Zhou did not go to the 9th temple to catch up with Sikong Beichin. He still had many things to do, so he bade farewell to his old friends and returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. As soon as Lu Zhou returned, Zhang Aijin brought bad news. "Senior Ji, there's news from the Great Void that the pillar at the Great Abyss Land has further cracked. I'm afraid it won't last long," Zhang Aijin said. Lu Zhou paced around before he asked curiously, "The last time I went to the Great Abyss Land, everything was fine. Why did it suddenly show signs of collapse?" "I'm not sure as well. Your 7th disciple has met up with Xianxia. If nothing goes wrong, they'll be going to the upper core of the Great Abyss Land's pillar to comprehend the Great Tao in the next 2 days. Senior Ji, aren't you going to personally supervise it?" Zhang Aijin felt that it would be better if Lu Zhou was there since it was a highly important matter. Lu Zhou looked outside the hall and said, "Someone bewitched the remnant ancient saint slayers to sow discord between humans and fierce beasts. Moreover, there's a more important person I'm keeping an eye on." "Who?" Zhang Aijin asked. Then his eyes widened as realization dawned on him. He exclaimed, "Senior Ji, don't tell me you're planning to go directly to Ming Xian." Zhang Aijin did not dare to think too deeply about this. Just thinking about it made him feel frightened. Lu Zhou nodded and said with a meaningful expression, "Since he doesn't want to come to me, I'll go to him." Zhang Aijin was speechless. He really wanted to say, "Have you thought of a way to deal with the scales of justice? Everyone knows that Ming Xian is terribly powerful. Isn't it inappropriate to act so rashly at this time?" Needless to say, Zhang Aijin did not dare to say these words. Lu Zhou knew Zhang Aijin's thoughts, so he said, "Ming Xian didn't take any action at all. He must be planning something big." Zhang Aijin's eyes lit up. He smacked his thigh and said, "That's right. As long as you keep an eye on Ming Xian, the others won't be able to do anything to your 10 disciples." Lu Zhou nodded. This was his plan. It was very obvious that Ming Xian was now waiting for all of Lu Zhou's 10 disciples to finish comprehending the Great Tao. It was so important that he did not even care about the collapse of the pillars of destruction, the chaos in the world, or the ancient saint slayers killing the humans. It was not difficult to guess that Ming Xian's big plan had something to do with Lu Zhou's 10 disciples. Lu Zhou thought to himself, is he like Ji Tiandao? Does he know some secret technique that allows him to use my disciples in exchange for eternal life or prolonging his life? However, what's the point when the great void is falling? Finally, Jiang Aijin said, I'll inform Si Wuya about this. After Jiang Aijin left the hall, Jie Jinan slowly walked into the hall and took a seat. He sighed and said, I didn't expect the world to change so fast. Lu Zhou said, after so many years, aren't you still alive and well? Why are you suddenly so sentimental? Jie Jinan did not reply. Instead, he asked, do you really intend to look for Ming Xian? He's also been to the Great Maelstrom. This was not Lu Zhou's first time hearing about the Great Maelstrom. He also noticed Jie Jinan's use of the word, also. Great Maelstrom. Back then, you and Chongguang went to the Great Maelstrom together. After that, your cultivation improved greatly and reached the peak. Ming Xian had repeated your path. Brother Lu, you have to be careful, Jie Jinan said. Lu Zhou nodded. If he's really stronger than I am, why doesn't he come look for me? Maybe he's waiting for something, Jie Jinan said. My 10 disciples? Jie Jinan chuckled. You really like accepting disciples and students. Perhaps it's fate. After that, he switched the topic and asked, I'm very curious about what the Great Maelstrom is like. Lu Zhou shook his head slightly and said, since ancient times, only a few people can reach the Great Maelstrom. Only 1 in 10,000 can escape unscathed. I only remember that place being chaotic. Lu Zhou shook his head slightly and said, since ancient times, only a few people can truly reach the Great Whirlpool. Only 1 in 10,000 can escape unscathed. I only remember that place being chaotic. It's been too long, and I can't remember everything. Jie Jinan sighed. How fascinating. Lu Zhou changed the topic and asked, how have you been living in the Evil Sky Pavilion these days? I've been living a leisurely life here. It's not bad, but I'm bored, Jie Jinan replied. The Evil Sky Pavilion is in need of people recently. A large number of fierce beasts from the unknown land and great void keep appearing in the misty forest. If you're really bored, go and help them, Lu Zhou said. Jie Jinan grumbled. It seems like you still treat me like a laborer. Lu Zhou said, it's up to you whether you go or not. You said you're bored, and I found something for you to do, but you're still grumbling. The duo laughed. At this time, Princess Yongning walked into the hall. When she heard the duo's laughter, she was deeply moved. After a moment, she said, Pavilion Master, the sect master of Tian sect, Nan Gongwei, requests an audience with you. Let him in. The duo put away their smiles immediately. When Nan Gongwei entered the hall, he bowed respectfully. Greetings, Senior Ji. Take a seat. Nan Gongwei took a seat. His voice and expression were one of excitement and respect. Lu Zhou asked, how's the situation at the front line? Since Senior Ji had taken action, the situation had eased for now. Lord Mengzhong is there so the fierce beasts don't dare to attack, Nan Gongwei replied. Jie Jinan interjected. The Great Void is going to fall sooner or later. It's not good for the beasts to stay there. When the sky falls, they'll grow desperate enough to attack again. At that time, even Mengzhong might not be able to deter or stop the flood of fierce beasts. Nan Gongwei looked at Jie Jinan. He did not recognize Jie Jinan, so he asked politely, May I ask who this is? Jie Jinan answered very simply, Jie Jinan. Senior Jie's words are true. The number of fierce beasts is simply too large. I'm worried about the sea beasts coming to shore as well. At that time, things will get even worse for the 9 domains. Even if we come to an agreement, it's difficult for the 9 domains to accommodate so many humans and fierce beasts. Nan Gongwei said. Jie Jinan smiled and said, the sea beasts come to shore for food, which is humans. However, they'll always live in the sea, so there's no need to worry about accommodating them. As for the fierce beasts from the Great Void and the unknown land, it's indeed a problem. However, After the sky collapses, won't the sun, moon, and light return again? Nan Gongwei did not understand these words. On the other hand, Lu Zhou nodded. You're right. Won't it be great to see the sun and the moon again? Nan Gongwei could not help but ask, Senior Jie, what do you mean? Jie Jinan laughed and said, I'm talking about the unknown land. Nan Gongwei's eyes lit up as realization dawned on him. If the great void fell, the light would return to the unknown land that only knew darkness over the past 100,000 years. The great void came from the unknown land, and they were both vast. After the land split, the 9 domains were born. After that, the scale of the land splitting was not large, but it made the unknown land even vaster. If light returned, the unknown land could accommodate everyone, including those from the 9 domains. I look forward to that day, Nan Gongwei said with a sigh. Since the imbalance began a few hundred years ago, people have been suffering. Jie Jinan said, I believe that day isn't far away. At this moment, Lu Zhou thought about the great abyss land, so he brought a talisman out to contact Wuxia. When the projection appeared, Lu Zhou saw little Yuaner and Conk standing next to Wuxia. Master! Little Yuaner cried out happily. Wuxia said respectfully, Master, junior sister Conk has comprehended the great Tao. Tomorrow morning, we'll be leaving for the great abyss land. Lu Zhou nodded and said, You already know my plan. Be careful. Wuxia said, Understood. With Master keeping an eye on the temple, I believe we won't encounter many problems during our trip to the great abyss land. Lu Zhou said, Ming Xian is the biggest variable. It's not enough even if I keep an eye on him. We have to be wary of others. Don't worry, Master. Emperor Shangzhong has agreed to come with us. Apart from Emperor Shangzhong, I've invited the White Emperor and the Azure Emperor as well. With the 3 divine emperors around, even the 4 supremes of the sacred temple can't do anything to 9th junior sister, Wuxia said. Nan Gongwei said, filled with praise, There's no need to worry when Mr. 7th handles things. Wuxia continued to say, Ming Xian has yet to make any move, and the sacred temple is the same. Master, please be careful if you plan to look for Ming Xian. Lu Zhou said, Don't worry. I'm only worried that he refuses to show himself. With Lu Zhou's current strength, even if he could not defeat Ming Xian, he would still be able to protect himself. Moreover, he had also grasped the great law of time and mastered time reversal. Lu Zhou said, There's another thing. I took down Li Luan in the Red Lotus domain. Wuxia was surprised. A remnant saint slayer? They're not easy to deal with. If they come out to deal with humans, it'll be troublesome. So all of you must comprehend the great Tao as soon as possible. Yes, I've already spoken to the others. Once everyone's gathered, we'll set off to the great abyss land. All right, Lu Zhou said before cutting off the projection. Then, Lu Zhou walked down the stairs to the entrance of the hall. He looked outside and said, It's time to go to the sacred temple to have a look. Jie Jinan said, Be careful. Safe travels, Senior Ji, Nan Gongwei said. Lu Zhou flashed and disappeared from sight. When he reappeared again, he was already standing in the Evil Sky Pavilion's runic passage. With a flash of light, he was transported away. Lu Zhou appeared in the sky above the unknown land. He looked at the mountains and land that were shrouded in darkness. The once glorious place was now a desolate land. Thinking about Jie Jinan words about the sun and moon returning, he thought that it would not be long before light returned to this place. Lu Zhou raised his head and looked at the distant sky. He could see a huge number of flying beasts migrating. Nobody cared about the balance in the unknown land now. They were only thinking about how to escape and survive. Lu Zhou did not stay in the unknown land for long. He went to a runic passage and was transported to the Great Void. The Great Void was bright, and the scenery was beautiful. It was the complete opposite of the dark and damp unknown land. However, right now, panic and chaos had descended on the Great Void. News of the impending fall of the Great Void had spread far and wide, and all the Great Void cultivators were seeking refuge and means to survive. Lu Zhou flew past mountains and rivers before he arrived at Xuanyi Palace. When Lu Zhou arrived at the main hall of Xuanyi Palace, Xuanyi said excitedly, "Teacher, you're finally back. I really don't know what to do with you. You're Emperor Xuanyi, the master of Xuanyi Palace, after all. Why are you so flustered?" Lu Zhou asked. "How can I not be flustered? After the commotion at the upper core, the cultivators in Xuanyi Palace's territory have been coming to me every day, asking for an explanation and solution. I can't just watch as my people suffer." Lu Zhou frowned and asked, "Isn't there the migration and representative plan?" Xuanyi smiled and said, "I know about the plan, but I didn't want to act without consulting teacher. Can you please advise me?" Lu Zhou said with a hint of reproach. "You're really the master of Xuanyi Palace in vain. You can't even make your own decision." Xuanyi smiled and said, "If you're willing to take over my position, then I'm willing to step down." Lu Zhou said, "How about this? The Golden Lotus domain is relatively vast, and not many great void cultivators have chosen to go there. You can bring your people to the Golden Lotus domain." Xuanyi was overjoyed when he heard this. "Thank you, teacher." However, a worried expression soon appeared on his face before he said, "However, there are still some people who are unwilling to leave. They were born in the Great Void and have lived here all their lives. Hence, they're very attached to this place. There are also those stubborn ones who simply don't want to participate in the plan. What should I do?" Lu Zhou's expression turned stern as he said, "You can't be indecisive. How can you be a ruler if you're always so indecisive? There are some things that you have to decide on your own, and sometimes you have to make hard choices." Xuanyi sighed heavily. "Teacher is right." Lu Zhou said, "My people are all in Xuanyi Palace, and their cultivation isn't bad either. They can help you to deal with some problems for now. Remember not to delay this matter," Lu Zhou said. Xuanyi made up his mind and said, "Yes, I'll do as teacher says. I have something important to do. Borrow me your runic passage," Lu Zhou said. "Of course. Please feel free to use it," Xuanyi said before he led Lu Zhou to the runic passage. There were not many runic passages that led to the sacred region. There were only 3 ways for cultivators to go to the sacred region. First, through official runic passages sanctioned by the sacred temple or illegal runic passages. Second, to fly there, disregarding time, distance, and cost. Third, was to have a divine emperor who was also a rune master open up a runic passage on the spot, which required an extremely high cultivation. Needless to say, most people would use the first way. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were still unaware that Lu Zhou had returned to Xuanyi Palace after Lu Zhou, and Xuanyi, who accompanied him, arrived outside of the sacred region through Xuanyi's runic passage. The sacred region was easily as vast as any of the 9 domains. Lu Zhou looked at the towering city walls and the towering trees outside of the city. Xuanyi sighed. When the Great Void was in its infancy, the sacred temple summoned all the cultivators. For 3,750 years, they built the 10,000-foot-tall city wall around the sacred region. They also made the rune master draw 100,000 defensive runes, building the strongest barrier in the Great Void. That itself took 1,700 years. It was an unprecedentedly grand project. At this time, Lu Zhou's eyes glowed with a blue light, and his vision improved greatly. He saw the city wall was covered densely with runes, and he could sense the immense energy that shrouded the city wall. Then Lu Zhou said, "Compared to my grand mystic mountain back then, that was like the clouds in the sky. This place is like mud." Xuanyi nodded and said, "The people of the world are ignorant. Grand Mystic Mountain was truly magnificent. In comparison, the sacred region is gaudy, wasteful, and ostentatious. Then 10 halls of the Great Void are nothing in front of the sacred region. It's not for nothing that the sacred temple has always been above the 10 halls," Xuanyi said. Lu Zhou did not know much about the things that happened over the past 100,000 years. Even if he was really the unholy one, the ascension of the Great Void to the sky happened only after he had fallen. Hence, he asked, Ming Xian is capable of making the 10 halls submit, and his power can't be underestimated. However, How did he make the sacred region so prosperous? Xuanyi explained with a smile. That's because the sacred temple transported a large amount of great void soul from the 10 pillars of destruction here. Great void soil? Lu Zhou frowned. Xuanyi rose higher into the sky, passing through the clouds, before he said, "Teacher, please take a look." Lu Zhou flashed and appeared next to Xuanyi. He looked in the direction that Xuanyi pointed. In the southeast of the sacred region, there was an aurora-like faint blue light like in the sky. It was extremely beautiful. However, from afar one could only see a faint light. After the great void soil leaves the pillars, they'll turn into blue crystals. The sacred temple used a large number of blue crystals to build a 9-story pagoda that was protected by formations. With the great void soil, the sacred region attracted a large number of cultivators and gradually became the most prosperous place in the great void. Xuanyi said with a sigh. Quite a number of people left Xuanyi Palace back then. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. Indeed, Ming Xian was truly cunning to come up with such a plan. If Ming Xian was on Earth, he could be considered a black-hearted politician. There were countries on Earth that used similar methods to attract talents to strengthen themselves. Xuanyi continued to say, "Teacher, for your migration and representative plan, you have to be wary of the sacred region. Not even 1/3 of the people in the region agree with the plan." He sighed as he continued to say, "Some people are too used to being superior. If you suddenly tell them that their superiority is about to end, not only will they not believe you, but they'll think you're trying to harm them. Even if they believe you, after 100,000 years of being superior, they definitely won't be obedient and will choose to invade and conquer instead." Lu Zhou scoffed. "We'll see who ends up being conquered." Xuanyi felt the faint, majestic aura from Lu Zhou. It was just like the time in the past when he looked up to the master of Grand Mystic Mountain. It was awe-inspiring and soul-stirring. "All right, you can leave now. Go back and prepare for the move. Remember, don't be decisive," Lu Zhou said. Xuanyi's expression was solemn as he bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, teacher." Xuanyi had never been so formal before. He had never said the word teacher with such seriousness before. He felt this was the only way he could express his attitude properly. After Lu Zhou flew away, Xuanyi straightened his back slowly and returned to Xuanyi Palace. The city gates of the sacred region were almost 1,000 feet tall and almost 1,500 feet wide. They were forged from cold iron, and there were a large number of runes engraved on them. There were no guards guarding the entrance, and one could enter and leave the city freely at any time of the day. No fierce beasts dared to barge into the sacred region, and no cultivators dared to act presumptuously. Only when there were major events would the city gates be closed and a curfew would be imposed. However, the number of times a curfew was imposed could be counted on one hand. The sacred region was a very free place, but the laws were strict. It was a prosperous place where many people yearned to live. Lu Zhou was like an ordinary person as he entered the sacred region. When he passed through the gates, he could feel the power of the runes from them. He could hear the sounds of laughter, the cries of peddlers, the calls of the waiters in the restaurants, and the songs from the brothels. So this is the sacred region. Lu Zhou sighed emotionally as he looked at the streets that were several hundred feet wide. Perhaps even the most developed country on Earth was not as prosperous as this place. At this time, Lu Zhou heard the sound of trumpets. He looked up and saw 10 cultivators, who were dressed uniformly, descending from the sky. Someone pointed and said, "It's the Templars. It's been a long time since I've seen the Templars. Did something happen?" Currently, the 10 halls are spreading rumors that the Great Void is about to fall. It's very chaotic everywhere. Only our sacred region is peaceful. I don't know if it's true, but I heard a large number of people from Shiha Hall have already moved. Some people believed the rumor and some people did not. Those with higher positions had long left the Great Void, while the ignorant masses were still immersed in the colorful world around them. Lu Zhou walked toward the Templars. He used the great law of space as he walked. With every step, he would travel through space, appearing and disappearing into thin air. In less than the time it took to blink one's eye, he had already appeared at the end of the street. There were many experts in the sacred region. There were some who would take advantage of newcomers in the city. Alas, there were too few people who could do anything to the unholy one. After Lu Zhou left, a few cultivators rushed out and looked at each other. Where's he? Damn it! We finally found a newcomer. But he disappeared just like that. After Lu Zhou disappeared, the cultivators who rushed out looked at each other. The sacred temple was located in Sacred City, which was in the heart of the sacred region. The towering 9-story pagoda constructed from the great void soil was very eye-catching. Lu Zhou appeared outside Sacred City. He stood with his hands on his back as he looked at the group of flying cultivators outside the city. Then, he closed his eyes and silently chanted the mantra for the power of hearing and the power of sight. Lu Zhou's senses were instantly heightened to their limits. Their ranges covered the entire sacred city. After a moment, the powerful cultivators in the sacred city seemed to sense the pressure. All of them looked up immediately. Lu Zhou cut off his heavenly writing powers and opened his eyes. He muttered to himself expressionlessly, "There are as many experts as clouds in this place. With so many experts, how am I going to find Ming Xian?" Although Lu Zhou was as powerful as a divine emperor, it did not mean that he could stand against everyone in the sacred region alone. Based on what he had seen, it was clear that people in the sacred region and the sacred city worshipped the sacred temple. Apart from the sacred region and sacred city, there were also the experts in the sacred temple. Lu Zhou knew it would not be wise to expose his identity here and openly start a war here. It would be better for him to meet Ming Xian directly. At the least, he could sit down and talk. Finally, Lu Zhou used the divine Tao power before he transmitted his voice. Ming Xian. The two words were deep and sonorous. Due to his precise control, the sound wave only swept through Sacred City. The experts in the training halls in Sacred City trembled upon hearing the sound wave. They looked outside, shocked and confused. What happened? One expert after another left their training halls and flew up into the sky to have a look. However, they did not see anything out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou flashed and entered Sacred City. In less than 15 minutes, 5 cultivators appeared and blocked his path. Who allowed you to enter Sacred City? Lu Zhou stopped and looked at the 5 people in front of him before he asked, "Where's Ming Xian?" The leader of the group frowned. "Are you not from the sacred region? Do you know it's disrespectful to address the great emperor by his name? Is that so? You've trespassed into the city. According to the rules of Sacred City, you'll be imprisoned for 5 days. Restrain your primal chi and don't move," the leader of the group said threateningly. Lu Zhou ignored him and stepped forward. "Stop!" Lu Zhou continued to ignore the cultivators. "This is my last warning. Stop," the leader said loudly. Seeing that Lu Zhou still ignored him, the leader of the group waved his hand. The others behind him rushed out immediately. As soon as the cultivators drew close, Lu Zhou flashed so he was standing in the midst of the quartet. Then, he activated his protective energy, knocking the 4 cultivators away. Boom! The 4 cultivators who were sent flying spat out blood immediately. Lu Zhou did not move. He looked at the leader of the group again and asked expressionlessly, "Where's Ming Xian?" The cultivator was about to resist again when he felt a pressure on his chest. Then, a powerful energy suppressed him, causing him to be unable to move. His head buzzed, and he felt a splitting headache. He tried his best to see the other party's appearance, but he only saw a pair of deep and bright soul-stirring eyes. He felt goosebumps erupting on his flesh when the eyes looked at him. It was as though the eyes could kill. Intimidated by the pair of eyes, he hastily explained, "No, I don't know." Lu Zhou's gaze was cold, and his voice was even colder as he said, "I'll give you one last chance." Then Lu Zhou waved his right hand. The other party flew toward Lu Zhou, looking as though he was taking the initiative to send his neck into Lu Zhou's hand. He trembled violently. As long as Lu Zhou exerted force, his neck would snap. Meanwhile, the other 4 cultivators gulped, looking as though they were facing a fearsome enemy. In the entire Great Void, who would dare to cause trouble in Sacred City? They did not dare to ponder too much on this question. In the past 100,000 years, almost no one had the courage to speak about or think about that person. The cultivator's face turned red from the lack of oxygen, and his vision began to swim. Lu Zhou's face remained expressionless. He did not feel nervous or afraid just because he was in Sacred City. He calmly waited for the answer from the prey in his hand. Seeing that the cultivator was silent, he tightened his grip slightly. Upon seeing this, the 4 cultivators quickly waved their hands and cried out in unison, "No!" One of them, in a bid to rescue his comrade's life, pointed to the top of an oval-shaped building in the distance and said in a shaky voice, "There, that way." "Very good." Lu Zhou loosened his grip, and the cultivator fell to the ground with a loud thump. The death penalty can be avoided, but he still has to be punished. Ah! The 5 cultivators were frightened out of their wits. They were about to call for help when they discovered that time seemed to be standing still. They heard a faint noise in their ears before a powerful energy burst forth into their minds, causing them to collapse to the ground immediately. Lu Zhou waved his hand casually, sweeping the 5 men to a corner with a wave of energy. Then, he looked at the empty and quiet surroundings before he flew toward the most brilliant building in the city. Lu Zhou's altitude was not too high as he used the great power of teleportation consecutively until he arrived at the foot of the building. The structure of the building was very strange. It was narrow at the bottom and wide at the top. The top was oval-shaped and looked like a pavilion. Lu Zhou used the heavenly writings powers to sense his surroundings for hidden cultivators. It was very quiet, and no one was around. Strange, Lu Zhou thought to himself as he flew up. The size of the building was truly amazing. Lu Zhou felt the same way he did when he first visited the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction. The difference was one came from nature while the other was man-made. When Lu Zhou arrived at the top, he still did not sense anyone, making him even more puzzled. Is there really not a single cultivator in here? Or is it a trap? Lu Zhou looked at the long silver steps that led to the entrance of the sacred temple. The golden plaque with the words Sacred Temple hanging in the sky was dazzling. Lu Zhou flashed and appeared at the entrance of the sacred temple. He sensed his surroundings again, confirming there was no trap before he stepped into the sacred temple. The magnificent main hall of the sacred temple was enough to show Ming Xian's status. Lu Zhou looked at the throne in the main hall. A golden dragon with mysterious patterns could be seen behind the throne. Lu Zhou walked forward with his hands on his back. When he reached the center of the hall, he came to a stop, looking as though he was deep in his thoughts. It was extremely quiet. It was so quiet that Lu Zhou began to hear ringing noises in his ears. He confirmed again that there were no cultivators in his surroundings using the heavenly writings powers. Not here. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He had come here to see Ming Xian. Even if he could not see Ming Xian, he could keep an eye on Ming Xian to make sure Ming Xian could not make a move against his disciples or continue with his schemes. However, it seemed like his plan had failed. An ominous feeling rose in his heart as he wondered if Ming Xian had gone to the Great Abyss Land. However, after thinking about it for another moment, he thought that was unlikely. Not all of his disciples had comprehended the Great Tao yet. His 4th disciple, Ming Shi'in, had deliberately delayed comprehending the Great Tao. It did not make sense for Ming Xian to make a move now. Is it possible that Ming Xian's plan doesn't need all 10 of them to comprehend the Great Tao? Lu Zhou could not help but feel slightly worried. Up until now, they had only speculated about Ming Xian's plan and had not really confirmed anything. With this, the possibility of making mistakes was high. Thinking that his disciples might be in danger, Lu Zhou turned around and appeared outside the hall in just a flash. Primal Qi surged as one figure multiplied into 10, flashing around the sacred temple. After 10 breaths, he confirmed that there was no one around. After that, he quickly contacted Si Wuya through a talisman. When Si Wuya saw where Lu Zhou was, he quickly said, "Master, what are your orders?" Lu Zhou said, "Ming Xian isn't here. You have to be careful. If necessary, just give up on comprehending the Great Tao in the Great Abyss Land." Wuxia frowned in confusion. He's not in the temple? Emperor Xianxia just received news that the pillar in the Great Abyss land has further cracked, causing the upper core to crack as well. If we don't comprehend the Great Tao now, we might not have a chance again. Lu Zhou frowned. Investigate the cause of the cracks of the pillar at the Great Abyss land. Don't worry, Master. I don't think Ming Xian will come to the Great Abyss land. Even if he does, we have the White Emperor, the Azure Emperor, and Emperor Xianxia to deal with him. Even if he's powerful, he'll still think twice about making a move, Wuxia said. A voice rang from the side on Wuxia's end. There's also me. Wuxia smiled and said, Your Majesty, the Scarlet Emperor. Qi Biaonu walked into the frame with his hands on his back. He looked at Lu Zhou and said, Unholy One, to be honest, I'm not sure how I feel about you. However, for the sake of the world, I'll stand by you this time. Don't let me down. With Qi Biaonu's presence, the safety of Lu Zhou's disciples had also increased. Lu Zhou was about to speak when he sensed the sudden fluctuations in his surroundings. He quickly waved his sleeve, cutting off the projection. On the other side, Qi Biaonu said with an unhappy expression, Does he dislike me that much? Wuxia smiled and said, My master is now in Sacred City. Something must have happened for my master to cut off the communication. Senior, please don't take offense. Qi Biaonu nodded. That's more like it. At this time, Ling Weiyang said, Since it's urgent, let's not waste time. Let's head to the Great Abyss land. I'm also curious how far 10 of you will go after comprehending the Great Tao. Thank you, seniors, Wuxia said with a bow. Let's go. At the same time, Lu Zhou flashed to the foot of the silver stairs. He heard faint and strange swooshing noises, and he quickly swept his blue eyes around. Then, he saw the strange flow of the primal qi around the sacred temple, and he noticed that the flow seemed to be getting faster and faster as well. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, the primal qi formed one seal after another that weaved into a golden painting in the sky. Following that, Lu Zhou heard a greeting. Greetings, my honorable teacher. Lu Zhou turned around. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the figure hovering about the sacred temple. Due to the backlight, the other party's appearance was hidden. Then, he asked tonelessly, Where's Ming Xian? His Majesty, the Great Emperor, has something important to attend to today, so he won't be meeting you. Before His Majesty left, he had predicted your visit, so he ordered me to welcome you personally. Although the other party's expression was hidden and his voice sounded calm, Lu Zhou could still sense a hint of nervousness. With the greeting and this, it was not difficult for him to figure out the other party's identity. Wen Ruqing. When Lu Zhou called out Wen Ruqing's name, Wen Ruqing's body trembled involuntarily. After he adjusted his expression, he said, It's been 100,000 years, and yet, you still recognized your students so quickly. Lu Zhou said, Zui Can and Hua Zhenghong have been killed by me for betraying the sect and their teacher. Guanzhou has always been a coward and is afraid of me. Apart from you, Wen Ruqing, who else could it be? Wen Ruqing chuckled before he said, Teacher, you're wrong. I'm also afraid of you. His tone seemed a little nostalgic as he continued to say, Even His Majesty, the Great Emperor, doesn't dare to confront you directly. What can I do? Lu Zhou scoffed lightly. If that's the case, why did you show yourself? I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice, Wen Ruqing said. His voice was like the strings of a zither, and it sounded as though it was on the verge of breaking. Lu Zhou's gaze turned piercing as he asked, The person I'm looking for today is Ming Xian. Where is he? Wen Ruqing shook his head and said, Teacher, you better give up. Great Emperor Ming Xian has said that he won't see you forever. Lu Zhou asked in a low voice, Do you think that's possible? Wen Ruqing was stunned. He did not know how to answer this question. Moreover, he did not know what Ming Xian was thinking or planning. He did not know why Ming Xian was unwilling to face the Unholy One directly and disdained to make a move. After thinking for a while, Wen Ruqing said with a smile, Regardless, you shouldn't have come to the sacred temple today. No one dares to cause trouble in the sacred city for a reason. You're not an exception, teacher. The primal chi continued forming seals after seals. At this time, when Ruqing lowered his altitude, revealing his face. Just like 100,000 years ago, Lu Zhou thought that when Ruqing's appearance did not change. Scenes after scenes from the past appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. At that time, when Ruqing was still young and innocent, under everyone's recommendation, he joined Grand Mystic Mountain and cultivated Taoist techniques. He was diligent in his cultivation, persisting day after day without stopping. He would practice his swordsmanship at the foot of the mountain and meditate in the training hall every day. When there was a big event, he would go to the main hall of Grand Mystic Mountain to pay his respect. He would kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times without fail every single time. Alas, time continued to pass as the sun and the moon took turns shining down on the land. With the passage of time, people's hearts changed as well. Lu Zhou did not expect the once innocent Wen Ruqing would turn out like that. He dismissed the memories in his mind and asked expressionlessly, "Are you going to kill your teacher?" Wen Ruqing looked very calm. He tried to maintain a faint smile on his face as he shook his head and said, "I respectfully address you as teacher because you'd once taught me. However, for the sake of justice and righteousness, I have to be able to distinguish right from wrong and I can't turn black to white. For the sake of the world, I'll do what's right even if I have to bear the infamy." Wen Ruqing's eyes were filled with determination just like when he pursued the path of cultivation when he was young. In the past, the members and students of the Grand Mystic Mountain took the Unholy One's words seriously and never questioned them. Wen Ruqing's personality had not changed. The only thing that changed was his goal. It had turned into the world that he spoke of and the sacred temple. Lu Zhou nodded slightly as he said, "Indeed, can you really distinguish right from wrong? Are you sure you're not turning black to white? Tell me what's right and wrong. What's black and white?" Wen Ruqing's mood suddenly changed. He could not help but raise his voice as he said, "Is there a need for me to list out the things you've done? Let's just take the last one for example. Did you kill Zui Can and Hua Zhenghong?" Although Wen Ruqing spoke respectfully, his anger was still evident. Lu Zhou asked expressionlessly, "Are you questioning me?" Wen Ruqing laughed. Then, he pointed at Lu Zhou with a slightly trembling hand as he said, Look, you've always been like this. No matter what, you only put yourself first and never consider the feelings of others. Anyone who goes against you is wrong. Anyone who goes against your interest must die. You act high and mighty as though you're the only important person in the world. At this point, you still don't know why you're wrong." Lu Zhou understood the reason behind Wen Ruqing's anger. He only shook his head slightly and said tonelessly, "You're still young." "Young?" Wen Ruqing retorted. "I've lived for 108,000 years. I've lived for a long time, and I had a long time to think things through carefully." Lu Zhou shook his head again. "It's a pity that you've been living in vain for the past 100,000 years then. It's been 100,000 years, but you've just understood basic life principles that even 10-year-old children understand?" Lu Zhou said loudly as he took a step forward. Wen Ruqing instinctively took a step backward, growing nervous again. Since ancient times, the winners had the last word. Lu Zhou said, "I'm too lazy to lecture you on such shallow principles. It's getting late. It's time for you to reunite with Zui Can and Hua Zhenghong." Initially, Lu Zhou had planned to lecture Wen Ruqing, but after hearing Wen Ruqing's words, he dismissed the idea. Since ancient times, there had been many emperors, and all of them knew the principle. There were so many people in the world. Must one consider everyone's feelings, especially those of strangers? When fierce beasts ate people, did they consider the feelings of the people they ate? What about those who ate pork, beef, and chicken? Did they consider the feelings of the animal they ate? Wen Ruqing suddenly laughed before he appeared in front of the sacred temple in just a flash. He looked down at Lu Zhou and said, "Great Emperor Ming Xian expected your visit, so he had set up a sacred formation beforehand. You won't have a chance to leave. This sacred formation will trap you here forever." Then Wen Ruqing joined his palms together. The special sound of energy resonance rang in the sky as the seals in the sky lit up and began to move. Many cultivators in the sacred region sensed the strange fluctuations and hurried to the top of the buildings to take a look. The sky was filled with energy seals that glowed like meteors. The cultivators in the sacred region did not dare to enter Sacred City, so they could only watch from a distance. Meanwhile, about 100 Templars flew toward the sacred temple. So many Templars? I wonder what happened. There are too many seals. I can't see what's happening. The seals continue to grow in number, forming a barrier around the sacred temple. Lu Zhou looked up and said, "Primordial star formation?" When Ruqing said, "That's right. I planned to set up this formation on Grand Mystic Mountain but failed. I didn't let you down. In the 50,000th year after the Great Void rose to the sky, I finally succeeded." Lu Zhou nodded slightly and sensed the power of the primordial star formation. He closed his eyes slightly. He could feel time, space, the laws, and primal chi seemed to have slowed down. At the same time, he could sense that not only was Wen Ruqing's primal chi unaffected, but it had grown stronger as well. With this, he understood where Wen Ruqing's confident words came from. Within the formation, Wen Ruqing was a divine emperor. Then, Wen Ruqing said, "This can be considered that the student has surpassed the teacher?" Lu Zhou opened his eyes that shone with a faint blue light as he said in a deep voice, "You're still a long way from that." When Ruqing moved, the space seemed to shrink as the energy seals fell on Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou waved his hand in a leisurely manner. "Freeze!" The hourglass of time flew out as powerful blue electric arcs swept out. Hourglass of time? When Ruqing was shocked. Although he had already expected this, he was still terrified when he saw the hourglass of time. He quickly shouted, "Break!" The seals quickly scattered under Wen Ruqing's command. At the same time, a faint power from the law surged out of the formation as though it was synchronizing with the hourglass of time. Instead of shattering the effect of the hourglass of time, Wen Ruqing intended to speed up time for himself to break the stillness. When Ruqing flashed, he pushed his hand and unleashed a palm seal that left dark holes in the void at Lu Zhou's chest. Boom! The divine mark robe fluttered as Lu Zhou's protective energy caved in. Upon seeing this, Wen Ruqing said joyfully, "Admit it, teacher. With the primordial star formation, I can balance your power." Bzzzt. The palm seal buzzed and disappeared. Wen Ruqing instinctively looked up and saw Lu Zhou standing still with his hands on his back. Lu Zhou looked at Wen Ruqing expressionlessly and asked in a low voice, "Is that so?" Lu Zhou suddenly raised his right hand and slapped it out with all his might. Wen Ruqing's mind went blank for a brief moment when he saw this. This scene was very similar to the time when the Unholy One had slapped him angrily at Grand Mystic Mountain. He wanted to dodge, but he discovered the palm seal had already arrived in front of him. Smack! Wen Ruqing flipped 3 times in the air and rolled to the edge of the primordial star formation. Then he looked at Lu Zhou in disbelief. Lu Zhou's expression was calm as he looked at the bloody handprint on Wen Ruqing's face and said, "I personally taught you. Do you really think you can hurt me? Why?" Wen Ruqing felt that he clearly had the upper hand in terms of laws in the primordial star formation. He did not understand how he could still be slapped like an ordinary person. He thought it was illogical. Wen Ruqing raised his right hand, and a sword appeared. Without saying another word, she brandished the sword with all her might. In just a moment, 10,000 energy swords filled the primordial star formation and shot toward Lu Zhou. Wen Ruqing stabilized his body. He gritted his teeth and attacked with his all might as he glared at Lu Zhou. Primal restoration. Time reversal. Swoosh! The blue avatar in Lu Zhou's Dantian Sea of Qi began to spin. The divine Tao power it generated devoured the law in the primordial star formation. Huh? How's this possible? When Ruqing saw his energy swords retreating, and he sensed his primal qi flowing in reverse, he was shocked. After a short time, time flowed in the right direction again, and the energy swords arrived in front of Lu Zhou. Bang! When Ruqing inhaled deeply, his heart pounded in his chest as fear permeated his heart. After composing himself, He looked up to see Lu Zhou holding the blade of his sword between his fingers. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Back then, I gave you the grand mystic sword. Today, I'll take it back." With just a twist of his fingers, the power from a great law surged. Wen Ruqing instinctively let go of the sword's hilt. Bang! As soon as Wen Ruqing let go, Lu Zhou smacked the sword. Buzz! With just a smack, the grand mystic sword lost 1/3 of its spirituality, and its light dimmed. Wen Ruqing's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "My sword!" Lu Zhou said, "It's not your sword any longer." Wen Ruqing landed on the ground. His expression was one of bewilderment and anxiety as he muttered, "Why is it like this? The primordial star formation. Why? Why am I unaffected by the formation? Why are my laws still stronger?" Lu Zhou scoffed. "Bastard, you studied at Grand Mystic Mountain for 8,000 years. Have you forgotten that I personally created this formation?" Wen Ruqing remained silent. Lu Zhou said, "Come, show me your strength. Let me see how capable you are." Wen Ruqing straightened his back and said with a self-deprecating smile, "How could I forget such a thing?" Then Wen Ruqing laughed loudly. His entire appearance seemed to have changed. His gaze was bold and resolute as he said fearlessly, "I just wanted to confirm something." Wen Ruqing let out a long sigh and withdrew all his primal chi and said, "You kill me. Do it," Wen Ruqing said again. Lu Zhou said disapprovingly, "You gave up so quickly? Don't force me," Wen Ruqing said in a slightly trembling voice. "When you betrayed me back then, who forced you?" Lu Zhou asked. As soon as Lu Zhou's voice fell, Wen Ruqing seemed to have lost his rationality and rushed toward Lu Zhou, unleashing a large number of palm seals. Bang! 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 No matter how hard Wen Ruqing attacked, Lu Zhou easily resolved the attacks. The unique and familiar electric arcs on his body easily devoured Wen Ruqing's attacks. "I had no choice," Wen Ruqing shouted as he continued to strike at an extremely high speed. Creak! When Wen Ruqing heard the sound of freezing again, his heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and saw the primordial star formation had changed. The power of the laws from the formation was now surging toward Lu Zhou. It was as though the formation was built for Lu Zhou, not him. "You really created the primordial star formation?" Wen Ruqing asked in shock and disbelief. At this moment, Lu Zhou appeared in front of Wen Ruqing. His body was covered in electric arcs as his hand that glowed blue struck out at Wen Ruqing's shoulder. Bang! Wen Ruqing tried to dodge, but it was impossible. He let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. He felt his blood and chi surge, and his internal organs hurt. "How powerful! Is that all you got?" That dignified and disdainful voice rang in Wen Ruqing's ears. He looked up. Lu Zhou, whose eyes shone with a blue light, stood in front of Wen Ruqing, looking down at him. He was in his unholy one state, so he naturally had the aura of a supreme ruler. Wen Ruqing's body trembled. Teacher. For many years, this familiar figure had dominated Wen Ruqing's dreams. "You still have the guts to call me teacher?" Lu Zhou's voice made Wen Ruqing's head spin. Bang! A blue energy seal flew out of Lu Zhou's hand and struck Wen Ruqing's chest. It felt as though he had been struck by a huge pillar. He spat out blood and flew back again. When he finally stabilized his footing, he found that Lu Zhou was already standing nearby. Lu Zhou's face was expressionless, and his eyes were soul-stirring. He stood still, staring at Wen Ruqing. Realization suddenly dawned on him as he said, "The primordial star formation has an owner." Lu Zhou walked over as electric arcs continued to flash on his body. He said, "When I created this formation, it was to fortify Grand Mystic Mountain. From the beginning until now, the formation only has one owner, me." Wen Ruqing felt as though something was gripping his heart tightly. He had worked so hard perfecting the formation, but in the end, it was just to benefit others. Lu Zhou said, "When the cultivation world was in its infancy, I studied countless cultivation techniques. I don't know when, but humans began to categorize cultivation methods into different schools like the schools of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucian. Nonetheless, they all have the same origins. They came from the ancient world, when Ruqing continued to stare at Lu Zhou in shock and disbelief. Lu Zhou's voice was very low as he continued to say, "Back then, I discussed the Tao with all the cultivators of the world. My avatar has always been different. Who told you that different means evil?" At this moment, a blue lotus flew out from Lu Zhou's hand. Boom! When Ruqing vomited blood. He had thought the primordial star formation could boost his power to that of a divine emperor and at the same time, reduce the unholy one's power. He did not expect that not only did the formation not help him, but it even helped the unholy one. As the saying went, man proposes, God disposes. When Ruqing had boasted that he had studied at Grand Mystic Mountain for many years and that he knew the unholy one. However, in hindsight, the unholy one had too many incomprehensible secrets and mysteries. In his opinion, the unholy one hid himself better than Ming Xian did. When Ruqing erected his protective energy again, intending to leave the primordial star formation. However, before he could do so, he heard Lu Zhou's voice. "I reign supreme here. Do you think you can leave?" Lu Zhou asked rhetorically. At this time, when Ruqing saw a huge palm seal falling from above, he quickly raised his hand. Boom! When Ruqing grunted, half his feet sank into the ground. Bang! Lu Zhou waved his hand, pulling when Ruqing up from the ground. Then, a magnificent scene appeared. Bang! 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 Lu Zhou's afterimages filled the space within the formation as he struck. Palm seals after palm seals fell on when Ruqing. Each of his attacks was fierce and domineering. When Ruqing had nowhere to hide at all, her face turned ashen immediately. When Lu Zhou stopped moving, he hovered in the air above when Ruqing. Then he stomped his foot. Boom! When Ruqing fell to the ground, the fight seemed to be over. The primordial star formation shone faintly. It looked beautiful. Along with the battle, it slowly faded away after completing its mission. The cool breeze blew away the slight rusty scent of blood. Lu Zhou landed next to Wen Ruqing like a feather. His face was still expressionless as he looked at Wen Ruqing, who was lying flat on the ground. The blue light in his eyes and the electric arcs disappeared after he ended the unholy one's state. He reverted to his original appearance. Despite the cool and refreshing breeze, every intake of breath that Wen Ruqing took felt as though knives were slashing his throat, bringing him great pain. He gave up resisting. He looked at Lu Zhou, the man he feared from the bottom of his heart, with a calm expression. Wen Ruqing's eyes were sometimes unfocused and sometimes clear. When he was afraid, his body would tremble. He did not know how much time had passed. After a long while, a smile appeared on his face as he struggled to say, "So, it's really you. You really returned." Blood trickled out of the corners of Wen Ruqing's mouth and rolled down his face. His 8 extraordinary meridians were in a mess, making it difficult for him to speak. After he finally calmed down with great difficulty, he forced a smile again and said, "You seem to be stronger than before." Lu Zhou said indifferently, "People should always strive to be better." When Ruqing's eyes became unfocused again as he fell into a daze. He saw scenes at Grand Mystic Mountain where everyone was worshipping the unholy one. After a while, he took a deep breath and said, "Teacher, do you know? I actually knew everything." He caught his breath before he said again, "I'm tired. Teacher, please send me on my way. I don't have any regrets dying in your hands." When Ruqing's sudden change in attitude made Lu Zhou feel slightly suspicious. There were many who wished for death in the world, but the 4 supremes of the sacred temple were not one of them. He looked at Wen Ruqing, realizing that things were not simple. He asked, "You wish to die?" Upon hearing these words, Wen Ruqing laughed until tears streamed down his face. Then, he struggled with great difficulty to get up before he kneeled on the ground with a loud thump, causing the marble ground to crack like a spiderweb. His face was stained with blood and tears as he kowtowed. Bang! As someone who had lived for a long time, Lu Zhou's face was still expressionless when faced with Wen Ruqing's drastic change in attitude. The human heart was hard to predict. Having experienced betrayal, his heart had grown numb and almost immovable. Bang! Wen Ruqing kowtowed again. Blood dripped from his forehead down his face and to the ground. At this time, he did not have his protective chi, so he was no different from an ordinary person. Lu Zhou scoffed coldly and said, "It's too late for you to figure things out, don't you think?" Wen Ruqing lay on the ground as he said tremblingly, "Yes, it's too late." Then he raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, "It's too late as soon as I set foot on this path of no return. It's too late." Wen Ruqing tried his best to calm his emotions before he said again, "It's been 100,000 years. Do you know? Out of everyone in the world, I was the only one who didn't want to repeat those lies." Wen Ruqing pointed at himself when he said the word, "I." The lies were repeated thousands of times that even Wen Ruqing was deceived. Wen Ruqing lowered his head and said, "I always thought you wouldn't come back. No one in the great void dared to mention you. With that, I thought there would be no more you. And yet, you still returned." He sat on the heels of his feet as he raised his head to look at Lu Zhou and asked, "Why?" Wen Ruqing forced himself to face his former teacher. Alas, there were too many whys in the world, and most of them remained unanswered. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "You can only blame yourself for the path you've chosen." "Indeed, I can only blame myself," Wen Ruqing said. Then, his voice gradually rose as he said, "Zue Qin died. Hua Zhenghong died. However, they deserve to die. And now it's my turn." Wen Ruqing raised her head to look at the sky, regaining his calm again. He closed his eyes as he said, "You can do it now." Lu Zhou said in a low voice, "Do you think it's so easy to die? Tell me, where did Ming Xian go?" Wen Ruqing shook his head calmly as he said, "Great Emperor Ming Xian has been kind to me. I can't let him down." "Was I not kind to you?" Lu Zhou asked. Boom! The remaining seals in the sky from the primordial star formation collide with each other, making a thunderous sound. Wen Ruqing smiled faintly and pointed at the shining seals as he said, "Don't the seals look like the stars in the night sky? Some people say that when a star falls, someone dies. Look, the stars are falling." Lu Zhou only looked at Wen Ruqing indifferently. Wen Ruqing's gaze turned determined as he said, "I'll return everything that you gave me." Then, Wen Ruqing decisively struck his Dantian Sea of Qi. It split open easily, and primal Qi surged out into the surroundings immediately. Lu Zhou continued to look at Wen Ruqing indifferently. "The grand mystic sword has been returned to you. Now, I'll return my cultivation to you," Wen Ruqing said. The primal Qi surged into the primordial star formation, and Wen Ruqing's Dantian Sea of Qi dried up quickly. Lu Zhou did not stop Wen Ruqing. He only watched calmly. In the long river time, he had witnessed too many joys and sorrows of life and death. Many of his emotions had long been whittled down by time and the vicissitudes of life, turning his heart into steel. Perhaps, the only thing that could make him waver was memories of the place where he came from and those wicked disciples of his whom he had met in his early days and disciplined. The violent primal Qi storm raged around the sacred temple, attracting the attention of the cultivators in the sacred region. The cultivators, who were ignorant of the truth, did not know what was happening and naturally did not dare to rush over. At the same time, hundreds of Templars rushed over and surrounded the sacred temple. They held up their astrolabes, illuminating the sky. There were green, golden, red, and many other colors of astrolabes. From afar, they looked like a flower garland. They were very dazzling. The Templars did not dare to approach due to the primal Qi storm. They could only hold up their astrolabes warily as they looked at the sacred temple in confusion. "Quickly report this to the Supreme." "Understood." One of the Templars flew away like a meteor in the sky. The remaining Templars did not dare to let down their guards. They waited for the primal Qi storm to die down. When it finally died down, their visions became clear. They saw Lu Zhou, standing with his hands on his back, looking down indifferently at the bloody Wen Ruqing whose Dantian Sea of Qi had been destroyed. They paled in fright immediately. Finally, someone shouted, "Who dares to cause trouble in the sacred temple?" The Templars were only pretending to be brave. In their hearts, they knew that someone who could injure when ruching to such an extent in the sacred temple was no ordinary person. None of them dared to approach. They only aimed their astrolabes at Lu Zhou. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou's eyes were trained on when ruching. He did not look at the Templars as he said in a dangerously low voice, "You have no business here. I don't want to start a massacre today. Get lost before I lose my temper." The hundreds of Templar retreated more than 30 feet when they sensed Lu Zhou's dangerous aura. Nonetheless, none of them left. It would be a breach of duty to leave. Finally, another Templar said loudly, "This is the sacred temple. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously." When Ruching suddenly raised his bloody hand as he was signaling the Templars to keep quiet. Lord When Ruching sat up slowly. After his cultivation returned to heaven and earth, the remnant of his cultivation was barely able to keep him alive. He almost fell before he finally managed to stabilize his body. He said with great difficulty, "It's none of your business here. All of you, get lost." Lord One, why? The Templars were confused. "I'll say it again. Get lost." Although the Templars did not understand when ruching, none of them dared to disobey him. They retreated and watched from afar. Then, when Ruching turned to look at Lu Zhou, a relieved expression could be seen on his face as he said, "There's one more thing I'll return to you." Then, he brought out a 7-colored pearl and said, "Light disc pearl." Upon seeing the 7-colored light disc pearl, information about it appeared in Lu Zhou's mind immediately. When Ruching calmly said, "Back then you gave me the light disc pearl, hoping that I'd become a supreme being as soon as possible and form a light disc. It's a pity that I'm stupid. No matter how hard I tried, I failed to use it to form the 9th light disc." When Ruching launched into a coughing fit before he spat out blood again. Then, he waved his hand and said, "I'll return it to you." The glowing light disc pearl flew toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou looked at the light disc pearl silently before he said, "Do you think you're worthy of it?" When Ruching's expression turned sorrowful, he chuckled as tears fell from the corners of his eyes. He said, I'm not worthy, and I'll never be able to repay the favor. If you were born but not raised, it would be easy to repay the favor of birth. However, being raised and nurtured, it was a favor that would be difficult to repay even if one had 100 lifetimes to do so. To Wen Ruching, the Unholy One was a teacher and a father. The Unholy One taught him and nurtured him, imparting cultivation techniques and advice to him. How could he return such a favor? It was not enough even if he had already destroyed his cultivation. "I'll repay you with my life." When Ruching spat out another mouthful of blood before he used what was left of his strength and leaped into the air. Then, whatever traces were left in his Dantian Sea of Qi were squeezed out and flowed into the primordial star formation. With that, the primordial star formation lit up again. The seals in the air plundered and drained the energy in Wen Ruching's body. Buzz! A green avatar with 8 light discs appeared. In his current state, Wen Ruching naturally had difficulties controlling the supreme avatar. As soon as the avatar appeared, his face distorted in pain as he began to bleed from his 7 orifices. The Templars, who were watching from afar, were in shock. They no longer had any thoughts of approaching. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the sacred region grew bolder, flying closer to have a look. That's Wen Ruching's avatar. Wen Ruching? One of the 4 supremes of the sacred temple? What's going on? The cultivators were too far away. They could only see the avatar, but they could not see what was going on. There was only one avatar standing between heaven and earth. There was no sign of a battle at all. Wen Ruching roared. At the same time, one light disc shrank rapidly and surged into the light disc pearl hovering in front of Lu Zhou. With that, the avatar immediately shrank by 1,000 feet. A light disc was 1,000 feet. Following that, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th light discs followed in the footsteps of the first light disc. They shrank before they entered the light disc pearl. the avatar continued to shrink. When the seventh and eighth light disk returned to the light disk pearl, the avatar's lotus suddenly shattered with a loud bang. Boom! Arg! Light burst forth from Wenruqing's body as the lotus exploded, gravely injuring him. The cultivators in the sacred region were stunned by this scene. The Templars were no better. The destruction of the lotus meant the destruction of the avatar. It was not just a demotion like before. The avatar of Wenruqing, one of the four supremes of the sacred temple, was destroyed. After the lotus exploded, the avatar began to shrink swiftly. 30,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 500 feet, 100 feet, 10 feet. The avatar shrank until it turned into nothing. The light disk pearl in front of Lu Zhou was even more dazzling than before. He looked at the pearl with a slight frown on his face. At this time, Wenruqing plummeted from the sky. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Lu Zhou waved his hand to control Wenruqing's body. There was no pain or sorrow on Wenruqing's face. Instead, there was a hint of joy. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said with great difficulty, "I've returned everything to you." When the primordial star formation dimmed, Wenruqing closed his eyes. Thump! Wenruqing fell on the marble ground. His body was riddled with wounds. The blood flowing out of his wounds quickly stained the ground red. The scorching sun shone on the ground, slowly drying up the blood. The breeze slowly blew away the smell of blood in the air. At the same time, Wenruqing's body turned cold. Throughout the entire process, Lu Zhou did not move at all. His face was expressionless, making it impossible to guess his thoughts. Who knew if he were thinking of Grand Mystic Mountain in the past and the days when he taught his students, or if he were thinking about the rebellious hearts of his disciples in the evil sky pavilion and their appearance when they returned. For a brief moment, Lu Zhou doubted himself. Who's right and who's wrong? The past should remain in the past, and one should let go like a passing cloud. After a long time, Lu Zhou walked to Wenruqing's side and said, "We're even." Then Lu Zhou flew up. He used his heavenly writings powers to heighten his senses so he could search for Ming Xian. Alas, no matter how hard he tried, he could not sense anyone. There was not a single person in the sacred temple. Lu Zhou was not interested in the Templars watching from afar, and he had no wish of starting a massacre today in the supposedly prosperous sacred region. No matter how prosperous it would turn into dust and disappear into the river of time and history when the Great Void collapsed. After about 15 minutes, Lu Zhou finally left the sacred temple. After Lu Zhou left, Guanzhou, the only surviving member of the four supremes of the sacred temple, belatedly arrived and appeared next to the Templars. "Greetings, Lord Guan." "Lord Guan, it's bad." "Lord Wen, Guanzhou raised his hand, signaling the others to keep quiet. It was as though he had already known everything. He looked dispirited at this moment. He took a deep breath before he looked in the direction of the sacred temple. Then he said, "No one's allowed to approach." "Understood." Then Guanzhou flew over to the sacred temple. As soon as he arrived, he saw the blood and Wenruqing lying on the ground. He landed next to Wenruqing and fell on one knee before he punched the ground. He struggled as he said, "Stupid, stupid, stupid, is it worth it?" Boom! Guanzhou punched the ground again as he said angrily, "You argued with me for 3 days just for this? Why? Answer me." No matter how long Guanzhou questioned, he did not receive an answer. Wenruqing was just an ice-cold corpse now. He no longer had nothing to do with the world. Guanzhou lowered his head and looked at the corpse. The sun was setting. Its rays shone on the dark, dried blood. It looked dazzling and terrifying at the same time. After a long time, Guanzhou finally accepted reality. He took a deep breath before he rose to his feet. Then he waved his hand. A Templar rushed over from afar and landed next to Guanzhou. Guanzhou gathered his emotions and said, "Give him a proper burial." "Lord Guan, are we going to tell the others in the temple about this?" the Templar asked tentatively. Guanzhou said icily, "You can't tell anyone about this." "Understood." Zuekan is gone, Hua Zhenghong is gone. And now, when Ruqing is gone as well. I'm the only one left, Guanzhou said with a heavy sigh. He didn't get what he wanted when he was alive. Now that he's dead, there's no need to publicize it. The Templar looked at Guanzhou from the corners of his eyes. After thinking about it for a moment, he mustered up his courage and asked, Lord Guan, the great emperor is invincible. Why did he leave during such a critical moment? If it were in the past, Guanzhou would have given his subordinates a good scolding for asking about things they should not ask. However, today was different. When Ruqing's death had affected him, he looked at the sky and asked meaningfully, Do you really think His Majesty, the great emperor, is invincible? The Templar was stunned. He seemed to have understood something and quickly lowered his head, not daring to speak anymore. Guanzhou chuckled and continued to say, Everyone has something they're afraid of after all. The Templar, who had decided not to speak anymore, could not help but ask curiously, Then what's the great emperor afraid of? As soon as the question left his mouth, the Templar saw Guanzhou looking at him. He trembled and quickly fell to his knees. How could a Templar ask about such a sensitive thing? To the Templar's surprise, Guanzhou only smiled mockingly and said, It's nothing but a void-grade weapon. After leaving Sacred Temple, Lu Zhou continued to search for Ming Xian in Sacred City with his heavenly writings powers. However, the result was the same. He came to a stop and looked around Sacred City. He muttered to himself, Was it his intention to leave since the beginning? Is he really not in the city at all? Although the battle between Lu Zhou and Wen Ruqing was not very destructive, it was enough for the Templars to inform Ming Xian about it. So why did Ming Xian not appear? If so, then what was Ming Xian's plan? If Ming Xian was not here, then where did he go? No one knew Lu Zhou was coming here, so how could Ming Xian know about it in advance? If Ming Xian was afraid, then what was he afraid of? Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in the northwest corner of Sacred City. The northwestern part of Sacred City was quite desolate and not as prosperous as one imagined it to be. Lu Zhou used the heavenly writing powers again to sense the presence of powerful cultivators. After covering the entire place with his energy, his ears suddenly twitched. Lu Zhou heard the sound of laughter and someone saying, Ming Xian, you're truly a coward. You better hurry up and go to the Great Maelstrom. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to beat that old demon. Lu Zhou frowned. Who is it? The voice is rather powerful and sounds quite old. Lu Zhou tried to identify the voice. Alas, he had no memory of the owner of the voice. Who knew if it had been a long time so he had forgotten, or if the other party was a small figure not worthy of the unholy one's attention. The sound of laughter rang in Lu Zhou's ears again before the voice said, Hurry up and go to the Great Maelstrom. Lu Zhou cut off his heavenly writing powers and thought to himself, Did Ming Xian go to the Great Maelstrom? Lu Zhou had thought about the Great Maelstrom many times after obtaining the unholy one's memories. However, every time, he felt that his cultivation was not enough, so he kept putting the matter off. The unholy one and Ming Xian had both gone to the Great Maelstrom and had fortuitous encounters there. At this moment, a voice rang from a small path next to Lu Zhou. Who are you? A cultivator in black armor pointed a long halberd at Lu Zhou, who was hovering in the air at a low altitude. Lu Zhou's eyes shone blue, looking as terrifying as the Grim Reaper, as he said in a deep voice, Since you delivered yourself to my door, don't blame me for being ruthless. The cultivator cried out in shock and fear. He was so frightened by Lu Zhou's blue eyes that he was frozen on the spot. Lu Zhou landed next to the cultivator and grabbed the cultivator's neck before he said, If you behave yourself, you might be able to live. The cultivator's face turned red. He was tongue-tied. Lu Zhou did not expect there to be such a weak cultivator in Sacred City. The other party only had 5 birth charts. Frightened by Lu Zhou, the man could only nod. Lu Zhou loosened his grip, and the man fell to the ground, gasping for air. Then, he pointed to the black building not far away and asked, Who's in there? The man said fearfully, Qi Tong. Qi Tong. Lu Zhou did not expect the person imprisoned in that place was not a human, but a remnant ancient saint slayer. His Majesty, the Great Emperor, imprisoned Qi Tong there. It said that Qi Tong can see into the future, so His Majesty imprisoned him here instead of Nine Peaks Mountain, the man said. If Qi Tong can see into the future, how could it be captured? Lu Zhou asked. Qi Tong's ability is not without limits. Moreover, after the land split, its ability had weakened greatly. His Majesty used to like chatting with it. However, in the past 100,000 years, His Majesty would only come once in a very long time, the man said. How could Lu Zhou not see Qi Tong now that he found out that Qi Tong was imprisoned there? Take me to see it, Lu Zhou said. Ah! The man fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Lu Zhou said, bring me to see it and pretend nothing happened today. Otherwise, I don't mind killing another person today. The man's body turned limp. In the end, he had no choice but to agree with a sad expression on his face. He looked to the left and right before he walked toward the black building. Then, when he arrived at the entrance of the building, he brought out a bronze circular key. He thrust it out in the air before the door opened with a creak. Is the security so weak for Qi Tong? Lu Zhou followed behind the cultivator and entered the building. He said, you better not play tricks. Yes, yes, yes. The cultivator was nervous and frightened as he led Lu Zhou to the underground floor. At the end of the corridor, there was a black stone tablet. To the left and right of the stone tablet was a huge iron pillar. Thick chains twined around each pillar, and there were countless glowing runes engraved on the thick chains. Behind the stone tablet was a long passage. Clank! Qi Tong grew excited when it smelled the scent of humans. It laughed crazily before it said, Ming Xian, you're here. You're scared, so you came to find me, right? When Lu Zhou and the cultivator were directly at the entrance of the passage, Qi Tong's voice suddenly changed as it said, No, you're not Ming Xian. You're not Ming Xian. Then, Qi Tong began to laugh crazily again. The cultivator did not dare to go any further. He whispered, Good sir, you have to hurry up. Lu Zhou nodded and stepped into the long passage. The defense of the building was not high, but the stone tablet and the iron pillars were not ordinary. Coupled with the fact that the building was near the sacred temple, it could be considered one of the most secure prisons in the world. Qi Tong's nose twitched, sensing that the visitor was close. Who is it? Since Qi Tong was unable to identify the other party, it became serious and cautious. Lu Zhou's vision was good enough that he could see Qi Tong clearly despite the darkness. With just a look, he realized that Qi Tong had already gone blind. Qi Tong looked like a thin and short old man. However, its facial features looked as though they were casually molded from clay. If one's mental fortitude was weak, it would be difficult to maintain one's composure when one saw Qi Tong's face. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back and called out calmly, Qi Tong. Qi Tong's ears twitched. It did not recognize the other party's voice. Could only tell the other person's voice was powerful and sonorous, like that of a ruler or someone with a high position. This made it even more confused. Then, it began to wildly guess and said, Zue Can. Even if you change your voice and hide your smell, I know it's you. Lu Zhou only shook his head even if Qi Tong could not see it. No, Zue Can is dead. Wen Ruqing. Is it you, Wen Ruqing? Stop pretending. Wen Ruqing, Qi Tong said before laughing again. However, its laughter was laced with a hint of panic. Lu Zhou said, Wen Ruqing is dead. Qi Tong was shocked. It turned its head, trying to listen carefully as he asked, panicking, Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. I have a few questions, and I hope you'll answer them honestly. No. Despicable human. You want to use my ability again. Did Ming Xian send you here? He did, right? Ming Xian. Stop dreaming. It's been 100,000 years. Isn't it enough? I've been tortured to this state by you. Qi Tong said accusingly with a hint of hysteria. Lu Zhou ignored Qi Tong's outburst and asked, Where's Ming Xian? Qi Tong asked in confusion, You're not Ming Xian's subordinate? Qi Tong listened to the sounds around him, and his nose began to twitch as well. It smelled the cultivator nearby and said, puzzled, "This is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Answer my question," Lu Zhou said calmly. After confirming the other party was not Ming Xian or anyone related to Ming Xian, it said happily, "Ming Xian, that coward, must have gone to the Great Maelstrom." "Why did he go to the Great Maelstrom?" Lu Zhou asked. Qi Tong had a deep grudge against Ming Xian, so it was naturally eager to reveal Ming Xian's secrets. It said, Ming Xian could not defeat the Unholy One, so he went to the Great Maelstrom to search for weapons. He has the scales of justice, so why is he afraid of the Unholy One? Lu Zhou asked again. Qi Tong cackled for a while before it said, everyone thought he would be invincible with the scales of justice, but only he himself knew that's not the case. The cultivation path of the old demon is very unique. Jiajinin said the old demon's avatar is unrestrained by laws and rules. This means that the scales have no effect on the Unholy One. Moreover, that old demon has a void-grade weapon. A void-grade weapon can break all laws. Lu Zhou did not mind Qi Tong calling him the old demon. After all, considering the information he got from Qi Tong, it was nothing to be called an old demon. However, that void-grade weapon you mentioned isn't in my hands. After a while, Lu Zhou asked, you know Jiajinin? Qi Tong sighed and said, the world only knew that the old demon lived for a long time. They don't know that Jiajinin is also one of the earliest humans in the world, and he's not the only one. You know that as well? What else do you know? Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Qi Tong shook its head. What I know is limited. Oh, that's right. Ming Xian is just a little short of the old demon. What do you mean? Lu Zhou asked. I mean that Ming Xian is slightly younger than the Unholy One, but he can also be considered one of the earliest humans to exist. You know about his origins? Qi Tong replied truthfully, I don't know. If you want to know, you'll have to ask him or the old demon. No one else knows. Lu Zhou asked again, I heard you can see into the future. Tell me about the future of the Unholy One. Qi Tong said, what a coincidence that you're asking me about things I can pry into. I can only see the future of those who are born after me. This is the rule of the heavens. The Unholy One has 10 disciples. Do you know them? Lu Zhou asked. I don't know, Qi Tong said with a smile. I've been imprisoned for 100,000 years. How can I know about the changes of the outside world? Although I can see in the future, I'm not omniscient or omnipotent. So you're a good-for-nothing? Lu Zhou could only give up on finding out about his disciple's future from Qi Tong. It doesn't know anything at all despite its ability? What kind of trash ability is it? Lu Zhou asked. So you can't see Ming Xian's future as well? My ability has its limit, Qi Tong said. It changed the topic and said, however, I know the Great Void will collapse, and the Unholy One will return. Lu Zhou nodded. He felt like he did not have any more questions to ask. Qi Tong raised its head and said loudly before it laughed again, the 4 supremes of the sacred temple will all die. Lu Zhou frowned. What else do you know? Clank, 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 clank. Qi Tong shook the chains violently. Lu Zhou had no interest in staying any longer. Just as Lu Zhou was about to leave, Qi Tong laughed and said, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Everyone will die. An era is coming to an end. An entire civilization is coming to an end. Lu Zhou stopped in his tracks. He did not turn around as he said, then you'll wait here for your death. Qi Tong laughed again before it shouted, no one can change the ending or escape. Lu Zhou walked out into the passage as Qi Tong's laughter echoed in the air. The laughter only subsided after the cultivator closed the door. Back in the prison, Qi Tong suddenly calmed down and sat down as he muttered, except for them. Lu Zhou left Sacred City and the Sacred Region, returning to Xuani Palace through the runic passage. Xuani had already left with his people and even announced to the world that he and his people would be migrating on a large scale. Hence, when Lu Zhou arrived, The runic passage at Xuanyi Palace was unguarded. The entire place was empty. Lu Zhou traveled through another runic passage again and appeared on a reef at the endless ocean. At this moment, Lu Zhou felt a burning sensation on his body. He frowned and brought out the source of heat. "HM? Is the energy overflowing?" Lu Zhou muttered to himself as he looked at the light disc pearl in his hand. The light disc pearl was the ultimate item to form light discs. It was given to one Ruqing by the Unholy One back then. It contained a large amount of vitality energy so it could help form light discs. Lu Zhou could only choose one between his golden and blue avatar. The blue avatar needed 1,000,000 years to form a light disc. The lifespan was not something ordinary people could bear. In the end, he brought out his golden lotus and placed the light disc pearl on the lotus seat. Click! The light disc pearl and the 4 power cores seemed to trigger each other. A large amount of vitality energy surged out immediately. With that, Lu Zhou put away his lotus and flew east. After about 2 hours, Lu Zhou hovered above the calm surface of the sea and called out in a low voice, "Kuan." There was no response for the longest time. Lu Zhou continued to wait patiently. After who knew how long, a sound rang from the depths of the sea. With that, a dark shadow began to surface. Splash! With his protective energy, Lu Zhou remained dry. He waited until the indescribably huge Kuan emerged from the sea before he said, "I want to go to the great maelstrom. Lead the way." Woo! The seawater surged and splashed into the air. Lu Zhou frowned and said, "I'm giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. If you want to live forever, you better show some sincerity." As soon as these words fell, Kuan calmed down. It moved until its huge eyes drew level with Lu Zhou. Then it turned twice. Lu Zhou nodded. He tapped his feet and lightly flew above Kuan's head. Then Kuan's body began to twist. The seawater splashed up to the sky, forming a huge water curtain. Lu Zhou noticed that Kuan's skin was changing, becoming rougher. Its fins on both sides were growing bigger and longer as well. Soon enough, Kuan transformed into Peng. It was now Kuan Peng. With just a flap of its wings, it stirred up a shocking tsunami and shot almost 30,000 miles up into the sky, tearing through space and vanishing into thin air. Even with Lu Zhou's cultivation, his vision was blurry. The wind raged around him. They were like sharp knives that kept slashing at his protective energy. So fast! This was one of the rare instances when Lu Zhou was extremely shocked. There was likely almost no one who had truly witnessed Kuan Peng's true speed. Previously, when Kuan Peng went ashore, it returned from the great void to the endless ocean with just a few flaps of its wings. No one would have expected that Kuan Peng's strongest ability was its speed. Kuan Peng let out a roar. It was as if heaven and earth were shaking, and the stars were shattering. Lu Zhou sensed the law. He could feel the law of space and the law of time stirring. With this, the speed of absorption of his golden lotus increased as well. This was beyond his expectations. Lu Zhou pushed his hand forward, and a speck of light appeared above Kuan Peng's head. Like a spark that could start a prairie fire, the light grew 1,000 times brighter and 10,000 times brighter. Soon enough, the divine Tao power enveloped Kuan Peng. With that, Lu Zhou said, "It's your honor that I'm working with you. Let's go faster." Meanwhile, an incomparably huge flying chariot appeared in the dark sky of the unknown land. The people on the flying chariot stood on the deck and leaned down to look at the chaotic mountains and rivers. "I didn't expect the unknown land would become so chaotic after the fall of the pillars," Ling Weiyang, the Azure Emperor, said as he shook his head. Qi Biaonu, the Scarlet Emperor, said, "It doesn't matter if it's chaotic or not. After the sky falls, this place will be buried." "Bai Zhaoju, why don't you stay here?" Ling Weiyang asked with a laugh. "Why are you dragging me into this?" Bai Zhaoju asked. Everyone laughed. Before the laughter subsided, the person manning the helm said, "We've arrived at the Great Abyss Land." Everyone looked in the direction of the Great Abyss Land, and the pillar of destruction that pierced through the misty sky. Si Wuya, Little Yuaner, and Conk leaned out to have a look. Upon seeing Si Wuya, Bai Zhaoju pulled him over and said, "Qi Sheng, come and help me teach these ignorant emperors a lesson." Si Wuya's expression was rather awkward as he said, "I don't dare." Ling Weiyang smiled and said, "It's fine. Tell us your opinion." Si Wuya cupped his fists together before he said, "The collapse of the Great Void is inevitable. At that time, the sun and the moon will once again shine down on this place. The world from 100,000 years ago will also return. Mountains and rivers will change, but the sun and moon won't." Ling Weiyang said, "Well said. This is the reason why I support you. All the more reason why we can't allow anyone to stop the little girl from entering the upper core of the Great Abyss Land today." The upper core of the Pillar of Destruction at the Great Abyss Land was the only one not under the jurisdiction of the 10 Halls of the Great Void. Instead, it was under the jurisdiction of the Feather Tribe. After the ground on Cloud Domain was hollowed out, the Great Abyss Land was the only place with sunlight in the Unknown Land. It was also the only place in the Unknown Land that governed the upper core of a Pillar of Destruction. The flying chariot flew past mountains, rivers, forests, the deep ravine, and the three-headed tribe before it came to a stop at the entrance of the Great Abyss Land. About 100 feather tribesmen flew over from afar. The leader of the group said, "Emperor Yu has ordered that Xia Yuaner, the owner of a great void seed, to be granted entry into the upper core to comprehend the great Tao." The divine emperors exchanged a look. Ling Weiyang said in a low voice, "It seems like an overkill now for so many of us divine emperors to come here." Qi Biaonu nodded. "You're right. It seems like Emperor Yu is quite sensible. It's too early to say these words. Say them after the little girl has successfully comprehended the great Tao," Bai Zhaoju said. Shang Zhang took the lead and flew out of the flying chariot first before the other 3 divine emperors followed suit. The feather tribesmen looked as though they wanted to say something, but when they saw the 4 divine emperors, they were at a loss for words. Everyone, PL please." Following that, the cultivators on the flying chariot flew out as well. Who would dare to stop the 4 divine emperors? Their bodies shone with a faint light, pressuring everyone. The leader of the feather tribesmen led them to the side of the Pillar of Destruction. After passing through the passage, they flew up and landed on a circular platform. Qi Biaonu asked, "Why isn't Emperor Yu here?" The leader of the group of feather tribesmen bowed and said, "Your Majesty, Emperor Yu isn't feeling well, so he can't personally welcome you." How fake. How can he not care about such a big matter as someone comprehending the great Tao in the upper core here? Qi Biaonu said. The feather tribesman looked embarrassed. "It's fine as long as the little girl can comprehend the great Tao. Other things aren't important. Anyway, this is the first time I came to the upper core of the Pillar of Destruction at the Great Abyss Land. Compared to the other upper cores, it's really very special," Ling Weiyang said as he looked at the upper core in front of him. Unlike the other upper cores, the upper core at the Great Abyss Land was half submerged. Its surface was slightly yellow, and it looked like it was crumbling. However, the great void energy here was much stronger compared to the other upper cores. Ling Weiyang asked, "Qi Biaonu, what do you think about the upper core here? Don't you think it's special? Who cares? After the sky falls, everything will be reduced to dust," Qi Biaonu said. Ling Weiyang shrugged. "You have a point." At this time, the leader of the feather tribesmen asked, "Your Majesties, when do you plan to start comprehending the great Tao?" The 4 divine emperors turned to look at little Yuaner. Little Yuaner had been studying the upper core with a solemn expression on her face. When she heard the question, she asked, "Can I do it now?" The leader of the feather tribesmen said, "You can do it whenever you want. Emperor Yu has asked me to give my full cooperation to the divine emperors." Shang Zhang said, "If that's the case, then do it as soon as possible." Conk held little Yuaner's hand and said, "Go in, 9th senior sister. I believe you can do it." Little Yuaner smiled. I'll be right back." The leader of the feather tribesmen came to little Yuaner's side and made an inviting gesture. "Please." Little Yuaner followed the feather tribesman to the entrance of the upper core. The feather tribesman said, "The process of entering the upper core is very difficult. If you encounter any resistance, you mustn't forcefully resist it. Otherwise, you'll suffer a backlash. After entering the upper core, it'll take about 6 hours for you to comprehend the Great Tao. During that time, the more focused you are, the stronger the great law that you'll comprehend. Little Yuaner nodded and said, I understand. Then, the Feather Tribesman said, Please enter. The slender and graceful little Yuaner wore a serious and determined expression on her beautiful face as she began to walk into the upper core. The leader of the Feather Tribesmen, who had just turned around, suddenly sensed something strange, so he turned back to have a look. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at little Yuaner, who had disappeared into the darkness of the upper core. He exclaimed, She went in just like that. How's this possible? The Feather Tribesman rubbed his eyes before he looked again, but little Yuaner was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, little Yuaner had already successfully entered the upper core. He was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. He turned to look at the 4 divine emperors, Si Wuya and Conk. The 4 divine emperors looked quite calm, and as for Si Wuya and Conk, they looked as though they had long expected this. In the end, the Feather Tribesman could not help but ask, Everyone, don't you think that's strange? Xianxia glanced at the Feather Tribesman and said, A frog at the bottom of a well. Bai Zhaoju added, The world is vast and magnificent. Is there a need for you to feel so surprised? During the journey, divine emperors, excluding Xianxia, who had spent considerable time with little Yuaner, had learned about little Yuaner's talent. Initially, they had been shocked, but they slowly grew numb to her shocking feats. The barrier seemed to open up for little Yuaner without any resistance at all. Only the Feather Tribesmen were shocked. The others, who were used to it, even sat down and chatted. After little Yuaner entered the upper core, she discovered, similar to the others, that the interior was like the vast universe. She raised her fair hands and looked at the back of her hand. Then, she waved her hands around her, hoping to touch the great laws. She muttered. Senior Sister said that those who have been acknowledged by the Pillars of Destruction will definitely sense the great laws as long as they're focused. Little Yuaner flew back and forth in the starry sky, but she did not feel anything at all. It was empty. Before this, little Yuaner had spoken to her senior brothers and senior sisters. All of them had spoken to her about their experiences and had even given her advice before she comprehended the Great Tao. Everyone had high expectations for little Yuaner. They also did not doubt that she would be able to comprehend the Great Tao and a great law. After about 2 hours, a loud noise resounded in the air. Everyone looked over. The Feather Tribesman flew closer to the upper core to observe the minute changes of the upper core. Suddenly, one of the Feather Tribesmen's expression turned grim and fearful. He said in surprise, Leader, it's begun to crack. What? The leader of the Feather Tribesmen was most afraid of this happening. He had heard the news of the shattering of various upper cores in the Great Void and the eventual fall of the Great Void. The pillar of destruction at the Great Abyss Land was the strongest pillar. Not only did it hold the Great Void up, but it also held the fate of the Feather Tribe. If it was destroyed, it would be over for the Feather Tribe. The leader of the Feather Tribesmen gently touched the crack on the upper core with a trembling hand. Then he quickly said, Report this to Emperor Yu. Understood. Such an important matter naturally needed to be reported to Emperor Yu before any decision could be made. The Feather Tribesman was about to leave to look for Emperor Yu when Qi Biaonu suddenly appeared in front of him. Qi Biaonu stood with his hands on his back and said calmly, There's no need for that. The Feather Tribesman was stunned and puzzled. He did not know what Qi Biaonu wanted to do, so he became very nervous. He could only turn to look at his leader in the end. The leader of the Feather Tribesmen was puzzled as well. He did not understand why Qi Biaonu did not want them to report to Emperor Yu. He asked, What's the meaning of this, Your Majesty? Nothing, Qi Biaonu said tonelessly. That little girl has already entered the upper core. There's no need to report to Emperor Yu. With me and the other 3 divine emperors here, nothing will go wrong. But the leader of the Feather Tribesmen hesitated. There's no but, Qi Biaonu said. Didn't you say Emperor you isn't feeling well? All right, we'll do as your majesty said, the leader of the feather tribesmen said after he thought about it for a moment. Then he waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to return to his original position. Subsequently, the leader of the feather tribesmen continued to observe the upper core. After Qi Biaonu returned to the others, he scoffed and asked, "What do you think Emperor Yu is thinking?" Ling Weiyang laughed. "Qi Biaonu, this is the first time I agree with your actions." Xianxia said, "With the cooperation of the 10 halls of the Great Void and the Sacred Temple, most of the owners of the Great Void Seeds have already comprehended the Great Tao. How can the Great Abyss Land be the exception?" Qi Biaonu nodded. "No wonder Emperor Yu did not put up a fight. He knows this as well." Bai Zhaoju said with a smile, "That little girl is very lucky to have 4 divine emperors standing guard for her, while she comprehends the Great Tao. With 4 of us here, who would dare to stop her?" Si Wuya cupped his fists at the 4 divine emperors and said, "I thank the 4 divine emperors on my 9th junior sister's behalf." "You're welcome." As soon as these words fell, crack, a distinct cracking noise rang from the upper core. Everyone looked at the upper core in surprise. Si Wuya said, "Don't worry. The upper core will only disappear after 9th junior sister is done comprehending the Great Tao. The cracking only means that her comprehension of the Great Tao is very smooth. The other upper cores had already been destroyed in such a manner. How could the others not know?" Everyone looked at the upper core intently, patiently waiting for the next change. Due to how focused they were, it was easier for them to notice subtle changes. At this moment, Conk saw a faint green mist around the upper core. It was like wisps of smoke of varying sizes. She pointed at it and asked, "What's that?" Qi Biaonu exclaimed in surprise, "Vitality energy?" As the green mist floated up, everyone felt the surging vitality energy. The surging vitality energy was unlike what they had seen. It was extremely vivid. As the vitality energy began to spread, tiny plants began to sprout from the dry ground. The crowd was amazed. Qi Biaonu asked, "Could it be that the little girl comprehended the law of life?" Ling Weiyang nodded and said, "Humans can conquer heaven. Although humans' lives are short, they live forever through their descendants. Who knows? You might be right." Suddenly, swoosh, a figure streaked across the mist in the north. "Someone's there." The leader of the feather tribesmen was shocked. The 4 divine emperors naturally saw the figure. Qi Biaonu asked in a deep voice, "Who dares to trespass into the Great Abyss Land?" There was no response as the figure vanished from sight. "I'll be right back," Qi Biaonu said angrily. He turned into a shooting star and disappeared from sight. Ling Weiyang said through voice transmission, "Be careful. Whoever it is might be trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. There are 3 divine emperors. Don't tell me 3 of you can't even look after a little girl without me around." Qi Biaonu replied. Ling Weiyang no longer wanted to talk to Qi Biaonu. He continued to observe the upper core. At this moment, Si Wuya suddenly said, "It's Chang, the remnant ancient saint slayer." Bai Zhaoju asked in surprise, "You recognized it?" "Although I couldn't see it clearly, its smell hasn't changed at all," Si Wuya explained. He had inherited the fire deity's legacy and knowledge. After all, the fire deity was one of the 4 divinities of heaven, so it was not surprising that he knew about Chang or its scent. Conk asked curiously, "Are these remnant ancient saint slayers humans or fierce beasts?" Si Wuya smiled and explained, "During ancient times, there was very little, if any, distinction between humans and fierce beasts. Many of them look like a hybrid between humans and fierce beasts. For example, Chang has the appearance similar to a human, but it has the tail of a leopard. As time passed, humans began to classify them as fierce beasts." "I understand," Conk said with a slightly unnatural expression on her face. Just imagining the human fierce beasts hybrids made her uncomfortable. Nonetheless, aesthetics were very subjective. In Chang's eye, humans likely looked strange as well. Only supreme beings can deal with remnant ancient saint slayers. Moreover, Changcheng isn't simple, Bai Zhaoju said. Everyone nodded. The feather tribesmen wanted to say something, but they held back in the end. After 15 minutes had passed, Qi Biaonu still did not return. Ling Weiyang said mockingly, "The majestic Scarlet Emperor is taking such a long time just to deal with a beast." Bai Zhaoju chuckled. "After all, it's a remnant ancient saint slayer. It's very cunning. If it doesn't directly confront Qi Biaonu, it'll take a while for him to find it. If it weren't for the little girl, I'd also like to experience the might of a remnant ancient saint slayer," Ling Weiyang said. Crack. A huge crack suddenly appeared on the upper core. This crack seemed to break the hearts of the feather tribesmen as well. Their expressions were ones of sorrow and despair as they looked at the upper core. Suddenly, rays of golden light shot out from the cracks, pushing away the green vitality energy. It did not take long for the wisps of green smoke to disappear. Suddenly, boom, 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 boom. Xianxia, Bai Zhaoju, and Ling Weiyang rose to their feet immediately and looked around. Bai Zhaoju was the first to speak. He said, "Qi Sheng, protect the little girl. It's really lively today." Ling Weiyang smiled. "It's been a long time since I saw such a lively scene." Xianxia chimed in, "Very good. Let the world see the might of a divine emperor before the end of the world." In the distant horizon, a mass of shadows appeared. Countless fierce beasts rushed over. In the middle of the beast was a colorful light that emitted auspicious qi. "What's that?" Conk exclaimed. "Another ancient saint slayer?" Si Wuya frowned. He was knowledgeable about fierce beasts, and he had also inherited Ling Guang's knowledge. When he saw the colorful light, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Rumble. As the fierce beast approached, the sound of the thunder rang in the sky. The feather tribesmen were stunned. For many years, no one had dared to invade the great abyss land. "Quick! Report this to Emperor Yu." "Understood." At this time, no one stopped the feather tribesmen. As for whether Emperor Yu would make an appearance, no one knew. The three divine emperors flew up into the sky and stood shoulder to shoulder as they looked ahead. They looked extremely dignified and majestic at this moment. At the same time, a huge halo appeared on each of their bodies. The aura of a divine emperor from the halos caused many beasts to stop in their tracks. Then, the colorful light in the middle of the fierce beasts dimmed, revealing a figure that shone with light. It was difficult to tell if it was a human or a fierce beast. All kinds of strange beasts with fangs, blue faces, and weird features stood at the sides of the figure. After a moment, Si Wuya exclaimed in surprise, "Shi Wangmu." At this moment, Si Wuya recalled his master words. His master had said the remnant ancient saint slayers had suddenly left their mountains and began to move. Moreover, their timing was just right. Neither too early nor too late. It was too much of a coincidence. There was definitely something fishy about it. Who's behind this? Shi Wangmu? Another remnant ancient saint slayer. Shi Wangmu has a humanoid figure. It has the tails and fangs of a tiger. Its roar is also like that of a tiger. Its hair is shaggy. It's said that it wields the power of life and death and metes out punishment, Si Wuya said. The Great Void was vast. Although the 10 halls of the Great Void and the sacred temple ruled the Great Void, it did not mean there were no other powerful beings. A gentle breeze blew over, carrying with it the vitality energy from the upper core. It agitated the fierce beasts immediately when it swept over them. Fortunately, the three divine emperors' halos restrained them, making them afraid to move. After a long time, Xianxia finally asked, "What brings the goddess of Mount Yu, Shi Wangmu, to the great abyss land?" Shi Wangmu was calm. It was born with a noble aura that contradicted its appearance. It looked at the upper core for a moment. When it saw the crack and the golden light, it said, "The pillar at the great abyss land cannot fall." Xianxia said calmly, "You're from ancient times, and you're also the ruler of a mountain. However, Whether the pillar falls or not isn't for you to decide. That's why I brought my troops here, Shi Wangmu said as she rose to her feet and raised her hand. The fierce beasts roared in unison. The wind surged and the thunder rumbled as the banners of war fluttered. With just a single command, the army of fierce beasts would charge forth. Xianxia said tonelessly, "Everyone says that Shi Wangmu is a goddess, capable of distinguishing between right and wrong. However, if that's not the case, then I won't be polite." Bai Zhaoju looked at Shi Wangmu and the countless fierce beasts and said in a clear voice, "This is heaven's will. It's not something you and I can resist. Accept your fate." Crack. The upper core cracked completely, and the golden light shot into the sky. Everyone instinctively looked at the golden light. Little Yuaner's eyes were closed, and her arms were open. She was bathed in the golden light. A small golden lotus shone between her brows. The invisible power of the law was like a storm within the range of the upper core. It raged violently. Then, boom! The great abyss land's pillar of destruction began to shake. With the upper core as the starting point, an unprecedentedly huge crack split downward to the ground accompanied by a thunderous sound. The three divine emperors, Shi Wangmu, Si Wuya, Conk, the feather tribesmen, and the fierce beasts looked at the cracked ground in shock. Then the huge crack began to multiply and spread in all directions. They spread 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, and they continued to spread at lightning speed into the distance. The cracks on the ground were too shocking and terrifying. Those who lived through the land splitting 100,000 years ago were terrified. Even after 100,000 years had passed, the fear from the land splitting that year left an indelible mark on their hearts and minds. It was their biggest nightmare. This place was closest to the place where the Great Void and the unknown land was the closest. If the split started from this place, it was likely that history would repeat itself. "The land is splitting," Shi Wangmu, who was standing in the midst of the fierce beasts, said with an unsightly expression. "The land has begun to split? The disaster has begun, heralding the end of the world." The fierce beasts grew more and more restless. They seemed to be losing their reason as well, on the verge of madness. Killing intent surged in the sky above the great abyss land. At this time, Xianxia spoke, pulling everyone back to their senses. He said, "The fall of the Great Void is inevitable. That aside, you're a saint slayer from ancient times. Your life is nearing the end. Even if the sky doesn't fall, do you think you'll be able to live for long?" Shi Wangmu remained calm as it said, "I will fight for all living things, even if it's just gaining an extra day of being alive. What right do you have to deprive them of their right to live?" Xianxia was about to refute Shi Wangmu's words when Si Wuya flew up. He cupped his fists together at Shi Wangmu and said, "You're wrong. The collapse of the Great Void has nothing to do with us. How are we depriving them of their right to live?" Shi Wangmu said, "Is that so? Why don't you stop the girl now and use all her power to mend the cracks?" Si Wuya said with a smile, "That's a little unreasonable. It's useless. Why take away her power when it'll help us face the disaster in the future?" "How do you know it's useless when you haven't tried?" Shi Wangmu said with a burning gaze. When it met Si Wuya's gaze, she saw the faint red light in his eyes. It asked, slightly surprised, "Ling Guang?" Si Wuya nodded. He did not deny it. In a sense, he was Ling Guang, the fire deity. Shi Wangmu was visibly disappointed. Then it said disapprovingly, "The four divinities of heaven are supposed to protect the balance between heaven and earth. Why would you collude with these humans to destroy the Great Void and the balance?" Si Wuya smiled. He brought out 3 talismans and ignited them. Subsequently, projections of Jian Bing, the white tiger, who was with Zhu Honggong, Yinlong, who was guarding the red lotus domain, and Mengzhong, the azure dragon, who was guarding the golden lotus domain, appeared in the air. Shi Wangmu looked at the 3 projections in disbelief. The 4 divinities of heaven have always been steadfast in their mission. It was like that for the past 100,000 years, and it's still the same. Even the divinities have to face reality. Even Yinlong understands this. Shi Wangmu, You've lived for such a long time and contributed greatly to the world. Why won't you face reality? Si Wuya asked. Shi Wangmu said resolutely, to me, even if there's a glimpse of hope, I won't and can't give up. I won't laugh at you or belittle you for your choice and efforts. Everyone has their own purposes in life. Bai Zhaoju said with a smile, you're very clear-headed, but alas, you're also very stubborn. You know you'll fail, but you still insist on doing it. Before my time comes, I want to lead like-minded creatures to find hope for life, Shi Wangmu said. Si Wuya shook his head and said somewhat regretfully, why? There's no hope. I'll only know if I try, Shi Wangmu said. Then it raised her voice as it continued to say, I might also be able to prove that all of you are wrong. Shi Wangmu's eyes were clear and determined. It was as though it had seen through everything. Its mind was clear, and its words indicated it knew what she was doing, and it also knew what Si Wuya and the others were doing. Shi Wangmu slowly raised its hand. With just a small wave, humans and fierce beasts would enter a new era of war. At this time, Si Wuya suddenly said, wait a minute, what do you want to say? Shi Wangmu asked as it looked at the young man in front of it. I'd like to ask if the hope you speak of is based on our failure? Si Wuya asked. Was it a situation where only when one party was destroyed that the other party would be satisfied? This would determine the outcome. Shi Wangmu was stunned, fell silent. No one knew what it was thinking. After a while, it finally said calmly, yes and no. What a useless answer. No one knew what to say. Shi Wangmu was very determined and would not change her stance. It was almost impossible for someone to convince it using principles of life when it had lived for such a long time. Shi Wangmu said loudly, stop comprehending the great Tao now. Si Wuya had always been proud of his ability to debate, convince, and persuade others with his words and knowledge. However, faced with Shi Wangmu's stubbornness, he felt truly helpless. In the end, he only nodded and said, the wise men were right. History is made of stories of blood and tears. No peace was ever obtained through words and principles alone. I hope the war today will be the last lesson in your life. These words were the last exchange of words between both sides. Shi Wangmu also knew it could not persuade Si Wuya and the others. With that, countless fierce beasts rushed toward little Yuaner who bathed in a golden light. There were terrifying-looking beast emperors and graceful divine beasts. Very well. I'll accompany you until the end, Xianxia said as his eyes burned. A golden astrolabe appeared in just a blink of an eye and expanded swiftly, cutting through the sky. The fierce beasts with weaker cultivation bases were instantly cut open by the astrolabe and plummeted from the sky. The powerful fierce beasts dodged up and down as they continued to charge forward. Shi Wangmu rose higher into the sky as her hands moved quickly. Flower-like energy seals rained on the fierce beasts, healing their injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. Upon seeing this, Ling Weiyang laughed. As expected of an ancient saint slayer. What an amazing skill. Xianxia, can you handle it or not? Xianxia ignored Ling Weiyang's teasing and brought out his supreme avatar that had 9 light discs. Just the height from the 9 light discs alone was enough to let it tower over the world. The avatar burst forth with incredible power and sent all the fierce beasts flying. A large number of them were reduced to dust. At this moment, a huge green bird with a green head and black eyes flapped its wings and flew out from the back. It let out a piercing screech that spread 50,000 miles away in all directions. Could even be heard in the great void. Si Wuya hurriedly said, Your Majesty, be careful. It's the ternary green bird. The ternary green bird was the bird of prey that Shi Wangmu raised. It was rumored to be indestructible and possessed astonishing power that could move mountains and overturn the sea. The ternary green bird's movement was light and graceful. When it arrived in front of Xianxia, it suddenly grew 10,000 times larger and spat a ball of green energy at him. Xianxia used his astrolabe to defend himself. He used the laws to restrain and fight the bird, which was putting up a good fight. Upon seeing this, Ling Weiyang said, Shocked? The ternary green bird is on par with a divine emperor? The ternary green bird was born at the beginning of the world. Most laws are useless against it. Even the law of space can only restrain it temporarily, Bai Zhaoju said. Ling Weiyang nodded. Only the law of time can deal with it. Shi Wangmu continued to weave flower-like energy seals with her hands and send them into the ternary green bird's body. Strengthened by Shi Wangmu, the longer it fought, the more valiant and stronger it became. Shang Zhang used 5 light discs. They blast out beams of light that illuminated the sky toward the ternary green bird. They managed to force the ternary green bird back. However, following that, 10,000 fierce beasts pounced over like a tsunami, unafraid of death. They were easily killed, and their carcasses rained down on the great abyss land. Upon seeing this, Shi Wangmu pointed 2 fingers. Then, a dazzling beam of light shot out, tearing through space as it made its way to Shangzhang. The light had a dreamlike quality to it. One second it looked like water, and the next second it looked like the galaxy. Shangzhang quickly held up his astrolabe and blocked the beam of light. This is ancient primal qi? Ling Weiyang was shocked. Ancient primal qi? I thought it's gone extinct. Si Wuya asked. Ancient primal qi was much purer, hence, its power was extraordinary. As time passed, mountains, rivers, the sea, and the air changed, bringing with it civilization. With that, the energy was tainted and became the primal qi of today. Perhaps, Shi Wangmu used some sacred relic to store it. While Shangzhang and Shi Wangmu were in a stalemate, the ternary green bird suddenly flew over. Bai Zhaoju leaped up and said, "It's unfair to win with numbers." "I don't need your help," Shangzhang said. Bai Zhaoju retorted, "This isn't the time to show off. This is war." Shangzhang looked around the vast sky and saw the fierce beasts that filled the sky. Through the eyes of his avatar, he saw enemies coming from all directions. At this moment, he finally realized there was no point in holding back. There was truly no hope to resolve this with minimal damage. He said angrily, "Kill! Since time immemorial, only blood can bring peace. Kill!" 9 light discs descended from Shangzhang's lotus. Boom! Si Wuya, Conk, and the feather tribesmen looked up and saw an unforgettable scene. The light discs easily and domineeringly turned the fierce beasts into carcasses in just a blink of an eye. So ruthless, Ling Weiyang said as he flew up into the sky as well. Shi Wangmu looked at the carcasses of the fierce beasts expressionlessly. She was neither happy nor sad, as though she had grown numb to it. The huge commotion had already attracted the attention of the halls of the Great Void. Many cultivators quickly gathered. The pressure and fear of the end of the world heightened the cultivators' survival instincts. All of them rushed to the Great Abyss land immediately. Si Wuya had already expected this. He unfurled his flaming wings and flew to little Yuaner's side before he called out, "Conk, come here." Conk quickly moved to stand next to little Yuaner and Si Wuya. Meanwhile, the battle between the 3 divine emperors and Shi Wangmu was so high up now that it could no longer be seen in the sky. However, carcasses continued to rain down on the Great Abyss land. At the same time, countless fierce beasts, both weak and strong, and small and big, continued to rush toward the Great Abyss land. To them, the pillar of destruction at the Great Abyss land could not fall. At this time, a pair of huge silvery white wings appeared near the upper core. It was the first elder of the feather tribe. His body shone as he said in a clear voice, "Listen to my orders. Seal the upper core." "Understood." Si Wuya's eyes were red as he looked at the first elder and said, "The feather tribe intends to make an enemy out of the sacred temple?" The first elder said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "You're wrong. From the beginning until now, the sacred temple has always been on the feather tribe's side." Then, the first elder did not explain any further. Feather tribesmen flew over from all directions toward the upper core. This meant that the feather tribe had declared war. There were too many feather tribesmen, and their cultivation was not low. Even with the divine emperors, Si Wuya did not dare to underestimate the feather tribe. There was also Emperor Yu, who had yet to make an appearance. After observing the situation for a while, Si Wuya said, Conk, keep an eye on little Yuaner. Understood. Wuya spread his flaming wings and rose to the sky. The flaming wings grew to thousands of feet wide before a rain of flaming needles fell. The feather tribesmen had no choice but to retreat due to the unceasing rain of fire. At least 100 feather tribesmen were pierced by the fire needles and burned by the true fire. Their Danshan Sea of Qi were immediately destroyed, and they plummeted down to the great abyss land. The blood had not even fallen to the ground before they were evaporated by the high heat. A pungent smell of blood and charred flesh permeated the air as screams rang in the air. "Take him down!" the first elder of the feather tribe said with a wave of his hand. About 100 feather tribesmen holding white formation flags rushed up to the sky immediately. Chaos had truly descended on the great abyss land this time. The 3 divine emperors were fighting with Shi Wangmu and the countless fierce beasts. No one knew where they had gone. They only saw flashes of light and heard thunderous sounds of a battle from afar. The feather tribesmen placed the white formation flags in their respective positions in the sky. Soon enough, a flag formation was formed. Countless energy blades swept across the great abyss land like a storm. Wuya frowned. He thought that with the support of 4 divine emperors, little Yuaner would be able to smoothly comprehend the great Tao. However, he should have known they were walking into a trap. The sudden appearance of Shi Wangmu and Chang, the remnant ancient saint slayers, and the abrupt change in the feather tribe's attitude could not be a coincidence. Is the first elder of the feather tribe telling the truth? The sacred temple is in cahoots with them? Is this all orchestrated to deal with the 4 divine emperors? Wuya knew the possibility was not low. Energy blades continued to rain down on the great abyss land. Wuya leaped to the top of the upper core and spread his wings. The flames on his body surged higher than before, covering the sky. Heavenly void! A fiery red light shot out from Wuya's wings, tearing through space. It weaved in and out in the sky like a needle. Bang! 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 Heavenly void flew out, breaking the formation flags one by one. The first elder of the feather tribe exclaimed in surprise, "Void grade!" The first elder did not expect the other party to possess a void-grade weapon. His eyes turned red as he said, "I didn't expect that the outstanding commander of Two-Way Hall to be a descendant of the fire deity. Moreover, you're infinitely close to becoming a supreme being at such a young age. Alas, you're destined to die today." The remaining formation flags and the feather tribesmen suddenly circled the sky, forming a silvery white barrel-shaped defensive space that seemed impregnable. Following that, pillars of light shot out. Bang! 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 Heaven and earth shook as the pillars of light crashed against Wuya's wings, pressuring him. The pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. He frowned. This formation? For 100,000 years, what did the feather tribe rely on to guard the great abyss land and its pillar of destruction? Have you ever wondered why great Emperor Ming Xian treats our tribe with such courtesy until now? The first elder said as he joined his palms together. More and more feather tribesmen circled the sky. They used their feathers to weave a mysterious formation that looked like the stars. Wuya, who was quite knowledgeable in formations, could not figure the formation out at the moment. He could only tell that it was ancient and mysterious and that its energy was pure and powerful. At this moment, the first elder of the feather tribe shouted, "Die!" Buzz! With the boost from the starry formation, the pillars of light grew even more brilliant. They were dazzlingly white, overwhelming the light from Wuya's flames. Upon seeing this, Konk's expression changed slightly. She moved her hand, intending to use the solar and lunar concentric jade when she realized it was not with her. She had lent it to Zhu Honggong. She burned with anxiety wanting to help, but she knew she could not leave little Yuaner unguarded now. She could only watch helplessly as Wuya faced so many experts alone. Wuya's wings wrapped around his body as he quickly descended. You can't avoid it. At the critical moment when the pillars of light shone down on not only Wuya, but on little Yuaner and Konk as well, little Yuaner suddenly burst forth with a golden light before a huge golden bloomed in the air. When the golden lotus bloomed, An energy like a tsunami raged in all directions. Its light was blindingly bright. Boom! 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 When the power from the formation collided with the golden lotus, the world trembled in fear. Wuxia and Conk, who were in the heart of the formation, were sent flying by the shockwave. A golden pillar of light suddenly shot up to the sky. It shot past the pillar of destruction, through the clouds and the cloud domain, piercing the sky in the great void. Everyone instinctively looked up. The cultivators and fierce beasts that were rushing toward the great abyss land were stunned by the sight as well. This was a sign that someone had comprehended the great Tao. After comprehending the great Tao, one would release an energy that was no weaker than that of a divine emperor. However, the shocking thing was not the golden light. It was the huge golden lotus that easily devoured the pillars of light. The violent and powerful energy all became a part of little Yuaner. When the light gradually died down and everyone's vision returned to them, they saw little Yuaner hovering above the golden lotus. Most shockingly was the very distinct circular light at the bottom of her lotus. Innate Supreme Being? The first elder of the Feather Tribe exclaimed in shock. Even Wuxia was shocked. She directly became a supreme being after comprehending the great Tao? To become a supreme being, one not only had to activate 36 birth charts, but one also had to comprehend the great Tao and the great law. After forming the first light disk, one would officially become a supreme being. If one comprehended a great law, but had yet to activate all 36 birth charts, one could only be considered a great Tao saint. There were not many cultivators like this, and they were considered geniuses for being able to comprehend a great law so quickly. Mingshi was one of them. After activating 36 birth charts and comprehending the great Tao and the great law, one could barely be considered a supreme being. Only after forming the first light disk could one be considered a supreme being. The light disk at the bottom of the little Yuaner's golden lotus indicated that she was now undoubtedly a supreme being. The small golden lotus between little Yuaner's eyebrows shone in accordance with the light disk under her feet. The law from the great Tao surged like water, mysterious and unfathomable. The eyelids of the first elder twitched as he roared. "What are you waiting for? The power must be returned to the great abyss land." Wuxia endured the pain and flapped his flaming wings. The power of the great law surged as space began to distort. He cried out, "Let's go!" At the same time, the flag formation lit up again. When little Yuaner opened her eyes and saw the chaotic scene, she was confused. "What's happening?" "Conk!" Wuxia called out. He swept his wings out, sending thousands of feather tribesmen flying. Little Yuaner and Conk were pulled back by Wuxia's energy, and they streaked across the sky, flying into the distance. At this time, a low voice rang from the Great Abyss Land's main hall. "Don't let them escape." "Understood." Countless feather tribesmen rushed out. The three-headed tribe at the Great Abyss Land heard the call and chased after the trio as well. Boom! 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 Huge rocks rolled down from the pillar of destruction. The feather tribesmen, who stayed back to guard the pillar, looked up with worried expressions on their faces. The sounds of the rocks falling were the declaration to all living things that the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction was about to fall. The collapse of the sky was about to begin. The empty area on the ground of the cloud domain spanned 3,000 miles. The Great Abyss Land relied on these 3,000 miles of emptiness to enjoy the sunlight. The Great Abyss Land occupied an area of 10,000 miles. The collapse of the pillar of the destruction here meant that at least 7,000 miles of land would be destroyed in just an instant. All living things would die here. Emperor Yu, the sky. The sky is going to fall. The feather tribesmen trembled in fear. However, this was not enough to stop the battle. Instead, it grew fiercer and fiercer. High up in the air, the three divine emperors' avatars kept the falling rocks away. Each of the rocks was 1,000 feet wide. Boom! When the first rock fell on the ground in the Great Abyss Land, it instantly smashed hundreds of three-headed tribesmen and turned them into meat paste. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. It was unprecedentedly chaotic. Xianxia and Shi Wangmu had fought for a long time, but it was a draw. The tens of thousands of fierce beasts flew back and forth, avoiding the rocks. The stars from the flag formation finally lit up again. Bai Zhaoju transmitted his voice to the other two divine emperors who were 100 miles away. The sky is starting to fall. Be careful. Let's end this quickly, Ling Weiyang replied. Ling Weiyang, I'll leave this to you. I'll go and check on the girls, Xianxia said as he looked worriedly in the direction of the great abyss land. Ling Weiyang said in a deep voice, All right, go. Xianxia was truly worried about Conk and little Yuaner. Shi Wangmu said in a loud and powerful voice, The heavens are heartless and treat all living things like ants. You're the main culprit of this disaster. They could barely see each other as they launched attacks continuously. Bai Zhaoju retorted, The sky has already begun to fall. Shi Wangmu, do you have the heart to watch these fierce beasts die with you? Rumble, rumble, rumble. More and more huge rocks fell from the sky. I should have left 100,000 years ago, but I did not. I was born in ancient times. I was born according to heaven's will. If the sky does not kill me, I'll live forever. I'll live and die as the sky does, Shi Wangmu said passionately. Idiot! Bai Zhaoju cursed angrily. There are many places in the world where you can go. Shi Wangmu raised its head and looked at the sky. It was now dark. The constantly falling huge rocks had covered up the sunlight. Shi Wangmu's eyes shone with a strange light. It was as though it had seen the future and the end. Then it said, Just as you said, it's inevitable. Heavens will cannot be disobeyed. Perhaps, the era of the great void should come to an end. With that, lotuses burst forth from Shi Wangmu's body. The ternary green bird shrieked angrily. Its sound waves swept away the huge rocks in the sky. At the same time, tens of thousands of fierce beasts rushed toward the divine emperors as though they had lost their minds. At the same time, at the boundless, endless ocean, Kunpeng continued to fly. It was unknown how much distance it had crossed. Meanwhile, even with his Supreme Being's cultivation base and the divine Tao power, Lu Zhou's vision was blurry. Kunpeng continued flying in the cracks and darkness between the space. Boom! All of a sudden, Kunpeng descended swiftly before light appeared again. It slowed down, and Lu Zhou's vision became clear again. Woo! Kunpeng's cry resounded in the sky, spreading more than 6,000 miles. With that, Lu Zhou withdrew his hand and looked down at the endless ocean. He saw a huge maelstrom with a diameter of more than 6,000 miles. It churned clockwise. The air, the sky, the clouds, and even space and light seemed to churn along with the maelstrom. Although the sky was blue, the churning clouds and air made it seem like a huge storm was coming. This is the great maelstrom? Lu Zhou was amazed. The unholy one had been here before, but Lu Zhou had no memory of it. Kunpeng under Lu Zhou's feet was like a small boat in comparison to the great maelstrom. As for himself, he was just like an insignificant speck of dust. The speed of the churning maelstrom was not particularly fast. On the contrary, the water seemed to flow slowly, following the speed of the air and the clouds. Lu Zhou activated his blue eyes to see if there were any cultivators or living things around. However, apart from him and Kunpeng, he did not sense anyone. What secrets are hidden in the great maelstrom? When Lu Zhou was studying on Earth, he had only seen such a scene in sci-fi movies or read about it in books about the wonders of nature. Although he was now a supreme being with two avatars, he could hardly suppress the excitement in his heart when he saw the unprecedentedly huge maelstrom. Kunpeng slowly lowered its altitude. It did not dare to get close to the surface of the water. It made a gurgling noise as though it was unwilling to go any closer. "Have you been here before?" Lu Zhou asked. Kunpeng was silent. The sky, the sea, and the maelstrom, they looked like they were from a vivid and colorful painting. The slowly churning maelstrom was strangely calm. Who knew what kind of untold power hid behind the calmness? The slowly rotating whirlpool was unusually calm. Behind this calmness, it was unknown what kind of power was hidden. The Unholy One and Ming Xian had both come to the great maelstrom, and they both became the world's peerless experts. The unholy one was unrivaled in the world, but he had fallen in the pursuit of eternal life. Ming Xian founded the sacred region that prospered for 100,000 years, ruling the Great Void. What kind of fortuitous encounters did they find in the Great Maelstrom to have such achievements? Wu! Kuan-Peng let out a cry that was devoured by the sound of the maelstrom. It seemed like it was trying to communicate something. Lu Zhou looked at Kuan-Peng's broad back and asked again, "Have you been here before?" Kuan-Peng flapped its wings. Lu Zhou tried to guess its meaning and said, "Are you saying that the ability of Kuan to transform into Peng, and thus becoming Kuan-Peng, is obtained from the Great Maelstrom?" Wu! Wu! Kuan-Peng moved its body. Lu Zhou felt incredulous when he received the answer to his question. To think the Great Maelstrom is so amazing, then why didn't the cultivators from the world come here? Lu Zhou looked around. Apart from the sea that stretched endlessly, there was no one. In this place, it was truly difficult to determine the directions. The sun seemed closer here. It was as though one could touch it with just a raise of one's hand. Perhaps, due to the churning maelstrom, the temperature was not that high. Lu Zhou relied on Kuan-Peng to bring him here. Then, how did Ming Xian get here? Where is Ming Xian? These questions lingered in Lu Zhou's mind as he lightly tapped his toes and left Kuan-Peng's back. The golden lotus bloomed under his feet and brought him to the sky above the great maelstrom. If one were to shrink the eye of the maelstrom, it would be like a dark bowl that was constantly leaking water. Woo! Splash! Kuan-Peng moved its body. The wind surged as the sea water splashed into the sky. Lu Zhou turned around and asked, "Where are you going?" Kuan-Peng's eyes were focused on Lu Zhou. This time, without much effort, he knew it was afraid. Probably did not dare to enter the maelstrom again. He could not force it, so he could only say, "Then you can wait outside." Lu Zhou still needed Kuan-Peng to bring him back, after all. After Lu Zhou spoke, Kuan-Peng flapped its wings and rose high up into the sky. In contrast, Lu Zhou moved closer to the whirlpool. Although he had experienced many things, his heart still could not help but beat faster when he looked at the whirlpool. If he had a phobia of the deep sea, he would not have been able to stay here for more than half a second. He could not see below the surface of the sea at all. It looked much scarier than the abyss at Dunzang. Buzz! 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 At this time, Lu Zhou heard a buzzing noise from inside the maelstrom. Nature was truly magical. After thinking for a while, Lu Zhou decided to go down and have a look. He stepped on his golden lotus and slowly descended. The light from the golden lotus shone in all directions. When Lu Zhou descended into the maelstrom, he saw that it was like a huge waterfall on his left. If it were not for the churning water, he would not be able to tell he was in the maelstrom. On the right was only endless darkness. Nothing could be seen. After a beat, Lu Zhou accelerated his descent. Buzz! The buzzing noise rang again. Lu Zhou launched a few energy seals. Alas, it was too dark, and nothing could be seen. Lu Zhou shook his head slightly and controlled his golden lotus. After a few breaths, from the darkness on the right, a faint voice said, "You're finally here." Swoosh! Swoosh! The figure appeared and disappeared. From the brief moment it appeared, Lu Zhou saw a smile on the figure's face, and its body shone with light. It seemed to be standing with its hands on its back. Lu Zhou turned around. "Ming Xian? I thought you might come, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly," the voice said, seeming like it came from a distant place. Lu Zhou noticed that Ming Xian spoke in a very polite and respectful tone. He nodded inwardly. Since Ming Xian was here, then his disciples should be able to comprehend the great Tao safely. "Since you've been hiding from me, I naturally have to come and look for you," Lu Zhou said, a sigh from the darkness. After a while, Ming Xian asked, "Are you afraid I'll attack the 10 owners of the Great Void Seeds?" Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back before he used his great power of teleportation. Following the direction of the voice, he teleported 3 miles into the darkness and another 30 miles after. Ming Xian could not be found in the darkness. Ming Xian sighed again and said, "You're the same as you were 100,000 years ago. You haven't changed at all." Lu Zhou raised his voice and said in a commanding tone, "Show yourself." Ming Xian's tone changed as he asked, "Do you think you can defeat me? You have the answer to that. Otherwise, why are you hiding from me?" Lu Zhou asked. Ming Xian said solemnly, "You seem to have forgotten many things. The great void has already begun to fall, and time is limited. I hope this place will satisfy the honorable unholy one." Buzz. An astrolabe appeared at the entrance that spanned 6,000 miles. Lu Zhou raised his head. His eyes shone with a blue light as he looked at the majestic astrolabe that had a diameter of more than 6,000 miles. After a moment, he asked, "Did you deliberately lure me here?" Ming Xian did not reply. An avatar stood proudly above the astrolabe, blocking the entrance. The astrolabe buzzed again. Lu Zhou raised his hand to the sky and manifested his golden avatar before launching a huge palm seal at the astrolabe. Boom! The shockwave rippled out in all directions, and when it hit the left of the maelstrom, it disappeared completely. Ming Xian sneered before he said with a hint of mockery, "Honorable unholy one, please don't go easy on me." Lu Zhou's next palm seal burst forth with the full force of the divine Tao power. The force from the palm seal doubled immediately. Boom! The astrolabe was pushed away this time, allowing sunlight to shine into the maelstrom again. Boom! In the next breath, 36 beams of light shot down from the astrolabe immediately, crashing against Lu Zhou's palm seal. Similar to before, the shockwave was absorbed by the maelstrom. Lu Zhou looked down and saw a faint blue flashing. It only appeared for a moment before it disappeared like an illusion. What's that? Lu Zhou did not have time to investigate it now. Ming Xian praised, "Lord Unholy One, you're as powerful as ever. Unfortunately, I can't have a good fight with you today. We'll meet again. You think you can escape?" Lu Zhou stepped on his golden lotus and rushed up. However, a huge pulling force surged out from the maelstrom. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The maelstrom seemed to churn faster. It increased by 100 times, 1,000 times, and 10,000 times. Ming Xian's voice rang from above. "Every once in a while, the great maelstrom will erupt with the power of the laws. The laws are supreme here. No divine emperor in the world can resist it." After saying that, Ming Xian left the range of the great maelstrom and rose higher into the sky before looking down again. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was pulled down by the supreme power in the great maelstrom. The water flowing clockwise at the entrance seemed to have sealed him in. He could vaguely see Ming Xian flying away. Lu Zhou transmitted his voice telepathically and said, "Do you think the great maelstrom can trap me?" Water lotus storm. Water lotuses burst forth from the golden lotus and flew in all directions, trying to break the power of the maelstrom. Alas, it seemed incapable of breaking the power of the great maelstrom. "This?" Lu Zhou frowned. "Do I have to roll over and give up? I just bragged so much, but I failed to do it." Lu Zhou rushed up again. Boom, 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 boom. If he really could not break free, he could only wait for the power of the great maelstrom to return to normal. However, it was truly not his style of doing things. Suddenly, an unexpected scene happened. Lu Zhou was suddenly pulled down by tidal power from the depths of the maelstrom. His surroundings seemed to have turned blue as he continued to fall. This is bad. The law from the great Tao. Each place had its laws. The great maelstrom was no exception. Since he was weak, he could only comply. Lu Zhou was pulled down at lightning speed. He was facing the sky, and he could see the light getting dimmer and dimmer until it was pitch black. He could feel the space tearing, and the waves seemed to be messing with his will and cognition. His mind was under unprecedented pressure. He felt as though countless vines were tied to his limbs, making him unable to move. He tried to make the golden lotus spin to separate himself from the power here, but the golden lotus only spun a few times before it stopped. He continued to fall in the darkness. Soon, it felt as though he was dreaming. His ears grew numb to the chaotic noises until they began to ring, and he could not hear anything else. After who knew how long had passed, Lu Zhou heard a voice. Supreme Ruler, I hope you can live forever. His head was a little muddled, but he tried to look for the source of the voice. Then, he heard a different voice saying, Lu Zhou, don't be late today. Lu Zhou opened his eyes. His eyes shone with the divine Tao power as he looked around for the sources of the voices. In the darkness, he seemed to see a blue mercury-like thing. He seemed to see an image that appeared fleetingly above the mercury-like thing. Ji Tiandao, you're already injured. Stop pretending. It's your honor to die at the hands of the 10 great sects. What happened? What am I hearing? The past? The future? Lu Zhou was confused. He could sense the law of time and the law of space surging. An 8-leaf golden lotus flashed past and disappeared. Hai Shang, Ming Yu, Tianya, Gong Ci Shi. The bright moon shines over the sea. From far away we share this moment together. This is a very good poem. When I return to Grand Mystic Mountain, I'll use it to hide the 10 classics. The images of the 10 classics flashed past. Hey, that young man keeps talking like he's an old man and claiming that he can fly every day. He's nowhere near being mentally stable enough to be discharged from the hospital. He still has a long way to go on the road of recovery. Lu Zhou saw a young man dressed in blue and white striped clothes behind the doors. That person's very good at concealing weapons. If it weren't for the fact that my cultivation is weakened, you wouldn't have been able to injure me. Lu Zhou did not know how long he had fallen, and his mind was confused. He could not distinguish what was real and what was an illusion. Divine Emperor, please give me a name. A name is just a name. You can choose from one of these 10 words that I personally selected. In the future, you'll be a divine emperor and protect mankind. The images and voices were chaotic. There was no rhyme and reason. The laws of time and space seemed to have fused. All of a sudden, boom! The light disc pearl on the golden lotus seat shattered. The first light disc appeared, shattering the images that confused Lu Zhou. When the second light disc appeared, the pieces of the shattered images that were like stars were devoured. Following that, the third, fourth, and fifth light discs appeared at the same time. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly became clear-headed. He felt a cool sensation sweeping through his body. At the same time, the power of the maelstrom that restrained him was successfully broken by the last 3 light discs. The light discs were huge, blocking the tide-like law from the great Tao. The golden lotus shone with unprecedented brightness as well. In addition to the 2 light discs he had formed previously, after the appearance of the 5 light discs, he now had 7 light discs. The first to the 3rd light discs were sun discs, which were as dazzling as the sun. These 3 were the signs of a minor supreme being. The 4th to 6th light discs were the moon discs, which glowed like the gentle moonlight. The 7th was the star disc, which was as mysterious as the stars that embellished the night sky. 7 light discs did not only increase one's cultivation, but they increased the power of the laws as well. With the 7 light discs, Lu Zhou hovered unrestrained in the void as he observed his surroundings. He looked up and mobilized his primal qi to charge up. Buzz! After flying up for about 3,000 feet, Lu Zhou fell again. Lu Zhou frowned. Ming Xian had lured him here to trap him. In Ming Xian's eyes, the unholy one had 9 light discs. Hence, it was not surprising if he could not leave this place with 7 light discs. As expected, when Lu Zhou withdrew his 7 light discs, the power of the maelstrom surged toward him from all directions. Swoosh! 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 Just like before, it was as though countless vines had bound him. Lu Zhou frowned. He looked through the unholy one's memories in his mind. The unholy one had never encountered such a situation. He wondered how the unholy one and Ming Xian entered the maelstrom. Break! The 7 light discs appeared again, repelling the maelstrom's power. Even so, Lu Zhou knew this was not a solution. At this moment, Lu Zhou felt as though he was in a huge water tank where the water was constantly churning and pulling at him. The power was like water that could not be cut off no matter what. Moreover, he could sense the power was getting stronger and stronger as it pulled him down. Time continued to pass. Lu Zhou tried to sense the passage of time, but in this place, his senses were not reliable. He really did not know how long he had been falling. It was endless, as though there was no end to the maelstrom. Golden Lotus. Buzz. Lu Zhou decided to try again. If the Unholy One and Ming Xian could leave, then he could leave as well. He just had to find the problem. The golden lotus bloomed, and the 12 leaves were like sharp blades spinning around it. Then, the 36 birth charts shone dazzlingly before shooting pillars of light up. Avatar. Buzz. The 24,000-foot avatar appeared in the great maelstrom, and Lu Zhou rushed up along with it. Unfortunately, he soon discovered that the power of the maelstrom had bound the golden lotus. Not good. Lu Zhou rushed up for another 100 miles before he suddenly came to a stop. He could feel something was wrong with the golden lotus. He looked down and saw that the 4 power cores were shining. Tendrils of energy rose from the first power core and weaved into the power of the maelstrom, forming a faint circle. Then Lu Zhou discovered he, along with his avatar, had changed position in just a blink of an eye. He kept flashing in the maelstrom, traveling thousands of miles in just a blink of an eye. Space. Lu Zhou suddenly understood. The 4 power cores contained the great laws. The energy continued to circulate on the golden lotus seat. At this time, tendrils of energy rose from the second power core as well before weaving with the faint circle from the first power core. All of a sudden, Lu Zhou felt vitality energy surging out of his body. Time. He opened up the system interface and found his lifespan decreasing. Minus 10,000 days. Minus 10,000 days. In less than the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Lu Zhou had already lost 100 years. This can't continue. Otherwise, I'd be sucked dry before I can leave this place. Lu Zhou looked at the circle of light before a thought appeared in his mind. He muttered to himself, "Is it time?" Buzz. The third power core began to surge with energy. When it connected with the circle of light, Lu Zhou felt the pressure multiply. His avatar vanished, and he fell into the endless abyss of the maelstrom. Reincarnation. 20,000 days. 50,000 days. Reversal card. Lu Zhou could feel his lifespan decreasing crazily. He thought he could even feel his 8 extraordinary meridians aging. He had no choice but to use his reversal cards. After becoming a 1,000-realm whirling cultivator, he had not experienced the feeling of aging. This was the first time since then. Lu Zhou felt greatly pressured by his rapid aging. One after another, the reversal cards disappeared. With the reversal cards, they were barely able to maintain the balance. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Lu Zhou looked at the interface again. He had about only 1,001,000 years left. Suddenly, he recalled something. A suspicious expression appeared on his face immediately as he muttered, "What happened to the years from the 5 light discs?" 1 light disc was 300,000 years. With 5 light discs, he should have gained 1.5 million years. Did he not receive them, or were they sucked away earlier? The great maelstrom was mysterious. Its power was also terrifying. There was no doubt that its environment was not normal. Could it have something to do with the disappearance of the years from the light discs? While Lu Zhou was mulling over the problem, the 4th power core began to shine before its energy connected with the circle. Lu Zhou frowned. He could feel himself aging further when the 4th power core connected with the circle of light. Time, space, reincarnation. What's the final one? At this time, Lu Zhou discovered his skin had turned wizened. His hair was also completely white, and his bodily functions were rapidly declining. 100 days. 30 days. 5 days. 4 days. 3 days. 2 days. 1 day. 0. Got it. The final one is destruction. Buzz. Suddenly, tendrils of blue energy appeared in every direction and flew toward the circle of light, shining brightly. At the moment when life was exhausted, Lu Zhou was pulled into the circle as though it was a black hole in space. Following that, darkness returned to the maelstrom like before. The entrance to the maelstrom had also returned to normal. The maelstrom churned clockwise slowly as though nothing had happened. In the unknown space, Lu Zhou's physical body had been destroyed, but he still retained his consciousness. He was like a soul. He sensed his surroundings and saw a bright circular door at the side. A door. Space, time, reincarnation, and destruction. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. He had mastered the resurrection technique. He had broken through the primal chaos of the universe, traversing heaven and earth. He had jumped out of time and space, controlling life and death. If the heavens want to kill me, then I'll go against the heavens. Lu Zhou roared along with the ancient dragon soul that lingered near him. At this time, the door that led to nowhere began to shake. The meaning of life was not in the length of one's life, but in whether one had made contributions and lived a worthwhile life. What was the point of living a long life if one had done nothing useful for others or oneself? Life was death and death was life. Life and death were changes in phenomena. One's true self was neither alive nor dead. Life and death were nothing more than a cycle in the world. As long as one's life was meaningful, there was no need to fear death. Only by letting go of one's obsession with life and death could one be greatly enlightened. After the enlightenment, Lu Zhou could sense a wonderful change. It was as though all the laws were working for him. At the same time, the 7 light discs appeared and shone dazzlingly. Subsequently, the 8th and 9th light discs appeared. Boom! The door that led to nowhere shattered. Shi Wangmu controlled the fierce beasts and fought ferociously with the 2 divine emperors in the great abyss land. Clouds surged and rocks fell along with tens of thousands of corpses. When Xianxia returned to the upper core of the great abyss land, he did not see Conk, Little Yuaner, and see Wuxia, so he sent a message to the other 2 divine emperors immediately. By Zhaoju, Ling Weiyang, stop wasting time. Let's go. All right. Lin Weiyang and Bai Zhaoju did not want to tangle with Shi Wangmu and the other fierce beasts as well. After all, their goal was only to ensure that Little Yuaner successfully comprehended the Great Tao. It was not their goal to engage in war. At this time, Shi Wangmu said in a thunderous voice that resounded in the entire Great Abyss land, "Emperor Yu, come out!" The feather tribesmen looked up upon hearing Shi Wangmu's words, hoping to see Emperor Yu. The first elder of the feather tribe led tens of thousands of feather tribesmen and rushed toward the Great Abyss land. When they arrived, they saw Emperor Yu, with the aura of a supreme being, slowly rising up into the sky. His body and eyes shone with a chilling light. "I'm here." Emperor Yu spread his wings that spanned over 100,000 feet. He easily swept the falling rocks away as he flew. The first elder of the feather tribe took the lead to say, "Greetings, Emperor Yu." The other feather tribesmen looked at Emperor Yu, who had just come out from closed-door cultivation, in excitement as they echoed, "Greetings, Emperor Yu." Emperor Yu looked at the feather tribesman before he raised his head to look at the sky and said in a deep voice, "This day came earlier than expected." The huge rocks continued to fall. Shi Wangmu asked loudly, "What are you waiting for?" Emperor Yu looked at the dark sky again and said in a clear voice, "If you don't want to die, you'll fight with me. We will follow the Emperor to the death and fight with all our might." With Emperor Yu flying in the lead, countless feather tribesmen followed him and flew up. They looked like meteors in the sky. They flew away, leaving the palaces, halls, buildings, the square, and trees that had been buried. "We will fight against the heavens and the humans in this battle," Emperor Yu said in a resounding voice. Ling Weiyang and Bai Zhaoju, who had sensed Emperor Yu's change, flew up into the sky like 2 streaks of light. The ternary green bird carried Shi Wangmu and chased after the 2 divine emperors using the power of the laws. The feather tribesmen chased after them as well. They were skilled in flying, and their wings doubled as deadly weapons. Emperor Yu said in a low voice, "The Great Abyss land is my territory. Since the 2 of you came, don't even think about leaving." Ling Weiyang and Bai Zhaoju looked back. Finally, Ling Weiyang asked, "Even if you had a breakthrough, do you think you can stop me if I want to leave?" Shi Wangmu said coldly, "You can escape for a while, but do you think you can escape forever?" "Stubborn," Ling Weiyang said, feeling speechless by the opponent's stubbornness. Ling Weiyang by Zhaoju and Xianxia had no intention of fighting, so they continued to fly. Suddenly, in the dark southeastern sky of the Great Abyss Land, a ball of golden light appeared like the sun, illuminating the Great Abyss Land. For a moment, it was as though it was daytime in the Great Abyss Land. Ling Weiyang by Zhaoju and Xianxia stopped and looked over. What's that? Shi Wangmu, Emperor Yu, Feather Tribesman, and the fierce beast stopped as well. They looked at the ball of golden light, surprised and puzzled. Similarly, Si Wuya, Little Yuaner, and Conk were also puzzled and surprised by the ball of golden light. Little Yuaner, who had just comprehended the great Tao and was in a daze, asked, "Seventh senior brother, what happened?" Si Wuya looked at the ball of golden light and muttered, "It appeared so suddenly. I don't know what it is either." Then, the vitality energy within a radius of 10,000 miles in the Great Abyss Land began to surge toward the ball of golden light like a storm. Everything withered in just an instant. Shi Wangmu asked with a grim expression, "Which divine emperor is it?" Shi Wangmu tried to look closely at the golden light, but it could not see anything. It did not even sense any aura. Vitality energy continued to surge past everyone toward the golden light. The fierce beast's eyes were brimming with fear as they quickly retreated.